take that risk if I'm the Tigers.
Right, exactly. So this is what's in his ear, though.
Yeah.
And so, to me, the Tigers kind of have to give the 2-year down the line deal. I would go 8 and 400.
Okay.
I'd make him the first $50 million pitcher in baseball, and you have proven that you'll do whatever it takes to keep him. And you put Scott Boras backed in a corner then with that offer. And because if you can pay him $360, you can pay him $400.
Yeah.
Let's just be real.
Oh no,
here,
mine was 9 by almost $450.
Right.
I mean, let's get it done.
Right. And look, if you want to do the 50 at 9 years,
fine,
do
whatever.
it. Post the offer.
Yeah.
Let him reject it,
and
then make it public.
Sure. Well, it turns into the Scherzer thing. Yeah. But sure. I mean, that's what it would be. You'd have to get something for him.
And then you trade him at the winter meetings. Right?
Yeah, and
because
again,
what people need to realize is you can't. I heard somebody over the weekend saying trade him before this deadline because you'll have more value, and you can't do that when you're contending.
Yeah, you're competing for a championship,
and you're doing that next year. So could you dare trade him at the deadline next year? Your thought is you're going to contend, right?
Yeah,
team should be better next year. You would think.
Sure.
So it's coming to this moment.
It is, and he's everybody's favorite. I mean, the lines were like stuff we haven't seen in a decade. People waiting to get the bobbleheads hours before they began the game on Saturday. I mean, he's a fan favorite, deserves to be a fan favorite. Everybody loves Skubal. Nobody wants to get to that point. It's an off-season conversation, but I know people were discussing it because of the performances he's had and the one he had Friday night in front of the fans. I mean, John, he was altering your plans on vacation.
Yeah, I mean, he was must-see. He really was. He was must-see TV because of how he was performing. And it was... Honestly, it was a shock when there was a hit.
Right.
It really was. I kind of felt like he was in full command. He was dominating, and that's the way he has been, other than like the first start. It has felt like he has been in full command of every single game, every time he's on the mound. And when something happens that irritates him, like there was a missed call, like the foul ball that went off the bat, and I don't know how the umpire missed that one. I don't know how all the umpires missed that one. I love it when we get fiery Skubal, because then all of a sudden he just rears back and he throws a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. It's that appeared to be unhittable.
And he said something to the effect after the game that he did think it was in play. And normally guys downplay it. He was aware that he was really dialed in on another level. And we are getting to that point, to make the Verlander comparison again. There was that stretch where every start you wanted to be there because JV might throw a perfect game or a no-hitter. And we're in this stretch now where Skubal's done 6 straight outstanding outings. He's right on the edge of doing something special.
Yeah.
All right, we got a couple ticket texts on the schedule. I know it's starting to leak. We mentioned Cowboys and Eagles. Texter says they made that game 1 because they know by week 7 the Cowboys will be out of it and no one will want to watch them. That's Mark driving to Port Huron. In terms of the Lions, they can't play the Eagles now. They also can't play the Chiefs. Multiple people pointing out that the Chiefs will open in Brazil.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
That's right. So, yeah, Chiefs off the table.
We'll do an updated dream schedule Mad Libs at 9 o'clock for the Lions. Schedule officially out later this week. Coming up next, Tigers concerns. Are they valid? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. After beating the Rangers 2-1 on Friday for Tarik Skubal Day, the rest of the weekend didn't go great for Detroit. Dan Dickerson had the final call of the series yesterday right here on The Ticket. And the bats went cold with just 7 total hits in 2 days against Texas pitching. A Torkelson sac fly in the 9th, the only run of yesterday's game. Detroit will remain at Comerica for the next 3 days, taking on the Red Sox beginning tonight downtown. Also in baseball, Bud Black fired over the weekend as the manager of the Rockies, one day after losing 21-0 to the Padres. They were a historic 6-33, that pace, when they finally decided to pull the plug. Also, Michigan softball earning an automatic bid to the NCAA tournament after winning the Big Ten Tournament Championship for a second straight year. They'll be in the Austin Regional and face Central Florida on Friday afternoon to begin the double elimination bracket. And also over the weekend, for those that care, the Muskegon Lumberjacks. They tied up their Clark Cup final against Waterloo, ties up the USHL Series 1-1. Game 3 is on Friday night as they shift to Trinity Health Arena in Muskegon. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, John, you're back from Disney. We'll get the latest at 8:35 this morning. Never a dull moment at Disney.
No, it's a great trip. Love Disney. Happiest place on earth. Till you get the bill.
Glad to have you back. 9 o'clock, we'll do Mad Libs, our dream schedule for the Lions. The release is later this week. Tigers played this weekend against the Rangers, lost 2-3. And look, they're still in first place. Nobody's sounding the panic alarm on this team. I mean, when you lose your first home series in May, you know you've had a really nice start. Are there concerns, and how valid are those concerns? I want to present some, and we can talk through this. I think the first thing we need to hit on is Jack Flaherty. This is now 3 rough starts in a row. His career is one that's very up and down. And right now, I wonder if something's like health wrong, medically wrong. His fastball velocity's down, and that pitch is too hittable, and teams are teeing off on it. He's got great breaking stuff, but they can sit on the fastball, and he's getting carved up. Throw in the fact that Mize is now on the 15-day. Hamstring, they can tend to linger and nag, and they're a pain in the ass. Job is a rookie. I'm not trying to beat him up, but his ERA is almost 5. Suddenly, the strength of this baseball team has some questions. How valid are the concerns?
So I raise an eyebrow to Jack Flaherty. Not all of the losses are all on him. He hasn't had a lot of run support this year. It's kind of this year's version of Reese Olson. But, and on a positive note, the swing and miss is still there. His strikeouts are still there. Strikeouts per 9 innings are 11. He's just behind Skubal in regards to the swing and miss. The problem is when they connect big. And the 4 home runs on Saturday
killed him.
Not a great outing. And he has had some games where he's been really good. You go back to the game against, was it the Angels, where it was 5 2/3 innings. Large part, it was really good. And then all of a sudden, that's when it fell apart. And I think some of it is, he needs to be better. And I think he will be. This is a guy that resurrected his career with the Tigers last year. Was really good up until the trade deadline. That's why they were able to sell him, and he was really good with the Dodgers. It's a part of why they were able to finish the things off last year and be World Series champs. But he's also had some downswings. I don't know that we've ever seen it for him in the course of a single season. When he was traded from St. Louis to Baltimore, didn't finish out the season well against Baltimore,
Correct.
Which is why he was available and Detroit picked him up. I think he's going to be okay. I'm not ready to sound the alarm. I think it raises an eyebrow. That's where it's at for me. It's an eyebrow raise.
All these coaches and pitching coaches and analysts will tell you it starts with the fastball. Everything has to play off the fastball, because if you don't have your fastball, you get behind in counts. You end up putting the hitters in the driver's seat. You end up walking guys. You need to be able to spot your fastball. And if he's losing velo and he's hanging pitches and he's getting hit, I'll point out Jack Flaherty, very up and down pitcher, since 2020 has a career ERA of 4.03, which is fine if he's your number 4, but it's a different conversation than the number 2 that we had in Detroit a year ago.
Yeah.
I think there's volatility with the rotation, and they can handle it in a short spurt here, right? I think they proved that at the end of last season. If you have Skubal, you have Olson, you do your chaos thing, you throw up Montero, they can get by for 3-4 weeks. Hell, they got by a couple months at the end of last season. I just think it's noteworthy because I would liken the Tigers pitching staff to the Lions offensive line. If I told you the bedrock of your football team was dealing with some injuries and some inconsistency and some poor play, you go, boy, it's not just about that group struggling. That's going to hurt the whole team. If the Lions offensive line is in a rough spot, the run game doesn't work, Goff starts to get hit, turnovers, you end up in shootouts, you don't want to be in that spot. With the Tigers, if they don't pitch, they're going to put more pressure on this lineup. And we saw against good pitching this weekend that you come back down to earth a little bit. That's the other thing I was going to ask you. Is there any concern with the offense taken? They're not a top 5 offense in baseball, right? I think this weekend helps solidify that. That's not a panic. That's just kind of a reality check.
Yeah, and so here's the thing, is when you watch him pitch, I think it's more on Chris Federer and AJ. The fastball's on him.
Okay.
And if there's something that is bothering him, something that is holding him back, then maybe it is when Cobb comes back, he just needs a little bit more rest at this point in his career. I don't know how that throws off his rhythm.
Yeah.
I don't know what it does to Cobb. I don't even know what we get from Cobb when he is back. But you are going to have that opportunity. And maybe it's just, hey, he needs a couple of maybe he needs a one start off to regain that focus or to regain and rest up just a little bit more so that he does have that velocity. They'll have that option when Cobb returns. It depends on what they're going to do with Montero in Casey Mize' stead.
Well, they may need both depending on how this goes. A texter says Jack Flaherty sucks, Mize is hurt, and Job's a rookie. Rookies are inconsistent. Looks like we're going back to a 2-man rotation, boys. It could get rough real quick. I hope you enjoyed that start. See, I'm not willing to go that far.
No.
Because like what you said, they do have a reinforcement coming in Cobb. They can steady it with Montero. They've shown they can survive short term. I think AJ would tell you don't want to play 100 games doing what they did at the end of last season.
No. I don't think AJ emotionally and mentally wants to go through that for 100 games. But I don't think they're going to have to.
No,
I think
there yet.
Flaherty will be just fine. And a little run support early in his next start would be very helpful. And when you look at the schedule in itself, all right, his next start is going to be at Toronto. Toronto's not lighting it on fire. So that's one where
but neither was Texas until they got to face Jack Flaherty.
But Texas has been heating up.
Yes.
It wasn't like this is the first game where they're like all of a sudden. I mean, Jace Young, or not Jace, but his brother has 9 home runs now. One of those obviously against Jack Flaherty. But they're a team that can put bat on ball. And they were zeroing, not just on Saturday, yesterday against Reese Olson. They were zeroing in on the off-speed offerings.
But I think it's a cop-out to say like run support for Flaherty. He has, one quality start in his last 5 outings? I mean, look at the outings. I mean, it's not the offense's fault that the guy lasted 3 innings on Saturday or that he gave up 4 runs his start prior or 4 runs the start prior to that. Like, that's just not doing your job as a starting pitcher.
Agreed. I think we're going to get more of 2024 Flaherty than we are what we've seen at the start of 25. I think it's there. And I think it's up to Federer. I think it's up to AJ Hinch to find what's best for Jack Flaherty this year.
I don't think that's real though. Like with all due, like last year, I think was the anomaly almost. Like you go through his career, and
it's a better roller coaster.
He's a 3.75 ERA-ish type guy. Okay,
I said it's a 4 ERA since 2020.
Yeah, I mean it's just the odds are there's that when he was here last year before the trade that the Tigers were getting an anomaly,
the peak.
Yeah. But then the argument was that Federer was the reason why. I just think I don't know. When I watch him pitch, I just feel like I'm seeing an average Major League Baseball pitcher. I really do. I don't think he has anything too tricky. I think guys can game plan for him easy when they come up to the plate. His third time through the lineup, he's atrocious.
Oh yeah, those stats are.
Is it a Maeda drop off?
No.
Okay.
No, not yet. I think he'll get this right at some point during the season, but to be concerned now when the timing of this is the same timing that Mize is hurt, that's why you have concern. It's the two together.
It's suddenly like a start like tonight for Job has a little more juice to it, right?
Right. Although I think, to be fair to him, he pitched for the very first time in Colorado last week, and he's got a lot of movement on his ball, and that movement doesn't happen the same in the altitude.
I want to be clear. I'm not making any sweeping judgments about Jackson Job's pro career based on what happens tonight or the last couple starts. I just think it's a little more important given what else is going on in the rotation right now to get a good start out of Jackson Job.
Yeah, I mean, look, in all due respect, the way they were playing baseball, I would question whether this is a 667 team. That's what they were record-wise. So we
knew they were going to lose some ball games. Yes. I think we had even said that in all of our praise. Like, there's going to be a stretch, and it could continue tonight. No one's going to jump off the bandwagon if they lose the game tonight. We're just talking about within the game, how they're losing. The pitching is supposed to be the strength, and now there are questions with the pitching staff. That, to me, is a valid concern.
Right. I mean, of the list of things that you had from the weekend, Jace Young is clearly the problem. You can't hit 100.
With zero extra base hits? Yeah. Well, but to me, that's lower on the list because this team is going to win with pitching, right?
True, but the bats need to be there, too. Like, when we were talking pre-show,
I said every team's going to have one or two bad bats in the lineup.
Yeah, I know they were going against Evalde yesterday, but yesterday was a game you needed to get. Coming in, there was Flaherty concerns in my mind already before that start on Monday or on Saturday. I mean, but if you're going to win the series, you had to win yesterday.
To me, it's maybe an oversimplification. Skubal did his thing on Friday. Tiger's ace was his ace. Evalde did his thing on Sunday. Rangers' ace was an ace.
Yeah.
The pivotal game is Saturday. And what happened? Flaherty didn't give you a chance. I mean, the first inning, he's getting teed up.
Jock Peterson hit his first homer of the year.
I know. That's what I'm saying. They were very grateful to face Jack Flaherty.
Texas was struggling big-time hitting. And to me, if you're a team that's been struggling and you don't really have too much to game plan, which is in my mind, that's what Flaherty is. Like, you're kind of, he's struggling a little bit. You're licking your chops, and they came out swinging.
Well, they made the change with their hitting coach, and Boone's in there now. And guess what? Swing at the fastball. It's the most hittable pitch. It's the thing you can do damage on, and Flaherty doesn't have a good one right now.
You want an overreaction? I'm getting vibes of Jordan Zimmerman a little bit when I watch him.
No.
Initially, he was good.
Come on.
One step too far.
He doesn't have that big contract with him.
Exactly. 248-539-9797. Nobody's panicking. No panic in Tiger Town. But you can have concerns. Things will pop up along the way of 162 games. Is pitching a valid concern? Jace Young a valid concern? Any offense cooling off a concern for you guys? It's 97.1.
Hey guys, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead and take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Hit the home run with mom in attendance, watching both her boys play third base. Rangers take 2 of 3. They're better than their record suggested. They came into Detroit with a losing record. They got a good pitching staff. They got some bats that are finally heating up. Corey Seager had a couple big hits over the weekend. We're checking in with the Tiger fans. Nobody is panicking. They have the best record in the American League. They lost their first home series in mid-May. There's no panic in Tiger Town. There are just things that pop up that concern us along the way of a 162-game season, and I wonder if it's valid to be concerned about starting pitching. Flaherty is struggling. Mize is now hurt again, and hammies can linger. And Job, I'm not beating the guy up. He's a rookie. ERA's almost 5. He's going to be a rookie all season. There's going to be some ups and downs there.
So with Mize, you got to a little bit take him at their word because of what happened last year with Casey Mize and the 2 months that he was out with a hamstring injury. They were very clear that this was a very mild strain. They're going to be overly cautious because of what he experienced last year. I think it's going to be a brief hiatus, and then he'll be back. For how long, or is this just going to be something that he has to deal with on a regular basis? I don't know. Casey Mize will be back, and he has been really good. For Jack Flaherty, it raises an eyebrow, and there is a level of concern. I think he's going to be all right. I don't think he's going to go as deep into games as he has, nor should he. If you get into that third trip through the lineup, he's out. Yeah. I don't even know if you give him a chance to see that third opportunity, unless he's just
you know, big lead and you want to see if he's making some progress maybe.
Yeah.
But for the most part, yeah, you're right. That third time's killing him. And the fastball velo's down, and it's a much more hittable pitch lately, which I think everything starts with the fastball. Texter says they have good starting depth. Montero and Cobb coming back soon. Jack needs a shot in the back like last year. The team has lost 4 series all season. Not at all worried. Flaherty has had a couple bad starts. All caps, relax. And guys, Texas swings the bat more than any other team. When they get hot, they will score runs. We're fine. What we have right now is enough to keep pushing forward. Flaherty knows he has things to tweak, and he will get there.
Texas is aggressive at the plate. And they knew, especially yesterday, they were very aggressive. And some of that I put on Dingler as a young catcher, not making the adjustment of calling for more fastballs from Olsen, and because they were attacking the changeup. Mm-hmm. They were attacking the off-speed stuff. So that's where a young catcher starts to get familiar and makes that change a little bit earlier. That was yesterday. He obviously didn't have to make that change on Saturday because they were hitting everything.
Yeah. Look, in short term, they'll weather the storm. They proved that last year with a 2-man rotation. They can get by. And they didn't have Cobb last year. Maybe he gets in and gives them a little bit of a boost here while you get Mize right. And I think they're right to take this cautiously.
With Mize?
Yeah.
Oh, certainly.
It's May. You're going to be in this thing in September and October. Don't let this thing linger. I mean, if he needs 3 weeks, take 3 weeks, dude. And then get back into their groove because he was pitching like their number 2. You do not want to have that injury. He's dealt with enough of them.
Boston's a good team coming in tonight. Yep. And, for a 3-game series, none of these are must-win games or must-win series, but this is a must-respond. Got to respond after taking 2 on the chin.
You'll get Skubal at the end of the series. You get Job on the front end. I'm curious to see how Job pitches tonight. I'm not expecting he's going to struggle. I want to see how he steps up into the moment right now, given some of the struggles around him.
Everything that we've heard from AJ and from everybody is he's learning and he's growing from start to start. He had a delay in getting his start because of the rain delay, and they got the bonus off day with him. So is he back on pace? Is he back into his rhythm? And how does he treat tonight's start?
It's a moment for him. Texter says Friday night at the park was amazing. Skubal pitched his tail off. Says it was cool to be at the park. Loud again on Saturday. Says, but then it was like I paid to watch live batting practice. I've always liked Flaherty, but I feel like Tom, he's a weak spot, and we have a rookie in the rotation. That's not good. Keith in Dearborn Heights.
Yeah, the rookie in the rotation, again, we'll go back to Jackson Jobe. It's going to be a roller coaster. There's going to be some outings, and maybe tonight's that outing where you're like, holy cow, this kid's going to be special. There's going to be other ones where, hey, first pitch, boom. We've seen that already.
Guys, we're fine. Pitching is deep. Trade Skubal. Signed, Jeff Rieger. I know he was one of the hosts firing up the talk this weekend.
Oh, no, he wasn't.
Of course he was.
I was out of market, so I didn't hear.
Well, look, it was a natural storyline. Skubal pitched well on Friday. He's pitched well for 6 starts. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? You create some angst and animosity. And
oh, come on.
Guys, at the end of the season, you offer him the Garrett Cole deal in today's dollars, and you get the deal done. And if he doesn't want it, then you trade him. But this is not an in-season debate.
No, it's not a trade deadline debate. It's none of the above.
Trade Skubal.
It's such a Rieger take.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Michigan is pumping the brakes on a program that would have gassed geese.
Oh.
We talked
I remember
about this.
Yeah.
So the Michigan Department of Natural Resources actually authorized this program last fall that would allow for the collection and legal gassing of nuisance geese. But they say, at least on Friday, the director of the Michigan DNR released a statement saying that after further consideration and consultation with our wildlife staff, we have decided to pause the program for this year and will not be issuing any permits or conducting the work on any sites, including Belle Isle.
So that was probably, well, let's just throw this out there and see what the public response is. They didn't like the public response, so they backed off.
So
the optics of gas chambering geese, not great.
Yeah, I don't love it. I didn't like it when I heard it. The department says that they will continue to research alternative options for managing human goose conflicts and health and safety concerns. And some of the complaints were that it just doesn't seem to be appropriate for the complaints. Most of the complaints about these geese were about the poop.
Yeah.
Right? Goose poop everywhere. They just don't want the poop everywhere. So
well, when you have geese, you're going to have goose poop.
Yeah, which I understand, and I don't love goose poop, and I don't really love geese.
Yeah.
They're
but
really yummy.
Take
I
your
wouldn't
word for
know.
it.
Yes, I'll never know.
You would never.
I wouldn't.
It's a red meat.
I will never eat a goose. I won't. I mean, unless you're offering me millions,
Well,
then
yeah,
I would
but you
maybe
don't
try
eat
it.
chickens either.
I don't.
So yeah.
Or one donut.
I
No,
no,
one, yeah.
I will eat a donut.
Just
I won't
not a
eat.
punchki.
No. The thing is I had to instantly gain. The thing was, you eat one donut and instantly gain 10 pounds.
Yes.
So how many donuts would you eat? Because with each donut, you also get what, 100
like $100,000. Yeah.
Oh,
you
yeah.
wouldn't eat one donut.
No, they're
10 of them.
Picky.
yeah.
I go back to what I said.
Anyway.
So they're
Dozen.
looking for other more humane options to get rid of these geese and control the geese population. A Groseal high school student is under investigation after allegedly taking part in a TikTok Chromebook challenge. So police and fire departments from not only Groseal but also Trenton and Riverview were called to the school last week after the student's laptop caught on fire. And detectives say the student did it on purpose by inserting some sort of metal object into the computer's, charging port or USB port. And
I don't understand.
No, 35 students. So every student that was in that particular classroom was evaluated for symptoms.
Yeah.
And one student did have to go to the hospital basically as a precautionary measure. But they say some of the students felt kind of sick, right? Nauseous, had a headache, dizziness from all of the smoke and the chemicals within the smoke that were being released into the classroom. So the school says they're investigating the incident, but they say, the district anyway says that this behavior reflects a concerning trend circulating on social media platforms, particularly TikTok, where students are encouraged to tamper with their Chromebook. Now, police and school administrators are asking parents to talk to their children about the dangers of this challenge. And what we have been learning is that it's not just here in Grosse Ile. It's kind of everywhere across the country. In East Point, too, the superintendent issued a warning. It doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't. I got this email saying that this was a trend. They talked about the TikTok trend, and I maybe I misread it, but they said kids were sticking pencils, or maybe it was a metal object.
Maybe they were ripping off the eraser and using the.
It could be, yeah. And so I instantly text Jack. I'm like, hey, have you seen any of your buddies do this?
Had he?
And the hit? No, he hadn't.
Okay,
and nor had he heard anybody doing it. And I said, well, it must have been at another school. I said, just make sure that you don't get caught up in this. That is not how you treat a school-issued Chromebook, because I'm not paying for it.
They're expensive.
It's going to come out of your backside.
Yeah, you can start doing some chores, some sort of thing. So another TikTok trend, unfortunately, turned tragic last weekend as well, when an 18-year-old was shot and killed by a homeowner in Virginia.
How is this a TikTok trend?
Wait, I'll get there. So the homeowner says that he believed that this high school student, as well as his buddies, there was a group of 3 of them, were trying to break into his house when they rang the doorbell really early Saturday morning, right around 3 a.m. But the teens, the friends of his that survived the shooting, say they were just filming themselves doing a ding-dong ditch challenge for TikTok. When it happened, the homeowner, now a 27-year-old, is facing charges of second-degree murder, malicious wounding, and using a firearm in the commission of a felony. He's accused of shooting at the 3 teenagers who were behind his house at the time. So who knows? I mean, they haven't released every single detail of what really went down, but that's what the teens' friends said they were doing, a ding-dong ditch, which is nothing new. That's been around for a long time, but filming themselves to put it on social media.
It's Heather with the news. Got to hear about Disney.
Yeah.
And at 9:02, our dream schedule for the Lions. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all sporting events. And we know the football schedule is being released, so football's right around the corner. It's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot-tall, high-definition screen. So located at Circa Resort and Casino, and we just made our plans. We're going to be there at the end of August. So join us. It's in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street, Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Spent a lot of time talking Tigers today. Use the Odyssey app and rewind. Pick the chapters. We're going to shift gears a little bit here. John, you're back.
Yeah, we had a great trip down to Disney. It was Lisa and I and Teddy, and her folks were there. So we had a little family trip down to Disney. And
all the grandparents.
Oh, yeah. It was fun. It was measured because, obviously, Teddy's 3. There are some limitations. It was hotter than hell down there.
Humid.
Just something that I was not used to. Obviously, we know we're going to Florida. It's going to be hot. But then it's also managing, the limitations of the grandparents as well as our limitations. Patience plays a large part of that.
You guys do Disney, is it like just about every year?
Yeah, we go at least once a year. And it's been to Disney World. Lisa's from Southern California, so every once in a while we do make the trip out to Disneyland. But yeah, we do that trip, and which usually, because Lisa's birthday is the 9th, usually coincides with Mother's Day. And so it's kind of it gets me an easy birthday and Mother's Day present. Yes.
Smart. Guys, he's smart.
Well, it's just the timing works out.
Yeah.
So, but my question is, and there's a topic that we're going to get into later in the week about ordering food. And just to give you a little teaser, I ordered a steak at a really nice restaurant there.
Yeah, not a surprise.
And when I ordered it, it came with mashed potatoes and vegetables.
Of course.
Standard. Mm-hmm. Maybe some broccoli rabe.
No, it was the vegetables were bleh.
Really?
Yeah.
But it's coming from you. That's not a trusted source.
No.
But my requirement, my ask when I placed the order was that could you make sure that the foods don't touch? Because I didn't know what the mashed potatoes. It's kind of a wild card when you go to a restaurant, right? Did they measure up to my standards or not?
So how did they serve it to you? Is like Mickey ears to keep the food separate? You're a grown man,
we didn't have a partitioned plate.
That would be
I am a
great.
grown man, which means I can order it however the hell I want.
The food can't touch. It's icky.
Yeah.
I've never heard somebody order their food like that.
Oh, I do it quite often.
Do you really?
And so I had the mashed potatoes on a side plate, and the vegetables came, but they were separated from my steak. That's the one thing that I just don't want to have soil my meat is vegetables.
That small little part of the meat that the vegetable might touch. Like what?
No, well, if it's touching, it's not might. It does touch, and it can transfer juices and flavor.
Yeah, but like
and
vegetables
I don't want
really
to
have.
Vegetables have flavor. But
No,
not
but like
a good
juices, like to me, if you have a steak with the potatoes, some of the best part is when some of the steak juice gets into the potatoes, and then
one. Right,
it
but I
flavors
want
the
to
potatoes.
determine that.
Okay.
And I didn't want it to be predetermined for me. So that is TBD because there's
more
another
on that.
issue with
Okay.
that later in the week. But the question I had, and I asked you this earlier about your trip to the zoo yesterday.
Oh, yes.
Which you also consider an amusement park.
Yes, at amusement parks or zoo.
Okay.
Anywhere where there are, lots of people viewing or moving around. What is the most annoying part? Because I'll give you mine right off the bat.
Okay.
Disney was crowded. As the day went on, more and more people came, which is to be expected. We knew it was going to be very busy. It was a holiday weekend. It's kind of the start of summer. It's before it really gets, rocking and rolling. But we've got Teddy in a stroller. It's the 4 adults that are traveling behind him. The amount of people that in a walkway will stop in the middle of the walkway or it's oncoming traffic where they're looking at their phones, they're not paying attention, and they walk into the stroller or they stop with no warning and it creates a traffic jam. Mm-hmm. And it just, that to me it's beyond my reasoning or comprehension as to why that happens repeatedly. If you are going to stop to look at your phone, you don't know where you are, maps on the phone, you don't have the paper map. Even if you have the paper map, then move over to the side where there is no one. There might even be a bench for you to take a little rest and sit on, but get out of the way so that traffic can continue to move at a regular pace.
But John, don't you understand? We're just living in their world.
That's what it feels like. And it drives me nuts. And I know Lisa is always looking at me, deep breaths, be calm. And I'm there, and I trust me, I pack my patience because I know it's going to be hot. I know everybody's going to be, a little bit on edge because it's just so crowded. But why do people have to stop right in front of you repeatedly to not do anything except look at their phone?
There's a reason I hate going to places with huge crowds, and that is up there. When you said that, initially posed the question, I thought of two things. That was one of them.
People stopping in front
and
of you.
the other was slow walkers.
Yep.
I hate slow walkers. Like, get over. Like, kind of like on the road.
It's like traffic, yes.
Or how about when you get a group of 4 or 5 and they walk 5 wide really slowly?
That's kind of what I meant. Like a group of slow walkers where you can't go around them and you're just like kind of stuck. And you do, I say, excuse me, coming around on your left or whatever, wherever I am. But I just don't really love people. Big groups of people.
I don't like people.
Which is why I'd rather go all the way up north where nobody is than go to I don't like Vegas because there's a lot of people there. And they do these things.
Yes, there are a lot of people, but you're not moving around necessarily like you are at a quote-unquote amusement park or the zoo. Now,
kind
the zoo,
on the strip,
I'm a little bit more patient with the zoo because if you're walking around, all of a sudden you see an animal or you see something like, okay, your attention is taken to the animal, and then all of a sudden I stop and I look in that direction, wherever they're looking, to see if I need to be looking at something or to take Teddy over to a rail or something. But it's the people that just out of nowhere stop right in front of you. And then you've got to try and make an evasive move, but then there's oncoming traffic. Or how about this one? It's those individuals, like when you're walking, it's generally you're walking in one direction and you stay to the right.
Yeah.
And the other ones, when they're oncoming, they stay to their right. And so traffic moves. It's those individuals that want to walk on the wrong side of the walkway and to oncoming traffic. And you're also trying to make evasive moves to avoid them. And then someone stops and it compounds the matter.
Because again, they can walk where they want. It's their world and we're all living in it. Yes. I think specifically if you're going to Disney and like, this is our trip and it's all about us. And it can be a special trip, but be aware that there are other people around you.
There are. Because then all of a sudden when I stop, I then sometimes will back up and then I get you can't do that because there are people behind you. And when I bump into someone,
it's ankles with the stroller, John.
Yeah, I'm not going to use Teddy as a weapon. I know
not him, just his stroller. Oh, I'm sorry. You're stopping there?
Yeah, excuse me.
Didn't see ya.
Yes. Yeah, just trip him. Hit him right in the heel.
What was the crowd like at the zoo yesterday?
It was packed. I've never been to the zoo when it's been that busy. Like there was no parking spot. People were parking. I mean, they were allowing people to park on the grass in different areas. There were so many people there. For the most part, the only thing that bothered me were the slow walkers. I like to move. Like I'm there on a mission. I'm not there to dilly-dally. Like I want to go. And when you take up the whole walkway and I can't get around you, that irritates me. But overall, we had a blast. It was a lot of fun.
Couple ticket texts. Worst part of going to, what do we say, amusement parks? Adults blocking out kids' enjoyment.
Oh, yeah. You see that everywhere. I mean, but also there's adults that are going to the zoo just as adults. They're not going with kids, and they should be able to go and stand by the glass and see the penguins too.
Yeah, but I think specifically like Disney. Like I know Disney adults are a thing, and John, you're an adult who likes Disney, but you're not one of these people that like are like the fandom takes over and you block out everybody else.
No,
because those types are there.
I understand. The people can love Disney at all ages. And amusement parks and everything. But when you are at a place like that, I've always felt like, especially at Disney, it is more about the kids having the experience. And if there's something to see, I'm an adult. Yeah. I'm a tall adult. I can stand in the back. We went to the zoo a couple of weeks ago, and it was one thing where Teddy was trying to get to the front of the penguins or to see the bears or something like that. And now it can be a little bit difficult because he's kind of at that height where the top of the rail is in his view, so he needs to stand back a little bit, or I need to hold him. Mm-hmm. Now, if I'm holding him, I will stand nearer the front so that he can see.
Makes sense.
But it's the adults. I think that's a great point. The adults that will stand right at the glass and block everything else. Because one of the cool things that we did was the safari. Oh. Now, when you're in the safari, right, you're in your own aisle, so it's not that big of a deal.
most annoying things at amusement parks. We're collecting your responses. People also have responses on your unusual order, your request. We'll read some of those next. 97.1.
FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. And if you want to see if a guy's hitting the over consistently, or maybe he's been flirting with a potential triple-double, get the latest stats right inside the app. You don't have to leave, and you can see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things really get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. If you don't already have an account, what are you waiting for? It's not too late to get in on the action. You're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rangers won Saturday, Sunday. Tigers lost their first home series of the year. Took till mid-May.
Still 14-5 at home.
And first place in the American League. We brought up some concerns. Whether they're valid or not, up to you. We also brought up John's little vacation, Mother's Day weekend down at Disney.
Yeah.
And you shared a couple things. One, you shared that you ordered your food so that it would not touch at one of the restaurants.
Yes.
Like a child. I mean, children
I
don't
don't
order it that way, but they
necessarily-
come very separated.
Sure.
Heather, you are right to note that is typically a child request.
Yes.
But John, you can order however you want. You're a big boy. And Ticket Texters had some fun with that. In addition to your question about annoying things at amusement parks, the first Ticket Text says, John, you do realize everything touches in your stomach, correct?
Yes. But the order in which it gets there is my taste buds are not in my stomach.
True. John, you sound like a dick at the restaurant. I'd make sure all your food was touching when it came out.
Well, then
With a little extra spit, maybe, too.
Oh,
then I would just
don't
send it back. There are people that order it extra hot. I order my steak rare. If it comes and it's not rare,
You send it back.
yeah. I mean, like there are just certain things that when you go to a restaurant and you want your food a certain way, I think you should be able to ask. That may not be normal. I get that.
John, do you ever notice the kitchen staff peeking out to get a glimpse of the huge tough guy who can't have his widow foodies touch the plate? Touch on the plate. This one says, John is 100% correct. Juice from the meat, all foods, separate plates. No question, yes, I am an adult, but food does not touch. All caps.
Nope, not until and I trust me, I like to, depending on the mashed potatoes, I like to take a little cut of steak, and I will actually put a little mashed potatoes on there, but I don't know. And this is a restaurant I'd never been to before.
But they can't touch. So you, like, if you cut
Not
that
until
one,
I determine they can touch. Yes.
Control.
I'm paying for it.
It says any real steakhouse serves the steak on a single plate separately.
For
anyway.
that exact reason.
On the complaints, you talked about people stopping and standing and
goodness,
walking the wrong way and getting in the way and having no courtesy. It's the You Do You Society, according to the ticket text. John, I hate when people randomly stop in the middle of the in the walkway. It happens everywhere. Grocery stores, parks, everywhere. It's the world we're living in.
Yeah,
It
especially when some of those that stop, you got to enter another zip code just to get around them.
John, now you know what it's like to be behind you on the expressway.
I am going 5 miles over the speed limit.
Need 10 or get
And
over.
I am in the right lane. Exactly where I should be.
At 10 and 2, of course.
Not 10 and 2.
Okay.
No, but I am in the right lane. And if you're going to be slow, if you're going to stop, hey, they have exit ramps for that.
Yep. John, it's called Disney traffic. As someone who goes regularly, it's insanity, but it's something you have to live with.
Yeah, I know. Happens every time. I have the same reaction every time. Get the F out of my way.
Worst part of amusement park is waiting in line for the rides. I always pay up for the flash passes, speed pass, whatever they call it at the place.
Oh, yeah, lightning lane. Absolutely. You get 3 lightning lanes. You got to maximize those. You can always re-up after that, but yeah.
I wish I could have seen the waiter's face when a 6'6" man asked me to make sure his food doesn't touch.
Not a big fan of the waiter, which it's probably, I mean, it just, yeah, there was a lot of issues at the restaurant. I was one of them, I get.
Okay. And we're going to save some of those issues for later this week. It happens all the time at Great Lakes Crossing. Drives me insane. I say the same thing. It's like driving. People don't know what they're doing.
It does. The walking the wrong way, there is kind of a system there. While there's not like actual rules, there are like unwritten rules about which way you walk.
If you're walking, you do it like you're driving. You stay to the right. And if you want to go to a store on the other side, you wait for, it's Frogger. You wait for an opening and you make a run for it.
it is like driving. So how many lanes should there be? Like how many wide should people be when they're walking?
2.
Really? I'd say 4. Like in an amusement park?
2.
No, you're
2 and 2.
with your partner, maybe pushing a stroller, and then the people you're with are behind you.
4 is too wide.
Yep.
Yeah.
4 is way too wide.
And the other thing that it somewhat annoys me is the side-by-side strollers. Because they
Like the
take
double
up,
wides?
Yeah, the double wides. Yes,
Well, it depends how many kids you have.
right. Yeah, but you can have an inline.
can.
When Jack and Ellie were young, and same with Lucy and Ruby, we had one that was inline. So
We do
one of them
too.
sat in front of the other.
We do too. But that's harder sometimes depending on the group because it's you bump ankles that way, like not on purpose.
Well, then don't stop.
Yeah, the double wides really bothered John at Disney last week.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Talk about the extra zip code to walk around.
Ticket Texter says, biggest pet peeve, people not paying attention in the Tiger Concourse. Going to games at Comerica Park. They're slow, they walk, they stop, they're on their phone, they're walking the wrong way, then they have to turn around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And maybe it's just, because there are obviously laws in place that you are not supposed to be on your phone while you're driving. I think that the same thing should hold true at amusement parks, that if you're going to look at your phone, then you have to get off to the side. You can't be on your phone, head down, looking at it, because you're going to walk into someone or you're going to create an issue.
I get it, but it does happen sometimes. If it's your first time at this place, you're taking in the sights and the sounds, but it is also how you handle it. Because I'm sure there's been times when I have stopped in a place that wasn't maybe the best place to stop, and I've recognized it, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, and then I move over.
Right.
And that's more acceptable. You're like, okay, that person handled it nicely.
Yep.
You're fine. But it's the people that don't ever realize what they're doing.
Well, so the key there is, Heather, you felt a little ashamed. There are people who feel no shame.
Yeah,
it is their world, and how dare you be mad at me? I needed to check my phone.
This
I needed to
is my
send a
vacation.
text. I went to Disney, as if they're the only person at the park.
I get it.
How about this pet peeve? Dad of 2 kids under 4. The most annoying part is when a single person occupies the family restroom. Special place in hell reserved for those people.
Yes, that's a good one, too.
You know what? Hey, I talked about the security line, all that stuff. Everything was fine. But then Teddy needed to use the restroom, and we are in the middle of, kind of towards the end of potty training. And sure enough, Lisa was getting something to eat, and I took him to the restroom, family restroom, and I, knocking on the door, literally for about 7 or 8 minutes. We're standing there trying to get into this, and then who walks out?
A grown man,
25-ish year old dude. Mm-hmm. And I just asked him, as he walked out, I'm like, really?
It's the only available bathroom.
You had to
Really?
go, John.
Yes.
Nature calls.
The other bathrooms were right around the corner.
Now, why didn't you take Teddy to those bathrooms? Just the whole principle of it?
No, because for him to use the restroom without getting into too much detail.
Okay. You don't need to. Just
they're,
if they were that
he
close.
He needs some
assistance.
Yes, assistance.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what the family restroom's for.
Yes.
All right, 9 o'clock hour. We're going to get back into a bunch of stuff, including the Tigers and Tarik Skubal and the conversation that he continues to generate. Good and nerve-wracking. 2 different conversations with Skubal. We'll also talk about the dream schedule for Lions fans out there. We'll give you ours next. It's 97.1.
$105,389 at Comerica Park from Friday through Mother's Day. A packed stadium, just not the results they were hoping for. A 10-3 loss on Saturday and a 6-1 setback yesterday against the Rangers. That marks their first home series loss of 2025. AJ Hinch says it is the ebbs and flows of the season, and he's not fretting it. They do remain first in the AL by multiple games. They welcome in the Red Sox for their next 3 beginning tonight. Postseason action on the hardwood. It was a wild first half for the Pacers. From the Pacers radio network, 80-39 at the half, 129-109 was the final, a commanding 3-1 lead. Meanwhile, the Thunder tied their series with the Nuggets by winning on the road 92-87. On the ice, Dallas takes a 2-1 series lead in the West with a 5-2 victory over the Jets, and the Panthers shut out the Maple Leafs 2-0 in Sunrise. That second-round East series is now tied 2-2. This update was brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com at the Corwell Health Sports Desk.
We got one leak already today. It's NFL schedule release week, apparently. It's not just the day. We're going to get info throughout the week.
Oh, come on. It's not the first time that they've done this.
No,
I'm actually
know.
surprised that they've held off this long. Normally, about a week out, we get, little leaks, little announcements, and by the time the schedule actually comes out, you kind of know, piecing things together, what it's going to be.
I think there were Lions fans, myself included, that wanted to open the season with the Eagles. Well, it's been announced the Eagles will begin the season hosting the Cowboys. I would have loved to see them fitted for their rings to put a little extra motivation and set the tone in Philly. It also would mean avoiding Philly outdoors late in the season, but that's not the case. So what we're going to do here is we're going to build our dream Lions schedule. We're going to go through the opener, a Monday night, Sunday night, Thursday night, Thanksgiving, wild card, and the finale. And, John, we will start with who you want them to open with.
I'm not changing mine at all. I want it to be at Washington. With those 9 games, I think we're all anticipating that they'll open on the road. And the season ended abruptly, rudely, against Washington at Ford Field. I would love to start their season off just as rudely. Jaden Daniels, hey, sophomore slump, make it hard on them. It's a night of a reckoning. Make something right. You'll never get last year back, but go in there, set the tone for this year, and make Washington know, and all of those fans, hey, that was nice, but we're mad. We're going to show you how mad we are. You're going to start off with a loss. And by the way, we still are the big dogs in the NFC.
And make no excuses. You should be healthy out of the gate. You said tone setter. If it can't be the Eagles, bring on the Commanders. Week 1 on the road. Monday night, give me a matchup.
Monday night, everybody loves Dallas, except us. And I would love to have the Dallas Cowboys come to Ford Field. I want the Monday night game to be at home. We saw over the last couple of years what it's like to have a Monday night game at home. The downtown is electric. People start tailgating as early as 8, 9 in the morning for a 9 o'clock kickoff, 8:30 kickoff. I want that experience, and I want it to be Dallas. They're going to come in here having just made the trade for Pickens. CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, got a new guard. They're going to protect their quarterback. Micah Parsons probably got a new deal by then. And I would like to reintroduce him to one Penei Sewell.
2 years ago, the Lions played the Cowboys on a Saturday night. It was a Monday night presentation. And everybody remembers how that game went at the end with Skipper and reporting and all that. This should be the first time the Cowboys are in Detroit since. Let's do it on a Monday night. I'm right there with you. Sunday night football. What do you want to see?
Sunday night football, I want to go to the East Coast, and I want to play the Baltimore Ravens. I want it to be all eyeballs on Jared Goff, Lamar Jackson. That's going to be the big conversation, is the quarterback matchup, and I want to see that. I also want to see this Lions defense. Now, they have not addressed the edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson. I don't care. I want to see them show that they can stop a mobile quarterback. Couldn't do it a couple of years ago. It was not a great trip. I want to see that they have that ability to stop Lamar Jackson as well as Derrick Henry in the run game. Attack that young secondary. Malachi Starks, I know he was taken in the first round. They want to beef up that secondary. I'll take our wide receivers. I'll take Jared Goff. I'll take this offensive line protecting them. Get that run game going. Throw that, chuck it deep, and let's take it to the Ravens.
At Baltimore, they're probably wearing their black jerseys. It'd be a great atmosphere. Ravens gave the Lions fits a couple seasons ago. I don't hate you for it, but to me, I went with the Eagles because that is the biggest game on the Lions schedule. Sunday night to me is the biggest primetime matchup you can get. So give me the Eagles on the road, Lions on Sunday Night Football. Thursday night, I'm going to go first on this one.
Okay.
How about Ben Johnson's return to Detroit? Thursday night games tend to be divisional matchups. Right? The last couple of years, they played the Packers on a Thursday night. Get Ben Johnson back here, see if they got some mojo going, and tamp that down in front of this home crowd. I'm sure they have a bone to pick with Ben, and they could do it in front of everybody.
Sure. I don't mind that one. That would be a lot of fun. But Thursday night football, give me the Pittsburgh Steelers. Give me an organization that just has a little bit more juice to them, even though they have no idea who their starting quarterback is going to be. And if it is Aaron.
Oh, boy.
All right, here we go. And it's, again, I like the matchups between our offensive line, their defensive line, TJ Watt, I'll take that against Penei Sewell, Taylor Decker. I'll take that all day long. I want to see that matchup. I can't wait for it. It's going to happen at some point. Why not make it Thursday night football?
Aaron Rodgers on a Thursday night game against the Lions. We got some history. Thanksgiving. Plenty of history there. John, what do you want to see?
So I'm going to go to some recent history and a rivalry that really seems to be developing. 2 years ago in the regular season, Lions went down to Tampa, lost all of their running backs, and it was the Jared Goff game. It was Alex Anzalone with the interception early, but it was really Jared Goff that won that game for the Lions. Then they faced him in the playoffs, and it was a great game. Again, the Lions came out on top. And then last year, second week of the season, a loss to Tampa Bay. And it was all those, was it 5 trips in the red zone? They came away empty-handed. There was so much going into that game, and only 2 losses. One of them was against Tampa. I would love to see them on Thanksgiving welcome Baker Mayfield, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and I don't even remember the kid's name, 460-pound defensive lineman lined up next to Vita Vea.
Watson,
wouldn't it make sense to have that meet in the middle on Thanksgiving Day?
I like what you're doing there. So Thanksgiving has been tricky. Even though the Lions have improved and they've put their past behind them, they've won 1 of the last 8 Thanksgiving Day games. And Thanksgiving, a win just makes that food taste a little better. So I want to put up a patsy. I want to put up a piñata. I want the Cleveland Browns. Stuff that turkey on Thanksgiving Day. Great Lakes battle. See if Harbaugh come out and sing the Wreck of the Edmund
Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
You want Shadur coming in here?
Yeah, sure. Bring him on. Meet Aiden Hutchinson.
Dylan Gabriel in the first half, Shadur in the second half.
Rip off a turkey leg. Let's go. All right, wild card. Give me something. It could be an extra primetime game. You want to go holiday? What do you want?
This is my Heather Park pick. The wild card. It's Christmas Day, 1 o'clock at Cincinnati. All eyes. You got to have something to do once the presents are done.
Not all eyes.
Yeah, well, Collins will be on it.
I hope not.
Little conflict in the Park DeCourcy household.
I've seen some rumors it could happen.
I would love to see that. And I don't think that they're going to get another home game because they already have home game on Thanksgiving. So this one will probably be on the road. Give me a nice quick trip down to Cincinnati. Joe Burrow, those receivers. Let's see Terrion Arnold. Let's see DJ Reed, Ennis Rakestraw, Brian Branch, and the newly re-signed, re-upped badass in the secondary.
So 1 o'clock Christmas Day, Colin can race to get the presents out of the way.
That sounds fun.
And then
get it over, kids.
In. Yeah.
All done. There you go.
And then
They'll
a new
be
family
done
tradition.
by 1.
You'll be fine.
You're not going to be done by 1? How many presents do you guys have?
We have traditions. It's not just about the presents, John. It's about what we do as a family.
What's the 1 o'clock tradition?
We don't have a timeline, and it changes as the kids get older.
Well, it can't change if it's a tradition.
You can move
The
around.
time it happens. It's not like, it's 1 o'clock, kids, put away those gifts. It's now time to play a board game. Like, it just, you do what you
Playing
do.
a board game versus watching a game?
I'm just, we don't play board games. My kids aren't
Well,
old
if
enough
the
yet. But
traditions are there, then what are the traditions?
you want me to go into my whole Christmas Day tradition?
It doesn't include the Lions. Is
It
what she's
does not
telling you.
include television.
But it could include sports, bringing everyone together around the TV to watch the Lions. So that's your wild card. My wild card is a late season measuring stick. I want to face an elite quarterback, kind of like the Bills last year. Let's make it outdoors. Let's have Kansas City be a late season test for the Lions. If you win, you go into the playoffs emboldened. If you lose, kind of a mulligan. You can make it up, pick yourself up, get to the playoffs with an edge.
Okay, big game for both sides.
Yep. Season finale. Who will the Lions close the regular season with?
I think this one's easy. I know last year it was Minnesota. This year, I think it's Green Bay. I don't think Chicago, I don't think the NFL is counting on them to be a last to first in the division, worst to first. But I think Green Bay is going to be the team to beat next to the Detroit Lions, and it could come down to Green Bay or the Lions in that game. Winner of that game wins the division. I don't see Minnesota with in essence a rookie quarterback being in that position. So give me Green Bay.
I think Green Bay is the biggest threat in the North. They tend to put those teams toe-to-toe the final week of the season. I think it will be a game against the Green Bay Packers. Tom, I know you're into this stuff. You geek out. You do mock schedules and everything. Did we have anything that you were interested in there?
I like the Bengals Christmas Day thing, but I think that's going to actually be the game before Thanksgiving because it's close travel. They have routinely done that for the Lions. Like last year, it was the Colts game.
Yeah.
So the Lions don't have a long trip home on a short week.
Well, they don't really have, other than the KC and the Rams, there's really not a long road trip.
Right. That's super close, though.
Yeah.
You know, kind of like Indy was last year. Because Cincy's the closest game this year, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit closer than Chicago.
Cleveland?
Oh, Cleveland's here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I like the Vikings, actually, I think, this year on Thanksgiving.
Okay.
JJ's coming home party.
Oh. I don't love
that game will be
division-
at 1 p.m.
Do you
too.
like division games on Thanksgiving Day?
You just had to throw that in there. It should be at 12:30, but yeah, we're going to delay it a half an hour so
love
that
that he
everybody
gets-
has the same window, even though it's a different day. And it is tradition.
Because at
Unlike the
1
Park
o'clock, it is
DeCourcy
scheduled
household.
time.
12:30.
Half hour. Woo!
We actually
Throws
have
off everything.
It does because we actually have a tradition. It's 12:30 game, and then by the time that one's over, 3:30. That's when dinner happens.
My
4
early,
o'clock dinner, no
Set
good.
schedule.
the fact that we got a Eagles-Cowboys matchup opening night tells me that Fox will get a pretty prime game in the NFC to start opening weekend. Or
Early.
yeah, so I'm thinking Lions-Rams maybe, America's game of the week.
It's so played out, this Lions-Rams deal. I know they're going to make it a big deal again, but you can't simulate what that playoff win was or a Sunday night opener. It's just another game at this point.
I think there's just more compelling if you're looking at, Lions, Philly, Lions, any division opponent, Lions,
You've already hit
Kansas City,
Baltimore, Kansas City.
It just seems to be that's
There's so many.
Washington better matchup than Lions, Rams.
Lions going to have a bunch of prime time or 4 o'clock solo games, America's game of the week. They're going to be a hot commodity, given how good they are and given how tough the schedule is in the marquee opponents. 248-539-9797. Who do you want the Lions to open the season with? We'll talk Tiger baseball a little later in the hour. It's 97.1. All right, guys, listen up. If you don't like going to the dentist, it doesn't have to be a stressful experience. Not with Brightside Dental. There's no judgment. If it's been a while since you've gotten your teeth cleaned or you think you have a couple cavities and you're just anxious, don't worry about it. Brightside Dental is not going to judge you. They're not going to lecture you about your flossing habits. They want to get you in, get you back in that routine, and take care of you. And sometimes life just got in the way. You moved dentist, you start a new job, you've just been busy, and you rescheduled one of those 6-month appointments and never really put it back on the calendar. They're accepting new patients at Brightside Dental, $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays, and with 9 Metro Detroit locations, there's one right around the corner from you. So let's get back in the routine. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. And their bats woke up. Took 2 or 3 against the Tigers.
That was not a home run friendly park. Not sure if you're aware of that.
No. Hey, 9:35, we're going to get into some concerns you may have from the weekend. They lost 2 games. It's not a panic. We have some concerns. You can assess how valid they are. Also going to talk about Tarik Skubal because he was a bright spot over the weekend. He continues to shine for this team. Friday night, he flirted with a perfect game. And whenever he pitches well, the backdrop is, how long is he going to be here? And I hate that keeps coming up, so I have a solution, and we can hopefully put that to bed coming up later this hour. Mm-hmm. John, the homestand continues tonight. Alex Bregman will be in the building.
Good for him.
That's your reaction?
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, he's not playing for the Tigers. I know that.
Very publicly not playing for the Tigers, yes.
Yeah, I know the whole drama and the whole soap opera that played out over the offseason, and he ultimately chose the Boston Red Sox instead of the first-place Detroit Tigers.
Detroit, if you could help answer this question. Are we booing Bregman tonight? Do we have anger and resentment, or because the team's good, it's kind of old news and he's going to get a couple quiet boos, but not much anger, frustration?
No, I don't think so. I don't think we need to. We don't need to give it any more attention than it already was given in the offseason. He chose Boston, so now Detroit, like AJ said, if you don't pick us, then we'll just beat you.
And they did last year in the playoffs.
Make good on it.
Let us know. 248-539-9797, whether there are some lingering feelings. Because we wanted him. I think you're kidding yourself if you didn't want him. And I think looking at our third base spot, you still want him. And
sure,
John, I actually think there's still a chance he's the Tigers' third baseman in 2026. He's got an opt-out after this season. He's going to get overpaid this year. And I think in the total, it'll help him. If he opts out and then takes a Tiger deal, he'll end up getting what he wanted anyway.
And don't misconstrue this in thinking, oh, well, if we boo him, then he's not going to want to come here next year. I don't care about that at all.
I think he should respect the boos. He should look at it as a passionate fan base. If we boo him, I don't think it looks poorly on us.
No, I don't think so. I just don't think it's necessary. And if people want to boo him, then go ahead. Boo your hearts out. I just don't think that it's necessary. Just go out there and win.
Because you feel like you offered the best deal. I mean, it was the most years and the most guaranteed money. It's his choice to bet on himself and cobble
he got
together
the opt-out he wanted.
But he's going to have to earn it in steps here. Even if he finishes his entire deal with the Red Sox, he'll still have to go out and get more money on the open market again. So he's going to bet on himself and gamble, and he may need to do this over a couple contracts.
And he's having a hell of a year.
He made it harder on himself, but he's delivering on it.
Would the Tigers be better with him? There's no question they would be better with him. But the Tigers have found a way to put a Band-Aid on that for now, and it has worked very well for him.
Great crowds over the weekend, over 100,000. If you're going to be at the ballpark the next couple days, are you booing Bregman? What do you anticipate from fellow Tiger fans? 248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So the jockey who rode Sovereignty to victory at the Kentucky Derby has been fined and suspended for excessive whipping.
Really?
Yeah. So Junior Alvarado was found to have struck the horse more than the permitted amount. Actually 8 times during the Derby. I guess permitted is 6.
Right.
So he violated the rules. He was fined $62,000, and then he's been suspended for 2 Kentucky racing days, May 29th and 30th, as a result of the violation. And he's got 30 days to pay up.
I mean, doesn't it seem like it's worth it, though? I mean, if you win the Derby, you get way more fame and money than...
I didn't even know this was a thing.
I didn't even know it was a thing either.
Yeah.
I don't follow the Derby or horse racing in general, so I had no idea either, but... If there's rules, there's rules.
Oh, sure.
I get the rules.
But if you're in the thick of it, you're in the race, and you go, hey, if I want to, I'm going to push the horse, and I'll deal with the consequences later. I'm sure the rule exists for a reason. You don't want it
I wonder why that's
excessive or cruel.
6.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, is it a certain number of strides? And
I have no idea.
I don't know.
But he broke them. Packers offensive lineman Elton Jenkins was involved in some sort of dispute at a strip club in Atlanta recently, and it required a police presence. So it sounds like he and his friends, they went to this strip club, King of Diamonds. They paid to get in, right? Thought this was going to be a great old time. Got in and we're like, wait a minute, this isn't the vibe that we thought it would be. It's a little too quiet. It's not what we were hoping for. So he requested his money back. Said, I want a refund.
Oh.
it's not up to par. And apparently that request and maybe how he asked it got into an altercation with employees. Police were called. They had to break things up, but fortunately, everyone kind of
cooler heads prevailed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He got his money back, and nobody was arrested, and nobody was issued any citations or anything, and everyone went on their merry way.
I got nothing.
No, but apparently it happened.
I don't think you're allowed to do that, though. Get a refund if you don't like how the strip club experience goes for you.
Maybe his food was touching.
Oh, God.
I mean, you could do that anywhere then.
Right.
This wasn't up to what I thought it was going to be. I need my money back. So this concert sucked. It didn't create the vibe I wanted. Can I have my money back?
I went to the Tigers Mother's Day game and they lost. Can I get my money back?
It didn't live up to the hype that it was supposed to be. I'd like my money back. I don't think you can.
You shouldn't be able to.
No, you shouldn't. But Burger King is being sued by several customers for allegedly misleading the public about the size of its Whopper in particular, but also some other menu items. So here's the deal. So 19 customers in 13 states have put together this lawsuit that says the restaurant basically lied about what it's selling, that it is like increasing the size of the Whopper by 35% in advertisements, that they show this grand picture, right?
Bigger?
But then when I come in person, it's not what the picture looks like.
Normally you see that little script at the bottom that says not actual size.
Yeah, Burger King did try to dismiss the lawsuit, kind of saying that hey, they failed to read the actual description of the Whopper, right, of what it actually is. But a federal judge said, nope, I'm denying this motion. So it sounds like it is
moving forward.
It's moving forward. Burger King did release a statement saying that the allegations are false. Of course, they said, quote, the flame grilled beef patties portrayed in our advertising are the same patties used in the millions of burgers we serve to guests across the country. So
the Whopper wasn't whopping.
Yeah, apparently not.
Whop, whop, whop.
My wife is also suing me, saying my Whopper wasn't as big as it was in the picture.
You shot her the 0.5?
No. Let's move on, please. If you like getting a good night's sleep, this is no shocker here. You shouldn't be working out in the evenings. I mean, I think that if you have you ever done like an intense work, longer and more intense? But anyway, they say we're not trying to discourage people from working out. Working out is better than not working out. But they do say there is some ways to minimize the effects. You can do some like meditation, some gentle yoga, relaxation techniques to kind of calm down your revved up body after you've worked out at night.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I'll try to get to both of these. Bill Belichick's girlfriend, we've been talking a lot about her lately, Jordan Hudson. She competed in the Miss Maine USA pageant over the weekend on Saturday. And of course, he was there. I don't know if he was in the front row, but he was in the audience rooting on her, his girl. And she did not win, which I think she was hoping to. Oh, of course, you compete to win, right? You want to win. She didn't win. She won third place. And before she was given her third place award, she said, quote, I hope those watching this find the strength to push through whatever it is and embody that hate never wins. So I don't know what she was touching at there, but that was her statement. Did you see the story
over the weekend that it's UNC reportedly banned her?
Yes, she's banned.
But then they said, no, she's not.
Oh, they took it back?
Well, I don't know.
They never put it out.
Oh, then where did it come from?
The internet.
So somebody...
Do you believe everything you read on the internet?
Of course not. Yeah. Of course not. Well, anyway, so maybe it's touching on that. Who knows? She also received the Style Award, so... good for her. Finally.
You sound so disgusted.
Well, did you
good
see?
For her.
No, I mean, her image, did you see like a part of that pageant competition? There's a fan vote in the early stages, and
she didn't get many.
No.
She got 146, I want to say. I can't remember the actual number. It was 140 something. Well, people unlimited.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I think you have to pay a buck every time you vote, which is pretty standard, but you could go and vote 150 times. You'd have to pay $150, but you can vote over and over and over. And yeah, the fan vote.
They did not like her.
Didn't go over well for her. No. Finally, I'll save this for tomorrow. It's about the number of sexual partners you've had. Apparently, there's a correct number.
There's a correct number.
An ideal number.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to save it for tomorrow. I'm over time.
Yeah,
I don't have enough time.
We'll talk about body counts on tomorrow's show. It's 97.1. Talking about the Tigers weekend, we want your participation. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Host of topics. One, you got the Red Sox in town starting tonight. Are we booing Bregman? Are we ignoring Bregman? Bregman. Maybe he's not even on your mind anymore, although he's having a great year and the Tigers' third baseman is batting 100 with 0 extra base hits.
So it'd be an upgrade?
Slight upgrade. The other stuff is more of a, hey, what just happened? They lost 2 or 3 to the Rangers. Rangers, I think, are a sneaky good team that hadn't played well, and you got to see what they're capable of this weekend. There's no panic in losing 2 of 3. It's their first home series loss of the year. But I do think there is a concern emerging. This Jack Flaherty thing is now 3 rough starts in a row. The fastball velocity is down. It's hittable, and teams are teeing off. Mize, who had pitched like the team's number 2, has a hammy injury. He's gone on the injured list. Hammies can linger. They say it's minor, but it's 15 days. Throw in that Job is going through an understandably up and down rookie season. His ERA is almost 5. Suddenly, a strength of this team is a question mark. And we know they can handle it in the short term. They proved it. But I do think it's a concern how valid you guys can tell us. That's part of the conversation today. And the other thing is Tarik Skubal. Tarik Skubal threw another dazzling start on Friday night. Mm-hmm. He's in the midst of one of those stretches. And we remember what those stretches were like because Justin Verlander used to have those stretches. Any night he could throw a no-hitter. And he had a perfect game through 5, or into the 5th. Skubal's last 6 starts, he's given up 1 walk and struck out 50 batters. 50-1 strikeout to walk.
What did I see his? I may have this number wrong, but his swing and miss on Friday was 32.
It was like 1 of every 3 pitches.
Yeah, I think up until that point, I think he had just thrown the 22nd one, and Dan Dickerson had said, or whoever was watching on TV. I don't remember if it was Dan or not, but it was maybe it was Benetti.
It probably would have been Benetti.
23. So he obviously blew past that. He is as dominant a pitcher as we've ever seen. Now, I'm not going to sit there and say he's better than Verlander. That would be lunacy right now because of the length of JV's career and what he was able to do. But
peak
in stretches, yeah, he's as dominant as we've ever seen.
Whenever he pitches well, you have people who get very excited and you want to put him in the MVP conversation, and we can do that. There's also people that get a little panicky because he's not signed long-term. And what does this mean? Is he going to walk? To me, I have a super simple solution to this.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, it's not a conversation until the season ends. You're in contention. You're not trading him at the deadline. You have multiple years of team control. We are not talking about trading Tarik Skubal. If he rounds out this year healthy and he continues to pitch as dominant as any Tigers pitcher in my life, last year his ERA and WHIP were identical to Verlander's MVP season, and he's better this year. If he pitches as dominant as any pitcher in my life, back-to-back seasons, Cy Young Award winner, back-to-back seasons, I'm handing him the modern-day Garrett Cole deal. Term and dollar. $50 million per, 8 years, 9 years, I'm offering it. Period. There's no salary cap. My owner's worth billions. We're not paying anybody else long-term. Javi's not going to be here, right? That's the most expensive deal on the books. I'm offering him the Garrett Cole deal. If Boris and Skubal say, no, we want L.A., New York, both the Yankees and the Mets in on the bidding, and we're going to take it to true free agency, I'm trading him at the winter meetings. I'll have done everything I can. That's the solution.
So the trade discussion happens after the season.
Winter meetings.
Contract discussions can be going on now. It doesn't have to involve Tarik Skubal until
I think they let the season play out, John. He's got to be healthy, he's got to deliver, and then I'm offering him the Garrett Cole deal. There's no drama here. It shouldn't be dramatic. We're going to give you the deal that you could only dream of, and if you turn us down, we'll trade you.
Whether that deal happens today or in December, I don't have an issue with it. But like you, there's no discussion about the trade deadline. Tarik Skubal is here for this year. And the Tigers right now hold all the cards because they can offer that contract, and then it's up to Boris and Skubal to either accept or counteroffer and see where their mind's at. And if they say no go on 9 years, $450 million, then certainly you in the offseason, you entertain all trades. Mm-hmm. And what can we get for Tarik Skubal? Who wants the best pitcher in Major League Baseball.
But that's a last resort. I want to be very clear about
there's
that.
no question that's a last resort, but it's and I'm only taking umbrage with the one thing that you said is this happens in the offseason. The contract can happen now. I'm fine, even though he has yet to win his second Cy Young. I've seen enough, and whether you're risking injury this year, next year, down the road, injuries are always going to be a part of the game. What we believe is that he is today's best pitcher in Major League Baseball.
Yes.
He happens to be on your roster, and you have 2 years, this and next, of team control. So you offer the contract, and it could be now, could be in the offseason, that's fine. If he's not signed long-term going into next season, then yeah, you have to maximize the value. You don't want to get into a bidding war and then come away with nothing after next year.
Right. And there was the reports going into last year's winter meetings that the offer to Skubal was not competitive. I don't want that to be the rumor at the end of this season. I want it to be...
That was from Boris.
We assume Boris's camp.
Yeah.
But then if you're the Tigers, you leak the deal at the winter meetings. We offered him $50 million a year on an 8 to 9 year deal.
Same thing they did with Bregman. Obviously, dollars are different, but the details do come out.
And if he's unwilling to sign, then he's the bad guy, not you. You're trying to do everything you can to deliver for the fans and keep one of the great players in today's game. And if he doesn't want to do it, he doesn't want to do it, but you're right. Now, you have a track record of saying, we've offered the best deal to Bregman. We offered a hell of a deal for Tarik Skubal. It's not us, it's them. But again, we're in the midst of, I just want to enjoy when he pitches on every fifth day or like a Friday night when you're at the ballpark.
That's the conversation.
So I'd like to put it, I know it was a talking point on this station and on social media all weekend about Skubal, what's going to happen. You're going to pay him a lot of money. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. I don't have any issue with discussion of how much money, term. I mean, he's young enough right now because he's obviously still under team control. He's had his arm of it. Doesn't mean he's not going to have another one. No, he could. And you're stuck with the salary and term and all that stuff. That's the cost of doing business.
Yeah, I mean, comes with risk.
So the risk is obviously he's hurt and never pitches that same way again, and you're out that money.
But the alternative is you risk being an organization that doesn't want to compete.
Right, and so his risk is, they're offering 9 at 450, and this we're making up numbers right now. We don't know if this is.
I'm just taking the cold deal and putting it in today's dollars.
Is he gets into next year, and he's still pitching under an arbitration contract, and then he never gains that money, never gets that money because he theoretically could have an arm event next year or doesn't pitch the same way next year. Another year down the road. I think he's going to be very good for quite some time. And I love, there is great enjoyment in fiery Tarik Skubal.
I love it.
Especially when it happens at home. I know the crowd feeds into it. I know they feel it. It's something special. It's unique. We're all getting a chance to see something really good right now. We want more of it.
So do you guys agree with my plan as to how we handle Tarik Skubal, the Costa plan? You play the year out, you offer him a Garrett Cole deal in today's dollars, and if he says no, you trade him. But there's really no ambiguity. He's special, he's dominant, he's as dominant a pitcher as we've seen in a long time. Again, his numbers are nearly identical to Verlander's MVP season. Last year, he had a 2.39 ERA. Verlander's was 2.40. Their whip was in 0.92. I mean, they had the same season. Skubal had more strikeouts per 9. Verlander pitched more innings. Some of that is just today's baseball. But this is as dominant as peak Justin Verlander, and he's gone up a notch this season. So
yeah,
I don't think we should be fighting it.
He could be having an MVP caliber season.
Yes.
But not win it because Aaron Judge wins the Triple Crown. There's a lot of baseball to be played. Who knows if Aaron Judge does that? If he doesn't do that, then I think the next winner should be Tarik Skubal. Now, we're very early in the season, but he is pitching at that level.
So the Skubal conversation and then the concerns we threw out. We'll take some phone calls, ticket text next. It's 97.1.
Hey, do you avoid being in pictures maybe this weekend? Weather was nice. Maybe you're celebrating Mother's Day, and you just you scooted to the back because you're not going to like the way you look in pictures. You don't have to avoid pictures anymore. You could be down 40 pounds in just 40 days. Imagine what that would look like. Imagine what it would feel like. That's right. You could lose 40 pounds, up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal U. And I know the program really works because I lost 50 in those 40 days with Ideal U. If you book today, Ideal U is going to give you a free body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free. And they're going to take all those details, work with you, pair you with a weight loss coach, and they're going to construct a plan that will make you successful in your weight loss journey. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal U is different than other weight loss companies because it works and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again. Heck, be happy getting into your entire wardrobe again. Maybe you got to buy a new one. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. It's a $150 value, absolutely free.
Let's get to the phones. We've thrown out a lot of Tigers stuff. Are we booing Bregman tonight? Are we ignoring Bregman tonight? Do you have any concerns with the starting pitching staff with Flaherty's performance and Mize injury and carrying a rookie? Job's going through those bumps and bruises. We threw out the Skubal plan. I said give him the Garrett Cole deal at the end of the season. If not, you trade him if he doesn't accept. Adam in Gibraltar, floor's yours.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, yeah, I mean, first off, yeah, they in that series against the Rangers, they looked tired, and during these stretch of games in those 3 time zones, they looked very, very tired in my eyes. But to your point about Skubal, I agree with you, Costa. You let him play out this year, try to pay him that check, and then see what he says. If not, but you trade him. You got to make sure you get the right pieces for him. You don't want to make this like another Scherzer kind of type deal that they did back in 2014, I believe.
That was the last year he pitched here, yeah.
Right, yeah. You don't want to make that another Scherzer deal. You want to make sure you get at least pieces back from him, which they're going to get an overhaul of pieces. I think Harris has done a tremendous job as the GM in terms of not blocking young players and things like that. Yes. But he needs to make sure he gets the right pieces and all that. But yeah, I mean that's my main points for this. Just got to make sure everything falls into plan.
Yeah, so just to reset for people, Skubal's Scherzer's last season was 2014.
Mm-hmm.
He was top 5 in Cy Young voting, and then he walked. They didn't trade him. He walked. He was a free agent at the end of that season.
And I think when people talk about the return, it's what they got for Verlander that at the time seemed like, okay, maybe some of these pieces will work out. None of them ended up working out.
None of, I mean, Jake Rogers, I guess, was the best thing they got from him.
Yeah, you got Jake Rogers for those 2 pitchers.
Can't happen again.
With 2 different GMs doing the moves, by the way.
Yeah.
I actually think the day Scherzer, that was the day that Dombrowski was probably done as the GM when that came out. Because I always read that as it was not the Tigers' style to put a contract offer out there under Dombrowski. They always did things quietly and methodically. And they probably want to put that out there to show, look, we offer him the same as JV.
Problem is the market just keeps going up. Like a ticket texter says, no pitcher is worth $50 million. Skubal's only going to make about 31 starts. No pitcher was worth $40 million until someone got 40, and no pitcher was worth 30 until someone got 30. Like, this is what happens. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Skubal's not worth 50, someone will be someday.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go, and maybe it's not 50. Maybe it's 47, 48.
Right. With an extra year and then the trade-off. I mean, there's ways to negotiate this out. My point is the Tigers need to step up with a big boy offer at the end of the year. If Skubal's throwing, if he goes back-to-back MVP caliber seasons like the way Verlander was, you keep that guy. Otherwise, what kind of organization are you running?
Well, you keep it and you pay him, but if he's not going to be reasonable,
well, then you do what the Scherzer.
Then you got to make sure that you get something for the value that you have.
Exactly.
I mean, the argument this weekend, some of the guys on the air were, he only is going to throw 13% of their innings this year. And so when you look at it that way, how can you pay somebody $50 million a year, arguably, when they're only contributing to 13% of your season? I mean,
yeah, but it's,
as a pitcher, you would think a pitcher would be more like 20%, but that's not where the game's at right now.
Well, again, you can cut the numbers however you want. The Tigers are going to be in this position where, because they have a lot of their homegrown guys on cheap deals, pre-arb deals and arbitration deals, they're going to have a lower salary. They can justify a couple, quote, overpays, and if there was ever a pitcher to justify an overpay for, I mean, this side of Justin Verlander, it's Tarik Skubal.
You only have one more year, Javi, if Skubal were to be extended, right? Javi's still got the 2.5.
Two, so they'd have one overlap year, which is not enough to scare you away. Yeah, I mean, come on.
I mean, the argument against it is to do this for a pitcher that's had an arm event.
Yeah.
But, look, if he pans out, you have an anchor.
He was their anchor when they had a one-man rotation at the end of last season, and we're starting to get a little bit of that vibe right now where, hey, Flaherty's struggling and Mize is hurt and Job's a rookie and he's not gonna throw a ton of innings. Who's your anchor? It's Tarik Skubal. You're in first place, led by your anchor, Tarik Skubal.
And of those starts, how many of those are wins? Like you start putting together the amount of the percentages that he is out there and the percentages of those that turn into wins or should be wins, that they're leading when he leaves the mound. Obviously, every once in a while you can have a bullpen blow something up.
There is one wild card in all this, and the ticket texture did drop that to us. Guys, there could be a salary cap coming. CBA runs out December 1st, 2026. The owners are going to do something. They're not going to let these crazy salaries continue. December 1st of 2026 would be the conclusion of Tarik Skubal's arbitration control with the Detroit Tigers.
You'd think he'd want to lock up a deal before that.
You would think so.
You would think so, but
Bring Avila back and get him to sign somebody right before the deadline.
What's the salary gap going to be? When are one of the strongest, if not the strongest union in all of pro sports
they are baseball.
going to agree to a salary cap? Tell me what world that happens in.
I don't see it.
It does. I mean, they'll miss an entire baseball season before they give up any money.
The ability to hit the open market the way they do now. Yeah.
It just would make no sense for them to. I mean,
but that is an obstacle here for both the Skubal camp and the Tiger camp, is you guys are going to hit this point where you're a true free agent at the same time the CBA is up.
Right.
It does add an obstacle.
What about this TV deal, too, and how that factors in?
Yeah, of course.
Because ESPN's done after this year.
Yeah, and they're not going to get as much money, baseball, at the next TV deal, it sounds like. And presumably that's why ESPN walked away. They didn't think they were worth it. Maybe, I don't know, Fox or CBS or somebody steps up.
I don't know. I mean, there certainly are a lot of variables, but I don't think any of them preclude the Tigers from making an offer like that. And maybe it's more motivation for Skubal to actually accept that offer.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's a factor for both. Who are the Tigers' long-term commitments? They don't have any. There's no long-term commitments.
No, I mean, the outside of Javi, it's Colt Keith.
Yeah.
But it's not, an astronomical number.
And the Colt Keith stuff is cost-controlled.
I think the first time I'm going to do it this year, but they're all about 27.
Oh, God, don't do
You
this.
hate when I bring that up. The Tigers have all this flexibility for 2027.
So the Lions.
Yep. Saving that cap space,
Hell of a
baby.
year for Detroit.
Can't wait.
Maybe the Wings will be in the playoffs by then.
I actually think they might be by that point. I would sure hope so. John's not so sure with the look you just gave me. Anyway.
So would Iserman. Hope so.
Yep.
Gee, golly gee. Gators in the studio. We got Carson Anderson coming up on their show today. It was a busy weekend. We had a lot that we talked about today. If you missed any of it, use the Odyssey app, use the rewind. Gator, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
Great.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you.
You hear John was at Disney over the weekend?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
happiest
trip.
place on earth?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Teddy's first trip?
Oh, no. Teddy's been there. This is, third trip. We've taken him every year since he was born.
Seems aggressive, right?
That is really aggressive.
Aggressive. No, we usually go Mother's Day weekend. In fact, we have, because Lisa's birthday is on Friday, which usually pairs up with Mother's Day weekend. So I'm off the hook for as long as we go. I'm no presents. It's just a trip.
He says off the hook as a guy who funded a trip to Disney.
Yeah,
Yeah, trust me. Yeah, I still come the short end of that stick, but
I dropped $67,000. I'm off the hook for the rest of the
yeah,
year.
no, I love going to Disney anyway. So it's I took the older four when they were younger for a number of years in a row, and now it's Teddy's turn.
Yeah, my brother is a freak about Disney.
Oh, he's
Oh.
a Disney adult.
Oh, yeah. He and the family go a couple times a year for the last 20-something years. I mean,
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a great place.
People love
It's a
it.
lot of
Yeah,
fun.
no,
Yeah.
I hear you. I haven't been there since I was a child, but I get it.
Yeah, well, you hate kids, so why would you go?
It's not that I hate kids. I don't
I don't know if you guys can hear that. Doug laughing as he comes in. Yes, he does.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not saying it's for everyone, especially if you don't like
No, but at this point,
the
my
smaller
niece and
versions of
nephew
us.
are in their 20s. I mean,
Yeah, there's no
they still
reason
go,
to.
so I
Yeah.
can go. I mean, if I just
Yeah, but you wouldn't want to go to someplace where they are celebrating kids.
what's wrong with celebrating children?
There are
I don't know. I
futures.
would ask you that question.
Doug, what's going on?
Oh, not a lot.
How's it going?
Ready to go.
Just another Monday, eh?
Just another Monday.
Yeah. What's on tap?
What's on tap? Tigers, obviously, they passed the 40-game mark, and they did so. It probably didn't instill confidence over the weekend. It was not a great weekend, but it is what it is. Teams are going to lose baseball games.
Yeah.
You're losing faith
Yeah, so-
because of
I'm
two
not
games.
losing faith. Oh, God.
Is this the worst 26 and
It's my favorite 0-3 team in all time, and now it's my favorite 26 and 14, 15 team all time, whatever they are. So we'll get into the Tigers right out of the gate. Got some Lions stuff, the Giannis stuff, Champion Chumps.
Schedule leaks.
Selected yet. Schedule leaks. Yep, got it.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Say hello to Scott the Gator Anderson. Hello, Scott.
Hello, Doug.
How was your weekend?
I was pretty good.
Yeah?
Pretty good. Went to the baseball game Friday night.
You picked the one to go to.
I did. And, saw the near perfecto. Well, not near. I mean, going into the fifth inning. But,
the word near is doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
Heavy. But, to be perfect going into the fifth inning is always impressive to me. And then, obviously, didn't finish off that way, but finished off with a win. Skubal looked great. He's great. I mean, there's just no two ways about it.
No, he's just...
I thought I'd see a better crowd on Friday night. There were 28,000 there. I thought it was going to be well into the 30s, but it wasn't the case. But I was correct in my prediction. It was going to be over 100,000 people that came by over the weekend, and they had over 105,000 fans. So that was great.
Tiger fans filled it up. Other than sports, anything interesting this weekend?
I went to, after the game, I went to Hamtramck to the Outer Limits Lodge and saw the Mugs play. I haven't seen them play in a few years. So that was great. Great to see the boys. And I wish I could remember who the band was that went on before them. They were pretty good, younger guys. So bright future, enjoyed Detroit music. Yep, that was good. And then Mother's Day yesterday, we went to brought dinner in to my mom's house, and family was there, so we hung out. It was good.
Yeah,
good weekend.
Excellent. Glad to hear it. The weather was awesome.
Weather was nice, yeah. Even though it was chillier yesterday. Not that it's chilly in the 60s, but then when there's not a cloud in the sky, you get a little fooled when you walk outside thinking it's going to be warmer than what it is. But it ended up, because it was so damn sunny, and I was in the car a lot for the first part of the day. It felt hot in the car.
Did it?
Yeah, because the sun just beating down. But it was really nice. Got a couple good walks in. Good weekend.
Behind the glass is our guy Kang, our producer extraordinaire. And how was your weekend?
It was okay for me. It was fine, actually. Unfortunately for the wife, we did not get to celebrate Mother's Day for her.
Oh,
and also her mom, because my wife got to sleep in Sunday, which I plan on letting her do anyways. But she slept in mostly because she was sick.
Oh.
Yeah, she did not feel well. So we had to cancel, like, we were supposed to do lunch with her mom. So everything got canceled. So she slept in, and I just, you know what? Closed the door, cleaned up the house, cleaned up the kitchen, watched the girls until she felt better coming down.
Yeah, it's funny because Mother's Day, I think more often than not, I've remembered it turns into, in our household, everybody cleans. Like, that's what she wants. Everybody cleaned. And
to her satisfaction?
Never, but it's closer to her satisfaction. The house looks better today than it did.
That's big.
24 hours ago. But it was like, all right, everybody up, all troops on deck, report for duty at 8:30 a.m.
Did you clean the fan blades?
No, I did something that I'd never done before, and that is the return air ducts. I had a vacuum holding up and vacuuming those things off. Fan blades, I don't think were done. There was dusting and then redusting.
Did you clean something you normally don't clean? Because that's a good one, Gator, the fan.
Return air ducts.
Yeah, okay.
Return air ducts. And the funny thing is, she pointed out, and I'm like, "Ooh, there is dust there." And she said, "Yeah, we need to. Those need to be cleaned." I'm like,
"So slow down, we're doing it."
But I was like, I've never, ever noticed that. There was some sort of air conditioning cleaner thing she did. She had my son do. We got a power washer now.
Oh, yeah.
God, my little guy is unbelievable. So the power washer. She wanted to power wash a bunch of stuff. So he's out in the driveway with the power washer, and my daughter comes in and says, "I got to get a carrot."
A carrot?
Yes, a carrot. So why do you need to get a carrot? And went outside. She took the carrot outside to where he was, and I'm watching, and he puts the carrot underneath his foot to hold it down, and then uses the power washer to slice it in half. He wanted to see if the power washer could cut a carrot in half. Because, I mean, is this what you
curiosity.
do? Yeah, I guess.
Because he's working for the Home Shopping Network or something?
I don't know. Yeah, he's trying to. Yeah. So
look at this.
He's trying to show this is why I don't put my hand in the way of the power washer, which don't put your hand in the way of the power washer.
It could do some serious damage, but it did slice a carrot. And
now you know.
Yeah. But
cross that off the list.
She comes in the house and she's like, "Hey, we need a carrot." And I'm vacuuming the ceiling, and my wife is, doing something, and and we're like, "A carrot?" So we go and we look out the front door, and there he is, slicing a carrot with a power washer. But
nice.
Anyway, got the house cleaned, so she was happy. I had to go to an event in the afternoon. Saw Mom, took Mom a sandwich, brought Mom lunch.
Mom a sandwich.
It was a significant investment. It was a Zingerman sandwich.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. That's a good sandwich.
It's Happy Mother's Day. Here's your sandwich, and she's like, "Cool. This will last me 3 days."
What kind of sandwich you want?
What did she get? Actually, her and my dad got a number 2, the Jenny's Fix, which I don't even know what was on it, but kids got an order in, had lunch. It was good. It was really good. So spent a lot of good family time. I got to tell you, it was funny because after the show on Friday, I went to get her a Mother's Day gift, and I went to one of her favorite stores. I went to Anthropology, which sells like women's clothes and I don't know how else, trinkets, like scented candles and a lot of jewelry and wall hangings and fancy crock pots. I mean, I don't know how else to describe Anthropology, but I walk around aimlessly for 15 minutes, and I start to walk out empty-handed. And I'm like, this was a fail. I don't know what to get her. Maybe I'll come back and get a gift card. And who's walking in? Her best friend. And I'm like, cheat code. I'm like, Laura.
Hey.
She's like, "What are you doing here?" And I'm like, "I'm looking for something for Mother's Day." And she's like, "Oh, what'd you get?" And I'm like, "Nothing. I couldn't."
I don't know. What would you suggest?
And so Laura helped me out. I was able to go end up getting her some sort of jacket thing. So
I was similar. For me, I was walking in to a store to get some flowers, into the grocery store to get some flowers because they have an excellent floral section there.
Yep, elite floral section.
Yeah, it was really it's great. It's been a go-to for years for me. And as I'm walking past the cash registers, I saw Newsy Lalonde.
Oh, did you?
I I don't think he knows who I am, but he's unrecognized. I mean, you can't misrecognize Derek Lalonde, former Red Wings coach.
Right.
It's a very distinct look, and I just kind of smile. I'm like, hey, this guy.
Yeah.
He's still here. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But I didn't ask him for any kind of suggestion for my mom. Do you have should I go roses? What color roses?
I wish you had, because then we'd both have a story. My wife's good buddy helping me out to find a Mother's Day gift, and you had former Red Wing coach Derek Lalonde helping you out. That would have been epic. WWDLD.
Right, exactly.
Mother's Day, what would Derek Lalonde do?
There he is. What do you say, Coach?
Classic. I'm going to remember this for next year. Derek Lalonde's Mother's Day shopping advice.
That's right.
We should start a segment.
I went with the lavender-colored roses.
Did you?
Yeah.
Big
hit.
All right, good. Glad to hear it. All right, so Tigers over the weekend.
Oh, and just so everybody knows, because I know I was dying to know, the Jenny's Fix is the number 22, by the way.
Is it the number 22?
Which makes
My
sense, because
apologies.
isn't that her favorite number? I know it's your favorite number. So.
I think Mom's favorite number 7.
All right. Well, 22 Jenny's Fix is the pastrami, Swiss, coleslaw, Russian dressing on grilled Jewish rye bread.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Chef's kiss.
Yep.
That's a good call right there.
And it weighs about 4 pounds.
Sure.
All right, you guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot. Usually they have a lot to offer, like the best game day atmosphere in the state and how they serve up the coldest draft beer you've ever had. They got the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, hospitable, serving it all up. And, of course, the Scratch Kitchen. Well, now there's something new. It's catering. The food you crave can now be yours at work, at your house party, or even your tailgate. They offer up a wide variety of party packs, including favorites like their chicken fried chicken, the street tacos, the char-grilled salmon, steak salads, and so much more. I love the food they have there. Gator loved the food they have there. The Chipotle chicken was my favorite. The desserts, the cinnamon toast crunch cheesecake. There isn't a sports bar in the world that can compare with their food. And now you can make it your favorite lodge for lunch. If you can't make it to your favorite lodge for lunch, they can bring it to you. The wings packs are perfect for tailgates. Call the store and speak to a manager for details, or check them out online at ezcater.com, ezcater.com. If you've never tried their food, you've got to for the basketball and hockey playoffs, as well as Detroit baseball action tonight. So stop into your closest lodge and see for yourself. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. I just love it when in the hubris of the show we come up with a great idea, and I hope we can execute it next year. Derek Lalonde's best Mother's Day gift list.
Right?
I mean, why not? Gator saw Newsy out on Mother's Day when he was shopping flowers. I just mentioned I bumped into one of my wife's very good friends who helped me shop for her for Mother's Day. Cheat code. I was walking out of a store empty-handed. She was walking in, and I'm like, oh, can you help? And she said, can I? And helped me pick out my wife's Mother's Day gift. You bumped into Derek Lalonde while you were shopping for Mother's Day gifts. We'll see if he's not doing anything. If he's still around, we can come up with Derek Lalonde's best Mother's Day gift ideas 1 year from now. File that one away.
There it is.
Kang, are you on it? You're on it? Okay, good. All right, so open lines 248-539-9797. Not a great weekend for the Tigers. Friday, behind Tarik Skubal, a 2-1 win. He was dominated. It was awesome. But Saturday, Texas bashed out 5 home runs. DeGrom struck out 10 Tigers in 5 innings. Sunday, Texas cranked out 3 more home runs. Valdi was great, and he struck out 7 Tigers. Tigers allowed 35 home runs in the first 38 games and then allowed 8 over the weekend and Saturday and Sunday. All in all, Skubal was great on Friday. Flaherty and Reese Olson weren't great, and Mize got put on the DL. Not a great weekend for Tiger pitching. But just a quick reset. The Tigers at the 40-game mark and now 41-game mark are 11 games over 500. The next closest team in the American League is 6 games over. So, now that we're officially allowed to solidify opinions, I guess many of you wanted to wait for this moment. Gotta like where they're at. And I guess if you are concerned about the losing streak, if the Tigers were 13-26 going into the weekend and won 2 in a row, we wouldn't be talking about a resurgence, right? So 2 losses in a row to drop from 26-13 to 26-15 is no reason to panic. Of course it's no reason to panic. Based upon social media posts I saw, there's panic. And I think it's getting used to the fact that our team is actually good is always kind of a, you want to believe, but you might be a little bit scared that it might not be true. You don't want the rug pulled out from you. You don't want you don't want Lucy to pull the football away, right?
No, you don't want that to happen. But here's the good news. We've seen the Tigers adapt and adjust when it comes to issues with pitching, like they did the second half of last season. Having Mize out for a couple weeks, it's not ideal. They say, and if you believe what they say, and why not, it's not a serious hamstring. It's just a tweak. Great. Let's make sure it's just a tweak. Let's do all the work you can. Ensure he's 100% before he comes back. You're not going to push things. That'd be great. It's coming at a time when we should see Alex Cobb return to this team also in the next, couple weeks maybe, if he's ready to come back. We're going to get Veerling back maybe as soon as this afternoon. He'll be announced that he's back with the Tigers. That's good news. Parker Meadows doing more and more every day, and they're anticipating that he should come back in probably a few weeks there. They're getting a lot of guys back. I don't like the news with Casey Mize. I don't like that Jack Flaherty has lost velocity and that Jack Flaherty was serving up home runs like it was his job on Saturday. That was awful to watch that. And I'm a little concerned. It's just a little. There's a little concern with watching Jackson Jobe go through it in his rookie season that, he's still isn't quite figuring things out. I don't expect him to figure everything out in his rookie year, but I'd like him to, be a little bit more successful with the stuff that he has. Because when you watch him pitch, it's like, wow, how are you possibly supposed to hit that pitch? And then he'll throw a completely hittable pitch, and it is hit. But I'm not terribly concerned. This is a really good baseball team. This is a really, really good baseball team that ran into another team that I think when all is said and done, Texas is going to be good. Texas has an excellent pitching staff. Almost every bit as good as the Tigers is when it comes to the starting pitching. And we didn't even face their best pitcher. He was out. So, because I think he pitches in the next game. But nonetheless, they ran through it. It was not easy coming for the Tigers, and Texas has a pretty good lineup, and they started to put things together. It was not a good lineup for most of the season, But when you look at the players that come up to bat, you're like, well, this guy's not doing much yet. This guy's not doing much yet. This guy's not doing much yet. But you know that they're better players. I'm not happy they lost the series. You know, it would have been nice to win the series. It would have been a hard-fought win, 2 out of 3, but they didn't. I listened to what AJ Hinch had to say, and he said something to the effect of, you didn't hear me getting too enthusiastic when we were winning. Don't expect me to panic because we've gone through a couple losses. Something I'm paraphrasing, but he's going to remain calm as he always has been. And I think it's a nice voice to have, the calming voice that guides this team. And now you throw this series against Texas in the review and move on, because you got Boston for 3 games, and Boston is another good baseball team.
248-539-9797. Tiger fans, if you were down there this weekend, love to hear your stories. Especially want to hear your stories if you were there Saturday. Saturday was amazing. Whenever there's a free giveaway and a popular giveaway, like bobblehead giveaways, it's always intriguing to know how it went. There were 15,000 Tarik Skubal bobbleheads to give away. The stadium, of course, seats more than that.
There were 40,000 there at the game.
And the entry behind home plate on Montcalm right there, where it's right in between like the 2 parking structures on the north end of the stadium, the line went down Montcalm all the way to Woodward.
Wow.
Took I guess, right or left, depending. It went north on Woodward to like 75.
Wow.
That was the line to get in for Tarik Skubal bobblehead day. And there were 3 different Skubal bobbleheads you could get. The home, and you didn't know which one you were getting. It was inside, you just, whatever was in the box. You got what was in the box.
What's in the box?
It was either the home jersey Skubal bobblehead, the road jersey Skubal bobblehead, or the City Connect Skubal bobblehead.
So it wasn't just the head that was in the box. Did you ever see 7?
I did see 7.
Look at you.
Yeah. And was this his wife's head?
Yes, it was Gwyneth Paltrow's head. But
Wow, spoiler alert.
How old's that movie?
About 30 years.
Yeah, 30.
My bad, because we're supposed to wait 31 years. I apologize. I crossed the line.
It's all right.
Anyway.
There was only one giveaway that day, just one.
That day.
Inside the box was an actual Skubal bobblehead. I mean, the lines were amazing, and I guess I want to hear from somebody who was in the line and how it went. Here's the problem with 15,000 bobbleheads. And I'm not blaming the Tigers.
No,
it's a
because
free giveaway. It's an amazing thing.
Way out front, it says clearly first 15,000 fans.
Yep. Somebody's always 15,001.
That's right.
And weren't you that at a
I was
autograph
at an
signing?
autograph signing when I was like 8 years old.
Yep.
To go get the autographs of, there were 3 Tigers at the Orchard Mall at the time. Sweet Lou Whitaker, Milt Wilcox, and Dave Rosema.
Yeah.
I got Sweet Lou's autograph, got Milt Wilcox's autograph, was next in line for Dave Rosema, and he had to back away from the table saying, sorry, folks, we got to get to the ball game. And we were disappointed. I remember I was disappointed, but I wasn't like crying disappointed. I was like,
Right.
I kind of understood it. My friend's mom, who had gone with us, was livid.
Well, it's
and now
like,
I can look back all these years later and then thinking to myself, relax, lady.
right. I mean,
Someone has to be the cutoff.
There's a cutoff, and that's the difficult thing about this, because that somebody put in the effort to get in line. Somebody showed up early, but it just so happens that 15,000 people put in a little more effort or showed up a little more early. So that's always a tough deal, but it is what it is. I've discovered when you're giving away free stuff, it's tough because you want to satisfy everybody, but you don't always do. And but still, the bobbleheads were immediately started showing up on eBay. People posted them on eBay, and I saw prices of like $150.
Oh, good God.
Now they're down into the 80s, but this is what collectibles are. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump. We'll get to our Champ and Chump votes. We want yours. Ours at 10:35. We'll start knocking down your calls next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Wasn't the Tigers' weekend, but okay. Best record in the American League. 11 games over. The closest team. I think there's 3 teams that are 6 games over. So it's going well. It's going well. But we also want to hear about how the bobblehead day went. Did you get your bobblehead? Which one did you get? I don't think look, I don't want to create any issues, but I mean, I do know that these things come with challenges. What do you make of people getting them and putting them on eBay right away?
I don't like it. I understand it.
Yeah.
But, I think back to, these giveaways are for the kids, right? Kids live for this stuff. They want to go get it and they have it and they put it on their desk or whatever, or in their bedroom and they enjoy it. And they have it there for years and years and years and years to come. And at some point, you sell it at a garage sale, right?
Yep.
Or whatever. That's not what they are these days. These days, they're
collectibles
that you get. Grown-ass adults go get them and have no intentions at all of displaying them. They're going to leave them in the packaging and they're going to sell them the next day. And it just, I guess, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that. I understand what it is. It's like, how about hanging on to it for a little bit, So it's for something that's limited like that. I guess that's what makes it more valuable. The whole thing. I get it. I'm just not a big fan of it.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your open line calls. D is in Detroit and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, D.
DK Gator King, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, doing, sir?
Hey, man, I was at yesterday's game. I wasn't at Saturday. I wish I was, because I don't think there's ever been a giveaway where an organization has given away 3 different uniform versions of a bobblehead. Have you?
I don't know.
I never recall.
That's a good question. Kang, hold on for a sec, D. We won't cut you off. Kang, you're Kang Collects guy. You're the guy that does the collectible podcast. Have you ever heard of this before?
Different uniforms?
Yeah.
3 different ones? No, not that.
Never.
But there has
First
been
time.
giveaways where there are different bobbleheads. And then there's more a limited one that's mixed in the bunch. I'll go a little bit back. Remember when Darko was here?
Yeah.
The Pistons did one where they mostly gave out, I forget the number, let's just say it was 10,000 Darko Milicic bobbleheads. 100 of them, he had the blonde hair. And then the other ones had the dark hair. So that was that was 2 different ones, but very limited in the blonde-haired one.
Interesting.
It's a different head in the box.
You get frosted tips, Darko.
Yeah, human victory cigar Darko.
Yeah.
Hey, but fellas, whatever they did, that was a beautiful idea. Beautiful. Yeah. Hey, my point, I want to talk about these Lions real quick. Well, previous Lions. We're going way back, fellas. Me and my homies, we were all talking about this. Do y'all guys remember back in the day, we had Joey Blue Skies Harrington as our franchise quarterback, and then we drafted Charles Rogers. The following year, we drafted Roy Williams, and the year after that, we drafted Mike Williams. Now, at the time, fellas, I was so damn happy and excited, and we had Brandon Pettigrew at tight end. So I'm saying, man, this is going to be the team of the future. And all my homies back then was like, oh, man, what the hell is Matt Millen doing? We don't need 3 receivers 3 years in a row. This ain't never been done. I'm like, bro, it's going to work out. It's going to work out. And boy, was I wrong. Y'all remember that, man?
Do we remember the worst era in the history of the NFL that happened here in Detroit? Yes. Yes, D, we remember it.
DK, you got to admit, you was a little excited because all 3 of them receivers were number 1 in the draft. I know that sounds crazy, but we got 3 of them in consecutive years.
I was not a fan of the Mike Williams pick, but that has a whole other story behind it.
Unfortunately, you look at things and why they did that. Carlos Rogers was done after the first year where he broke his collarbone. Well, it's his second year, I guess. Broke his collarbone twice, and it was done. I understood why Roy Williams, and Roy had a couple good years at the Lions, and then they went and got Mike Williams because Charles got hurt. Pettigrew wasn't until the Matthew Stafford draft. So it was 2009.
Okay.
But nonetheless,
Thanks,
yeah, of course we remember that.
Hey, one quick question. Who was the running back that year? You remember?
For the Lions? Was it Kevin Smith?
I don't remember.
Man, yo, I see why they call you Gator. You the man, bro. Love yourself, fellas.
Yeah, I could be wrong. It might be before Kevin Smith.
Yes, Kevin Smith recall is the reason why he's called Gator. If you're right about that, was it Kevin Smith?
Let me go back to see.
I'm thinking Sean Bryson.
Well, I mean, that's not a bad call either.
That's why they call me Doug.
Is that why they do that?
Yeah. What do you got?
I'm just looking to see running.
Do we really
backs.
care? Is it particularly relevant?
Kevin Jones was before Kevin Smith. Kevin Jones would have been the year with Roy Williams. They had 2 first-round picks. They took Roy and Kevin Jones and Teddy Lehman.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get to our Champion Chump. Champion Chump of the weekend. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Gator, I'm gonna give the champ to a friend of mine, Ryan Lenahan, who has qualified for the PGA Championship. He's one of those club pros that went to, I can't remember where it was. I think it was in Florida somewhere, and qualified for the PGA Championship, which is taking place this week in Quail Hollow. He's a guy who's giving me lessons, does a good job. Helped me with my swing, and happy to see a local guy make it. You know who else made it was Michael Block. Remember him from a year ago?
Yeah.
And he kind of rubbed people the wrong way.
A few years ago, yeah.
Yeah, I want Ryan to do better than Michael Block. That's what I'm hoping.
I'm rooting for your man too.
Thank you.
Yeah, Michael
Ryan.
Block, a little cocky.
Yes. All right. So I'm giving Ryan. He's at Walnut Creek now here locally. So good luck to Ryan, my champ of the weekend.
My champ is Terry Brunk, who's better known to wrestling fans as Sabu. If you ever watch professional wrestling and saw guys going through tables, think Sabu. Sabu was the guy who brought that to professional wrestling. He's a hardcore pioneer in wrestling. I'd say he was the godfather of it, but it's not. His uncle, the original Sheik, really was, which just makes Sabu even more special. But he was a local guy. He went to Lansing Sexton High School in the 80s, graduated from there, and he died at the age of 60. He wrestled his retirement match like 3.5 weeks ago. And it was a hardcore match, and he gave everything he had like he did every single match. The guy was, if you told me he was going to die in the ring, I would not have been surprised because of the risks that he took. Jumping from ridiculous heights, going through tables, doing all this crazy stuff, barbed wire matches with real barbed wire, fire, all types of stuff. When I first saw Sabu wrestle in 1997 on TV one night, when I happened to stumble across ECW the first time in my life, I couldn't believe what I was watching because it was so innovative, and that's 28 years ago. And the stuff he did lives on today. He's a legend, and I don't know how he died or why he died, but he left us too soon at the age of 60. Sabu was awesome.
My chump of the weekend is, look, I just saw it last night. Tiger Panic, I told you so guy who was panicked over this weekend, panicked over Casey Mize, panicked over Flaherty, panicked over everything. They have the best record in the American League. They're 11 games over. We're at 40 games. We're allowed to say it's okay to lose 2 in a row.
Yeah, I'm not panic guy, but my chump is Casey Mize's hamstring. Come on, man. Stay healthy for one full season. That's all I'm asking for. One full season where he can stay completely healthy. Now, this doesn't sound terribly serious. Let's hope it's not. Let's hope it's, 2 weeks away from the team and he comes right back and doesn't miss a beat and goes out and throws 7, shutout innings again. I'd love for that to be the case, but another injury, this sucks.
All right, so there you go. Get your Champion Chump votes in. 248-539-9797. Champion Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. Joe is on 97.1 to Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
So I was at the ball game Saturday in line, got there at 3:15.
And what was it? Was that a 6:40 start?
6:10.
Okay.
Gates opened at 4:30. We were at the right field entrance over by Chelly's Chili. Everybody orderly, nice line. This line went all the way back down that road behind the stadium to Ford Field. About 4:15, people coming in from Grand Circus Park started creating a new inlet to our line. A couple people behind me asked their security people who are now setting up there, and they said, "Sorry, nothing we can do." The guy who went up there turned around and said, "They're not going to fix the line." Everybody behind us charged the line. There was fighting and pushing and shoving. Got real nasty out there. Shame on the Tigers for not.
Well, first of all, I don't know that they anticipated this, and that maybe security is responsible for that in and of themselves. I don't know if it's the Tigers necessarily, but I guess I would redirect the chump to the people that created their own line. So you're all lined up orderly, I'm assuming along the sidewalk down towards Ford Field, correct?
Correct.
Where did these people create a new line?
They were coming from Woodward through Grand Circus Park, and like right in front of Chelly's Chili. And we were going the other way towards Ford Field. They created a new line, like right up by the front. where Chelly's Chili is.
It's tin roof now. It's no longer Chelly's Chili, but where Chelly's used to be, yeah.
So this is on Adams Street. And so you guys had a long line going east, and all of a sudden, people started one that just went west, but fed into the same entrance. Yeah, it sucks.
And then people behind me said, well, you know what, forget that. They charged the line and started filling in all around, and there was a lot.
It turned into chaos, huh? That sucks.
It was kind of ugly, yeah. Unfortunately,
I mean, look, I get that people want their bobbleheads and all that, but that goes back to just a lack of respect and decorum to do that. I can't stand that stuff, and you have reason to be upset. And I don't know. I mean, maybe it's something that you need to take into consideration for giveaways moving forward. Is be very specific about where the lines start and stop, and whether that's up to the Tigers or some security detail. But that seems like something you wouldn't want if you're the Tigers. That's
unfortunate that things get like that, and this is why people suck.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh from the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you're ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They have auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5 APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. You can drive now and pay later. Applying is easy online or at a branch, and their team is with you every step of the way. Plus, same great rate applies for both new and used vehicles. Don't wait. This is a limited time offer. Becoming a member is easy. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go to Jake. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Jake.
Morning. Hope you guys had a good weekend.
We did. Thank you. I hope you did as well.
I got a Champion Chump for you. Hopefully, Doug, you can help me out with the chump part.
Right.
But my champ is Riley Smith for scoring a buzzer beater against Edmonton. 0.4 seconds to go. That's unbelievable. And then my chump is either going to be myself or Kang and Gator, because I hopped on the Modelo train yesterday. Never had Modelo in my life. Went and got myself a 6-pack.
Yeah.
And that, I'm telling you, that foil is so unnecessary. It makes a mess. I'll never buy Modelo again. I'm telling you right now.
Well, hold on. Let me correct you here. Kang and Gator were the ones that suggested that the foil was an issue.
Yeah.
And I'm the one that said it is at best a minor inconvenience.
Grow a pair. And
Yeah, okay.
So you side with us, Jake. Yeah.
How many Modelos did you have?
I bought a 6-pack, and honestly, by the 6th one, I was about to smash the bottle on the ground because the 10 foil was getting me so mad.
Classic.
So Kang and Gator are champs of the weekend.
Yeah, you kind of got it wrong. You know, it sounds like you should just chump
Riley
Modelo.
Smith, you
so,
wish.
So, Doug, can I ask you something?
Yes.
Did you end up buying yourself a 6-pack?
I didn't, but I had some. I went to a party and it was there, so I said, "Let's go." I was excited. I was going to get the 6-pack, but I ended up at an event where Modelo was an option, so I was able to avoid.
In a bottle.
Yeah, I had a couple.
Now, is it a tasty beer? Absolutely, it is. But is it worth it? No.
Okay, so interesting. And Jake, thank you for the phone call. I was
unsolicited.
I was going to save the Modelo review for later, but I guess we'll do it now.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
We'll unwrap the foil now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on a scale of 1 to 12, I expected the foil to be a 1 in terms of inconvenience.
Mm-hmm.
And the first Modelo I had, I'm like, I got to admit, this is more than a 1. And I was like, this beer better taste like, gold.
It's good beer. And you had the dark, right?
Yeah. I'm going to go try the Especial because I wasn't a huge fan of the dark.
Okay.
But I'm like, I got to keep going because, it's commitment to the show.
Right,
I'm going
right.
to keep drinking the Modelo.
So now you went to a second Modelo.
And the second Modelo, I'm like, oh, wait a sec. Just grab an opener. You don't have, hold on. You don't have to take any of the foil off. You just use the opener. And then it went back to being a 1. So all you have to do is get an opener, and it basically cuts the foil and takes it off, and you don't have to mess with the foil. But if you try to take the foil off before you open it, it's a pain in the ass. Yes, I would agree. It is.
Okay.
I just used the opener, and then the foil wasn't a factor at all.
I've never tried to take the foil off first. It's always with an opener, but it leaves the little shards of foil are creeping up on the lip of the bottle, and you still have to peel it.
Well, I went out of my way to take the foil off first because I was there to prove a point. And I'm like, actually, this does kind of suck. But then I just used the opener, and I didn't have to really mess with the foil.
This is a TKO by Kang and Gator to Doug. I mean, you literally in the second beer said had enough, and you went to the opener.
That
was the point we were
whatever
trying to say.
You want to call it what you will.
Yeah.
It went back to being a 1 when I used the opener.
Yeah, but
Yep.
that's, we were talking about the foil. No opener, just grab a beer.
After you opened it, with the opener,
yes,
you did nothing. You didn't mess with the foil at all. You didn't have to peel it back because it's over on the lip of the bottle. You didn't have to do any of that.
No,
not once.
Not once.
Wow.
No, I mean it tears.
I've never once had like a clean cut of that bottle.
Well, maybe you just suck at opening beer bottles with an opener.
That's entirely possible.
However,
or I just have an intolerance for foil touching my lips when I'm trying to drink it, and you're fine with it.
Yeah, I didn't really notice. Once I just used the opener, it was good.
The opener's the way to go, though.
But I will say this, for me personally, and I appreciate that they have Modelo, and I appreciate anybody who gives me a beer. It's great, but I will probably not be purchasing the Modelo Negro anytime soon. I will go back and try the Especial, because we were talking about the sort of disbelief that Modelo has become America's #1 beer. But I'll go back and give the Especial a try. So the foil thing wasn't a problem once I used an opener. Yep.
Well, my whole point was the opener is the way to go to avoid the foil thing. I guess Gator does suck at using the opener, but it helps for tremendously. If you don't use the opener though, Doug, you saw how it was with that first beer.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a 1 on a scale 1 to 12 of inconvenience. It was more of a 2.5 or a 3 when I tried to peel it all off before I opened it, and then it went back to being a 1 when I just used the opener. But yeah, it's kind of unnecessary. Does it make it look more special? How much money a year does Modelo spend in foil to put on top of their beers?
I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, 248-539-9797. I need to try the other beer though, because I was really about drinking the beer for the foil. I was excited about the beer, and then the beer. I'm not a dark beer drinker anyway, so try the Especial next. Bruce is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Bruce.
Good morning, guys. This beer talk's getting me thirsty.
Yeah, well, it is a Monday.
5 o'clock somewhere, right?
Yeah, it's a Monday.
There you go. Just calling in, just letting you know, my wife and I were in line for the bobbleheads on Saturday, but we have a 27-game plan, so there's a line exclusive to season ticket holders, and we were on the east side. We were down Brush, and we got there about 25-4. And the line was about halfway down between Adams and Montcalm, and I thought, oh man, we're never going to get one. But they let us in before the general public. So as we were going in, we got in probably between 4:10, 4:15. You see all these people that were in line for I don't know how long. I mean, the other two lines that we saw were going past the Elwood towards Fanatic U, past Ford Field. It was crazy. But we got in, got them, no muss, no fuss, and they're probably displayed on my desk right here. I mean, if I'm going to wait that long, I'm putting them out. I'm keeping them.
Which one did you get?
I got the home uniform. My wife got the road uniform. So
Okay.
she went to a different line when we got in there. She went to a different vendor, different guy handing them out. And I went to one, she went to the other. So we looked at them. She said, "I got the road." I said, "I got the home." And then talking to other fans that were behind us, they got the City Connect. I mean, it was great. It was orderly. I mean, I don't know. I listened to that caller earlier saying that it was a little surly, but yeah, no problem with us. It was fun.
Glad to hear it. Always, these things can be a bit of a challenge when you free giveaways. Kenny, you were there. Kenny, you go to a bunch of games. Kenny's on our phones. And how was the atmosphere Saturday?
Atmosphere was great. I observed this line in front of Gate A, the main entrance by the Big Tiger, and
which is right across from across from the Fox Theater.
Correct.
For people who don't know. Yeah.
And I was sitting on the roof of Hockeytown Cafe. Me and my lady got there and we watched the game. And we said, all right, let's just sit here and watch this line. And once it gets down a little bit, I tweeted out a picture of it on my Twitter page.
Yeah.
And
which is what for people who want to follow you?
I don't even know. At Kenny Cotter, at Cott Kenny, something like that.
All right.
But
with a K.
At Kenny Cott.
Kenny Kott.
Yeah. Right. And we were sitting there, and this line just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it went all the way from Gate A, all the way around the corner in front of Hockeytown Cafe, down towards the freeway. It actually got to the service drive down that way.
This line
was
your picture is showing. It's amazing.
And
want me to retweet it, Doug?
Sure, go for it.
I was on the street team back in the day. We were during like the Tigers, Orioles, Yankees type of that time period. And I've seen big crowds at Comerica Park. I've seen big crowds for regular games. I have never seen a line that long in person for the Tigers.
That's a long ass line.
That is a very long ass line. Yeah, that was crazy.
Wow. Well, look, I mean, people dedicated, and bobbleheads, Kang, again, being the collector guy, bobbleheads are still a hot item, huh?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, locally here, the Lions kind of got it started. Their bobbleheads were insanely popular during the season in giveaways. One of the more popular ones, Hutch, is always popular. He'll sell from $80 to $100 right now, Hutchinson bobblehead. They had David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs would connect with each other. So that made people, if you got one, you wanted the other. So, yeah, bobbleheads are really hot right now. People love them, man. I mean, the Shohei Ohtani one in L.A., they literally gave one to everyone that showed up that day, which was like, I think 40, 45,000, 50,000, something like that. And there was still a line out the door for hours to get in to get a bobblehead.
Even though pretty much everyone was going to be guaranteed one.
It wasn't limited to 15,000 like the Skubal one.
Interesting. Well, there you go.
Right now, the Skubal bobbleheads are selling for around 90 to 100. It looks like online. And people were, like earlier, I think you guys might have mentioned it. Like they were getting them in hand and posting them while they're at the Tigers game on eBay.
Interesting. All right, so Lions had rookie mini camp over the weekend. Some early buzz, very, very early, including, I'll be honest, something that kind of surprised me. It's not controversial or anything. I was just surprised when I saw this. And an insider predicts an undrafted free agent. Things can make it. We'll get to those things starting at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
It is NFL schedule week. We'll know every game time in a couple of days. The league already locking in game 1 in week 1. That's going to be the Cowboys and Eagles squaring off on that Thursday night, so the Lions will not be playing on the first day of the season again. International game opponents will be announced tomorrow. After losing 2 of 3 against the Rangers, the Tigers will host the Red Sox and Alex Bregman tonight through Wednesday. Many, of course, remember him saying that he was close to being a Tiger and thought that he would be before Boston swept in. He's currently batting .311 with 9 home runs and 31 RBIs. However, the Tigers are 26-15 in first place and have an AL Central best plus 75 run differential. Game time tonight is 6:40 right here on 97.1 Jackson Jobe, set to get the start. ESPN reporting that Bucs star Giannis Antetokounmpo is indeed open to exploring options of playing outside of Milwaukee in the future for the first time. He's expected to discuss things with the team reps during the offseason to decide if they are still his best fit. 29 other franchises, including the Pistons, likely frothing at the mouth for a trade possibility. NBA playoffs tonight, Celtics and Knicks game 4 at 7:30, then Warriors versus Timberwolves at 10 p.m. New York and Minnesota are each up 2-1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, if you want to keep talking Tigers, we're more than happy to do so. 248-539-9797. So that's one thing that's on the agenda today. Champ and Chump are also on the agenda. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Text them if you want to get those Champ and Chump votes in, and certainly you can call them in as well. Like this, Mark in Brighton writes in, Champ, Tarik Skubal, Chump, all these fools trying to sell the Skubal bobbleheads. All right, so bobblehead sellers. I'm getting Chump votes, I'm noticing. People don't like that.
How does Ken Collects feel about that?
About selling?
Yeah.
Well, about the grown ass adults going to this, getting them and selling them immediately.
Listen, I understand that if there's a market for something, there's a market for it, right? I don't control the market. Am I in love with adults like maybe being overzealous about bobbleheads? No, that's not something I think is a good thing for hobby collecting. Unfortunately, that's where we're at, Gator. And it didn't start in 2025. This started back in whenever you could get an autograph from your favorite athlete, and an adult would run over a little kid, before the game, right?
Just trample them.
Yeah, and so this has been going on forever. It's just different things now that people are doing this for.
Well, now there's, I guess, more avenues to sell the merchandise, so to speak. Whereas before, like
you had to go to a trade show or something, or like the literal garage sale.
Yeah,
they didn't show up online before the game even started. Like people would grab them, take pictures, and immediately post them on eBay. But supply and demand. What's hot? It's one of the things that makes them cool is that they're valuable, but it also creates a market for the resale, which some people find they don't think it's very tasteful, I guess. That's why there's Chump votes here. 248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. All right, let's start with this. Standouts at rookie minicamp. Gator, what do you got in terms of standouts at rookie minicamp?
Well, I heard that Isaac Tesla performed well, that he kind of stood out. He's a bigger receiver, so he is gonna stand out in that respect. But that he looked pretty good over the weekend. But again, you're against rookies.
Yeah, it's your peer group.
Yeah, it's your you're not. We'll see what it's like when they go to a real mini camp with everybody involved, and even then, you're not going to know anything until you get to the preseason and stuff like that with real training camp. But it was just I wanted to hear. You're hoping to hear nothing but positives come out of this, and that's pretty much what happened over this weekend. Is lots of positives. But one thing I kept hearing and reading about is Tate Ratledge, and not just because of the look with the mullet, but because of the idea that this guy could start from day one and might be a positive player from day one. Like that they feel strongly about him. That's why they drafted him where they did. That's why they moved up. Remember, they moved up to get him. Yep. 3 spots. And I remember thinking at the time, did you have to move up 3 spots to get this guy? But yeah, I think you probably did, because teams look at this guy and say he can start from day one, and there's competition for that spot. absolutely, with the Lions, with Glasgow and Mahogany and Tate Ratledge, and I'm sure others aren't going to sit down quietly either. I think a lot of people are going to try to land these 2 guard spots that they have, and he's going to be right in the mix, and I'm really hoping he wins it, because I think I know what the Lions have in Glasgow. I think Glasgow is solid, but if this guy ends up starting ahead of him, I think that says a lot about
there are
where
some
he's
questions about Glasgow moving forward. That's one. 2, that brings me to what surprised me is he was taking reps at center this weekend. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm not thinking this is particularly controversial. But I do think of Tate Ratledge as a legitimate and viable candidate to start this year. And so to have him taking reps at center this weekend, I'm not, again, I just was surprised by that news, because to me, it would be like, hey, we think you might start at guard. Ragnow's going to start at center. There's nothing wrong with developing his skills at center. I would just crash course him at guard, and I would try to see how ready he could be from day one. Again, it's not. I'm not making a federal offense out of it. I was just surprised by it.
I understand it. I think Frazier also got some reps at center, if I'm not mistaken.
He got reps at tackle.
Okay.
Yeah, he got reps at guard and tackle.
So,
well, this according to the people who were there, the insiders.
What better time to do it than right now? It's a rookie mini camp. This isn't like with everybody on the roster. So why not take a quick look here and just say, does he look like he's fluid? Does he look like he can handle it? And then we can put more on his plate later. But for right now, these 3 days you have to work with, or 2, whatever it was, go ahead, take a quick glance. This is like the perfect time to take.
Bring him up to speed as quickly as possible at guard. Again, I was just surprised to see it, because I'm like, in fact, I kind of have an expectation for him to, if not start at guard, I think he's going to be right there in the mix right to the end. But that surprised me a little bit. As far as the player that could make it as an undrafted free agent, just kind of leafing through people who were there. One of them was Justin Rogers from the Detroit Football Network, who's got a story. It's behind a paywall, but he showed a little bit that there were, they've got 10 undrafted free agents, which is a smaller number than normal, but they've had a 15-year streak of keeping an undrafted free agent. And the guy he thinks it might make it is another receiver in Jackson Meeks, who 6'2", 213, wide receiver out of Syracuse. They say his body, NFL size, he's got above average speed, and he's really good at catching contested footballs. And he uses his frame to, last year he led college football 21 contested catches. And he's a stellar blocker on the perimeter. And he got $200,000 in guarantees after the draft as an undrafted free agent. That's a bit of a financial commitment. A couple other facts about him. I always look at, all right, how did you do in the biggest games? So who's the best team they played last year? At Syracuse, probably Miami, I'm going to guess. Against Miami, he had 7 catches for 110 yards and 2 touchdowns. Against NC State, he had 11 for 116 and 1 touchdown, but they didn't play the toughest of schedules, but he played well against Miami.
They play Clemson?
They did not play Clemson. But not that this has any real impact, or does it? Do you know who his uncle is?
No.
Zadarius Smith.
Oh, I did hear that, actually, yes.
So, drawing a straight line from Jackson Meeks' presence to his uncle, clearly Zadarius Smith is going to re-sign in Detroit.
Obviously.
That is the straight line I am drawing.
I came here to play with Unc.
Yeah. Or Unc says, I came here to play with Neff.
That's right.
Yeah. So there it is. Straight line drawing on my part.
That's how you do things.
Yep. Investigative journalism at its finest. Look no further. Question no longer where Zadarius Smith is going to end up. 248-539-9797. Get those Champion Chump votes in. Phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys. I would recommend the firm to family and friends. Why? Well, let's start with the customer service. They call you back. They call it white glove customer service, and they take on fewer cases. This is a formula that works for them. They do it on purpose. It means they have more time for your case. It leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. And their formula works in the tune of the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Same thing with truck accident settlements. Call Steve and his crew over there at Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Champion Chump, get those votes in, 248-539-9797. Talk some Tigers, the performance on the field, talk some bobbleheads and crowds and lines. Got Champion Chump votes rolling in. Mixed in some Lions discussion. We'll get to the NBA trade rumor du jour, which is hot and heavy today, and we'll discuss that and see if it's something that in any way impacts the Detroit Pistons. Here's some feedback coming in. We start with this from an unnamed texter. Jack Flaherty is a glorified opener right now. He's shown this year he's incapable of facing a lineup a third time. Jack Flaherty sucks. Casey Mize is hurt again, and Jackson Jobe is a rookie, and rookies are very inconsistent. Looks like we're back down to a two-man pitching rotation, boys. This could be a real rough. This could get real rough real quick. Hope you enjoyed that start. This is the chump of the weekend guy, right? Like overreacting to short-term results. Flaherty has a long, established recent history of being a damn good starting pitcher.
He does, but he's had some times where he wasn't, right?
Hold on.
The Tigers resurrected him.
Let me also say this. 2 times through the order I would call that more than a glorified opener.
Yeah, but I mean, if there's recency bias, right? This is what's happened, and Flaherty in his last 5 starts has not been good. So I can understand frustration with him, and with his velocity down, I think there's something you have to look at. And because if you go in Flaherty's past, yeah, he's had years where he wasn't good. But when the Tigers signed him as a free agent, they unlocked the potential again, and he became really good. And then there was a reason he wanted to bring him back. But 5 starts in a row, it just sinks.
Let me go
back.
back. Correlating this with, I hope you enjoyed the start, boys.
I get that.
That's the part where I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
If they've had this start while Flaherty has been unimpressive for you, they've managed to overcome it. That's 1. 2 is you've got actually ready-made solutions in-house. 3 is this is a team that has every reason to be active at the trade deadline if it's something that needs to get addressed. I hope you enjoyed that start, boys. Implies that you think it's all smoke and mirrors, and it's going to come to a quick and rough ending here. Again, yes, Flaherty's had his share of troubles. Well, but I think drawing that straight line is from 1 to the. I hope you enjoyed the start, boys.
No, and I wasn't doing that. All I was pointing out is I think there's reason to be concerned about Flaherty, but here's reason to be excited and encouraged about Flaherty too. In the 2 starts he made early in the season against the Yankees and the Dodgers, he went 11 innings, gave up 6 hits, and 2 earned runs. So that's pretty good against 2 of the best teams in baseball. Now, since then, this is where things went south. 3 runs and 4 2/3 against Milwaukee. Gave up a couple runs against San Diego in 6 innings, a good start there. But then 4 runs in 5 innings against Houston, 4 and 5 2/3 against the Angels, and then he served up 4 home runs and 5 earned runs in 3 innings against Texas over the weekend. Not good. Not good. But Flaherty can be better. We've seen him better even this year. It's not like you got to go back years to see it. Well, it happened earlier this season. I think he'll get back on track, but might need to get fettered up a little bit.
Let's do this, too. If nothing is going to work out for the positive, yes, Flaherty, if the worst case scenario happens with Flaherty, problem. Casey Mize, hurt yet again, he writes. It's 2 weeks on the DL. It's unfortunately the same hamstring that kept him out 2 months last year. So if the worst case scenario happens and he's out 2 months, yeah, that'll suck. Jackson Jobe, if you want to say he's going to be very inconsistent, which he will be, but is he going to be an asset or a liability as the season goes on?
And they have to manage his innings, too, because he's a rookie.
Yes, it looks like we're down to a 2-man rotation, boys. You could probably get away with it if one of your starters is as good as Skubal and your others do just enough. And especially with a team with a massive run differential like this, how have they gotten to have the massive run differential they've had?
Well, they've been clobbering the baseball, and they jumped it by 20 runs in a 3-game series against Colorado. But things they're getting tighter now, and they're going to have ebbs and flows. They weren't going to keep up at that pace all season long.
Well, we were talking
about
it was
just interesting to look at it. Yeah,
they were winning on a pace that would have put them on par with the Seattle Mariners of 2001 that won 116 games. Well, they would have been just shy of that if you go back and do their winning percentage going into the weekend, dating back to when they got hot last year. Now, if nothing works out, this guy will be so right. If everything's a worst case scenario, he will be so right. I assume that everything's not going to be the worst case scenario.
No, I'm not looking at a worst case scenario. And there's comfort in knowing that the Tigers have to shorten up their rotation, that they can get by with it because it's what they did last year all the way to the playoffs. I think it's very refreshing that they didn't have to do that to start this season. Now it's looking a little precarious because of the Mize 2-week stint on the IL, and the Flaherty hasn't been great lately either. And Job's a work in progress, but you're not going to. I still like seeing Jackson Jobe pitch. If you watch him pitch, you can't help but be awed by the potential. But they need to get tighter for sure with the pitching now because they're facing a little adversity here. This is the first time in the season outside of the first 3 games where we're seeing adversity. First 3 games, I mean, they could have won 2 of those games. So you don't look at as much to the point where we were, and you specifically, your favorite 0-3 team that you've watched. Yep. But there's going to be ebbs and flows to this season. They got a tough series against the Red Sox this week. It's 3 straight right-handed pitching starters that they'll go against. So let's see if these left-handers can get back out to crank into baseball. But it is getting tight because that Kansas City and Cleveland, I don't think those teams are going away. I think all 3 teams here, the top 3 teams in the East, and throw Minnesota in, it's going to give you troubles as well. It's going to be competitive. Do I think the Tigers are the best of the bunch? Yes. But don't flip out because in games 39, 40, and 41, or maybe it's just games 40 and 41 on the season because 39 was a Skubal start, they didn't go the way you wanted it to, and now you're like throwing papers up in the air, like, oh, we're done!
I might be wrong on this, but I still think they have their largest lead in the division. I don't think it's ever been more than 2.5 games. Am I wrong?
Maybe earlier on it was, but certainly it has got. But that's still where it is, 2.5 right now.
Yeah, it's still 2.5 games. And
because
as we
everybody
mentioned,
lost yesterday.
They're 11 games over. The closest team in the American League is 6 games over. I'm not,
Right, but this is the stretch that, okay, they lost the last 2 games, a 2-game losing streak, and they didn't look good doing it.
I can't speak for you, but I was anticipating a 2-game losing streak at some point the rest of the season. So
yeah, I'm not flipping out.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be sympathetic or understanding. Not sympathetic. I'm understanding what some people want to flip out about, and that's fine. You're going to flip out. I'm going to try to talk you off the ledge.
I just chump these people.
Fair enough.
Yeah. All right, regarding Skubal, Brendan writes in, we got there an hour early, which is almost never an issue for giveaways, but they were cleaned out when we got there. It was very popular, Brendan, yeah. Regarding the Skubal bobbleheads, Keith in Dearborn Heights says, I got lucky and was handed 3 extra bobbleheads. How did that happen?
Must be at a section where you walk in where there was nobody behind you, and they had 3. Hey, we got 3 left. Why don't you take them?
Sold one for $65, traded around to get one of all 3. Wow, Keith. Friday night at the park was amazing. Skubal pitched his tail off. It was cool to hear the park that loud again when Saturday rolls around, and it was like I paid to watch live batting practice. Ridiculous. That's from Keith. It's cool to hear the park that loud again. Then Saturday rolls around. It was like watching live batting. Yeah, they gave up 5 home runs. It was a bad game. 248-539-9797. I was at the game and got myself a home jersey bobblehead. Definitely overheard people bartering, offering multiple drinks in exchange for bobbleheads. That's from Noah in a car. It's crazy to people. It's crazy. People are willing to sit in line for 6 hours just so they can get a bobblehead to sell for $100 while screwing some poor kid over that actually wants one but didn't get one because of people like them. Like mow a couple lawns or something, you loser.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Thursday, Mo?
It depends. I guess it depends how, what you value. I mean, I would not wait in line. This guy says 6 hours. Did anybody wait in line for 6 hours? That does seem rather extreme.
Well, if you wanted to get the bobblehead, you were thinking clearly, I guess.
If I were to wait in line for 6 hours for a collectible that I wanted to sell, it would have to be worth thousands, not $85. But,
So I wonder how many more bobblehead giveaways they're going to have, or are they going to create more now because they see the hysteria about it and, to get 40,000 people at the ballpark.
All you had to do to avoid the lines of Comerica for the Skubal bobblehead was walk in the parking garage attached to Comerica and take the elevator to the 3rd level. Hardly any line. Is that where you take the bridge across? Can you get in with a normal ticket that way?
No, I don't think you can. I think you can only get in through there if you have
a suite pass,
level
right?
tickets.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, how's that car buying experience? Is it tough? Do you not like it so much? Well, I got to say this. You're going to look forward to shopping when it's Sarah Chevrolet at Southfield. They make it easy and they make it fun. Right now, they've got 2 incredible lease specials that are hard to beat. How about this? Drive home a 2025 Equinox EV for only $249 a month for 24 months, and that's with just $1,499 down. Or if you need a truck that works as hard as you do, the 2025 Silverado 2FL is also just $249 a month for 24 months, same low down payment, and that includes taxes and fees. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has over 500 vehicles in stock, so you're not stuck with just a few options. And they're open on Saturdays for sales and service with no appointment needed. And heads up, their Memorial Day sale, it lasts all month long. So now is the perfect time to make your move. And you're going to see what I mean when you stop by Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield and how they treat you right. Together, let's drive.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 want to take a Champion Chump votes. Get them in 248-539-9797. Let's see here. From an unnamed texter, Champ Mikko Rantanen. 9 goals in 6 games, leading Dallas through the playoffs. Chump the Cleveland Cavaliers for being the best team in the NBA and getting absolutely steamrolled by Indy. So I'm watching that game last night, Indy and Cleveland, and at half, I thought, all right, I'm going to get on board with Cleveland plus 35.5. That's what the number was at halftime. That's how bad that game was going. And it was a solid halftime play. Plus 35.5. However, I realized last night I find the Celtics to be the least detestable team in the East. I don't like Halliburton. I certainly don't like his father. Then last night, the Mathurin ejection and watching the way he reacted after he got called for the technical trying to bait, who was it, DeAndre Hunter? I don't know how many people were still watching the game at that point. But I'm just like, I can't like Cleveland. I don't like Indiana and some of the way that they're behaving. And then there's the Knicks. I'm like, my God.
It's the worst.
I want the Celtics to win the East. I don't want them to just beat the Knicks. I want them to win the East.
We somehow just make sure that like Denver wins the whole thing.
Right. I don't mind Oklahoma City winning the
Right,
whole
those
thing.
two.
Yeah.
But you don't want, I don't want to see Golden State do it.
Now, Cleveland being down 3-1 and non-competitive last night. Holy cow.
Was 39 points in the first half? That's not competitive?
And how many did they give up?
I think we were like 80 in the first half.
Another vote for Mikko Rantanen for champ, according to Nick and Evan. I think 3 points in 3 straight games for him now. Chump Jack Flaherty just doesn't seem himself.
Rantanen has, I think it's 17 points in his last 6 games. It's like 9 goals and 17 points in 6 games.
Yeah.
That's crazy. There was a stretch, I think it was 13. Kenny, maybe you know this more than I do. I think it was 13 straight goals scored by the Dallas Stars were assisted or scored by Mikko Rantanen.
Yeah, he went on a pretty crazy run. That sounds about right. I'm not sure if that number is exactly right, but yes, he's been unbelievable in the
Absolutely
stretch
incredible.
of playoff hockey.
This is probably in direct reaction to I hope you enjoyed your start, boys. We have Cobb and Montero. We'll be fine. Long season. That's kind of my point, and I'm glad you put it so succinctly. Right now, I kind of feel like Flaherty's going through what Cole Keith started the season doing. He's just doing it from a pitching perspective. I think Flaherty will be fine, and if he's not, there actually is some pitching depth in the organization. And I call me crazy. I have faith in this pitching coach. Call me nuts, but I'm a big fan of Fetter Industries and what he will continue. Like sometimes, okay, got a recall on a product, send it back to Fetter Industries and he'll fix it. Champ Skubal, Chump the Tigers for the overrated unoccupied club seats. That's from CJ. So the club seats thing is interesting because I've watched these behind home plate club sections for years have a bunch of empty seats. It feels to me like they're overpriced everywhere, and it's a small portion of the market that those seats appeal to. And if they don't want to go on a given day, you're just going to have some empties. Plus, correct me if I'm wrong, that club's not even finished yet, right? They don't even have all the accoutrements
No,
that come
it's
with.
not.
Yeah.
Not even close to. Oh, I mean, I suppose it's close, but they don't have all the amenities set up like they want to. And right now, it's a great seat without question.
Yep.
And it's heated and it's cooled depending on the temperature. And it's obviously a great vantage point. But yeah, it looks. I remember I was watching a game on Saturday night, and my friend's like, "Wow, there's nobody at the game." I said, "No, there's plenty of people at the game. It's near a sellout." And she said, "Well, look behind the home plate." I said, "Well, that's different."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Those are the really expensive club seats that they're having trouble selling because they're really high priced, and at this point, they don't have everything set up just yet." But the rest of it, and then they showed like a crowd shot. I'm like, "See, it's crazy packed there, but it's not a good look when you see all those empty seats behind home plate."
No. Season ticket holder here. The lines for the bobbleheads were the same as they were for the retro jacket last month. The line at the beer hall is always the shortest and quickest way into the park. Love the giveaways this year. It's a good insider intel there on how to get in. Man, these line softies would have been eaten alive during the Taylor Swift concert. The moment the doors opened, it was a charge Sir William Wallace would applaud. That's from Sauna Ron.
Well, Braveheart. Did you see Braveheart?
I did see Braveheart, actually.
Doug's a moviegoer.
Yeah, I'm really.
Two for two today.
So today, yeah, and both of them are over the 30-year mark.
Both really good movies.
Yes, both very old. As far as the lines would have been eaten alive during Taylor Swift, I want to know more. What happens to Taylor Swift when the doors open? Are people in line forever to get in there and just insanity?
Just a free
Is it like the
of-
worst amongst us? Is this like Lord of the Pigs stuff? Lord of the Flies. Lord of the Flies.
Jeez.
Sorry.
Wow, we know how Doug feels about Swifties.
Lord of the Flies.
They're never, ever, 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 ever going to forget what you just said.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, but you've seen the videos, right? It sounds like it looks like chaos.
I actually haven't.
You've never seen?
No.
High-pitched screams.
We even talked about it when Swiftie was here herself at Ford Field, how crazy downtown was going to be. And
Well, that's something but I'm talking about when the doors open and he says there's this mad rush. I'm not familiar.
Yeah, why would there be a mad rush when like you're assigned a seat? It's not like
Are
it's
you?
general admission.
Is there floor seating? Is that first come, first serve?
I would assume there's floor seating. Like,
Yeah, but
not
is
first
that-
come, first serve, not general admission. I don't think they do general admission anymore. Not for big events like that.
Yeah, that whole who was it? The
It's
Who
the Who
in
kind.
Cincinnati
Yeah.
in the 70s.
Yeah.
With that festival seating, isn't that what it's called?
Yeah. I don't think you do that indoor.
People died. Just if you don't know what happened with the Who, it was a festival seating thing, and
we got crushed.
Yeah, it was
by the stage.
pretty tragic. It wasn't by the stage; it was outside the arena. The Who was doing a sound check. Come on, if you need Who information, you know who to turn to.
I suppose, but wasn't there? I thought there was a concert where people got crushed right by the barricades in the front of the stage. That wasn't. Maybe
That
it
wasn't the Who. At the
Okay.
Who concert in Riverfront Arena, it was festival seating. The doors were supposed to open at a certain time. They didn't. The Who was doing a sound check inside. People thought the concert had started. Then they opened two doors, and everybody started pushing forward because they thought the concert had started with their festival seating tickets. First come, first serve. Get down on the floor. And in the crush, I think 11 people died. Yeah.
You're right. I should go to you for all my Who information.
Right.
What's your favorite Who song?
I don't know if I can even name one. That's how I'm so not the Who guy. Wait. It's
Come on.
Evanescence. What's that one?
Well, Eminence Front, but
They're Eminence Front. There you go.
that may just been Pete Townsend, but okay.
That's all I got,
You're
man.
close.
That's all I got.
Ish.
Eminence Front.
Won't get fooled again. Who are you?
Yeah, I do. Who?
My generation.
Said I really want to know. Yeah, it's Eminence Front. Or Evanescence, or whatever the hell I called it.
Eminence.
Traded my City Connect bobblehead for a home jersey bobblehead and 2 beers. #win. The inside. I don't know why I find the insider trading at bobbleheads for beers. I think that's funny.
That's currency, man.
Yep. I got there at 2 p.m. right outside Ford Field. Got all 3 home jerseys. Isn't there only one home jersey? Traded for the other 2. Oh, got all 3 home jerseys. Sorry. Traded for the other 2 with people inside the stadium. Great time. That's from Joshua Warren.
So the trading for currency with a beer, do you try to pull that off if you're like 19? Like guys like, hey, I'll trade you a bobblehead. Like
it is so on brand that's where you go.
What? I'm just thinking.
Gator immediately goes to underage Gator trading bobbleheads for beers.
I mean, would I have?
100% you would have.
Yeah.
Hilarious. So on brand for you.
Well, I think that's. I'm just curious if that was the currency that the kids were using these days. And
Okay. So that's obviously a call out. Anyone under 21 trade your bobblehead for beers.
I mean,
anybody behaved the exact same way high school Gator would have behaved on Tarik
that would
Skubal
have
bobblehead.
in fairness, I said 19, so that would have been college Gator.
Fair enough.
Because I never would have thought of doing that in high school.
248-539-9797. Got to get to this NBA trade rumor and how it affects the Pistons.
It's Ricky Peters bobblehead night.
We'll talk about that today at 12:05. Champion Chump votes get them in. 97.1 the ticket. Do you know your home's water score? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score needs to be better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. We called them before they were a client here at the radio station. Wife wanted to have better water, and we got it. They can get you a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier softener. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer, and tell them Doug Karsh sent you. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. 248-539-9797. We got this from a listener. Cranky Tiger fans. Here's what happened. The Tigers were white hot. The weather got nice. It's Mother's Day. You had a fantastic bobblehead collectible. Then the team didn't hit. We got guys tweaking things. People had issues getting bobbleheads. Now everybody's cranky. Flaherty sucks and the season's over. That's a pretty extreme take on what's going on, but there might be some truth in it. You know, this was probably their biggest showcase weekend they've had this year. And Skubal was so good on Friday night.
It's great.
But correct me if I'm wrong, the bigger crowds were Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, they had 28,000 on Friday, 40,000 on Saturday, and I think it was like 35 yesterday for Mother's Day. Huge crowds for Saturday and Sunday, and a nice crowd for a Friday night. They had the fireworks. I thought for sure they were going to have more people. But, hey, and a Skubal start to boot.
I don't know if everybody's cranky, but there certainly is some crankiness today.
Yeah, it was cool to see that people came down to the ballpark in droves this weekend, and I'm hoping that continues this week for these games against Boston. Now, it's harder because school is still going on, and
right.
you're not going to get all the families out there on
For like weeknight games.
Yeah, for the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday games, but it is Boston. You know, Alex Bregman is coming to town here. Mm-hmm. Boston has a situation that is brewing with Rafael Devers refusing to play first base on this team. And there's a lot of intrigue with this.
How do you think Bregman gets treated?
Booed lustily. He turned down the Tigers.
Yeah.
He said, thank you, no thank you.
I mean,
I could absolutely see him booing. I mean, I think they should boo him today.
He's done everything that, he has exercised his right. And anybody can, choose whatever they want. However, that was a pretty outward rejection. Right? I mean, this guy, I'll be intrigued. We talked about what would happen with Javi, and Javi was polite applause. Golf clap.
It was really like that. Yeah.
Yeah. We were kind of wondering if Javier Baez would get a huge reception.
I think it kind of got lost. I think his first at bat when he was announced, I forget if the Tigers had just scored a run. So it was kind of like being drowned out anyway. There wasn't really much, but people they were definitely not a standing ovation or anything like that.
Right. Okay, so now Alex Bregman, I mean, for those that were paid attention and dialed in the offseason, you probably were well aware that the Tigers were in on Alex Bregman so the season ended like what, late October or whatever? It felt like they were in on Alex Bregman from the end of the season until the beginning of spring training, heck, midway through spring training. Tigers Bregman. Didn't happen. And yet they were always involved, always considered a leader, always a strong contender. And now I'm in this weird place where F this guy, I hope he was terrible. No, wait, I don't want him to be terrible because I want it to look like the people running the Tigers knew what they were doing and we're going to sign a pretty good player. He's having a very good season so far. Bregman.
Yeah.
And so is that a feather in the cap of credibility because our team desperately wanted a veteran guy that has had some down years? Right now, he is off to one of the best starts of his career, really.
Yeah, and I think we said this back when it was talked about he's going to go to Boston, he's going to go to Detroit, he's going to be Chicago, that, you go to Boston, you're going to put up great numbers because of the dimensions of that ballpark. I mean, he could just pepper the wall. Double after double after double. I mean, and he's a really good baseball player.
248-539-9797. There is a huge initial rush at Taylor Swift concerts to be the first one to get to the merchandise booth. That's from John in Lake Orion. Thank you, John. Good to know. Lisa and Macomb, we were gifted home plate club seats for Mother's Day. It was awesome. We were in our seats for 80% of the game. Lots of people were only there 25% of the game. The club is fantastic, actually, but there's a good walk between club and seats. So it seems like a lot of people stayed right in the club, which has a nice vantage point. It seems like two different cells, the club itself and then the seat. If the seats had better service to them set up, you could just sell them that way. The food and staff were really great yesterday. We enjoyed the view. Okay. Now they're trying to, correct me if I'm wrong, right now the home plate club is a temporary setup, and they're working on the underneath part. I think
they're still working on the the part that's under the stadium. Yeah. All that stuff is still being worked on.
Sorry, I didn't know we'd be talking about this today, and it's getting some traction. So I'm not really well schooled in the home plate club and where it's at with the construction and what if there are any shortfalls or it's just not simply finished yet. Chad in Midland writes in, Champ Paul Pierce for actually following through with walking after his bold-ass prediction. Chump the Cleveland Cavaliers for absolutely disappointing playoff performance. Yeah, the Cavs last night were embarrassing. Pierce followed through on it, huh? Kang, do you know the details of Paul Pierce? He actually followed through and did the walk?
Yeah, he did it, and he live streamed most of it. That's why. So people start coming up to him. And in L.A., I'm not sure if TMZ or sent one of their guys or had, freelance. I know he saw Kevin Garnett leaving, I think, the studios at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Saw him in the street. Hey, Paul, is that you?
Okay.
Yeah, it's me.
So what did he said? If they lose this game, I'll walk home from work?
In a robe, barefoot. But he wasn't barefoot. He did that would have been terrible. So it was about 20 miles, I think.
I'm looking at this here. He jogged the final few steps of a 20.2 mile, 7.5 hour walk to work on Thursday afternoon at the Fox Studio Lot Building 101 in the Century City area of Los Angeles.
That's got to hurt. That's got to be painful for a long time after it. To walk 20 miles after you've already had an incredible Hall of Fame NBA career where, just the pounding has to take a toll on your joints and all that, a long walk like that is not going to feel good. He's going to want a cold plunge.
He got up at 5 a.m., and the TV show was set to air at 2. So he did it and said, I hope I can inspire my Celtics that we can get back in this series and pull this series out. Good for him. Good for him. It's a solid champ vote. What's the longest walk you've ever done?
Probably, I don't know, 6 miles, something like that.
Okay. I did a 12-miler once, and it'll, I don't know. You got a little bit of a limp, but all good.
Yeah.
All good.
I'll do some sort of map my walk thing when I go to Vegas. Because just walking up and down the strip in Vegas, it's a lot of walking to do. So I'm just curious at how much walking is done.
There's a difference too between just like walking around, like the mall or something like that, than actual he went from point A to point B.
Yeah.
That I think that's a different type of walk.
Oh, that's a walk with a purpose.
Yeah, I mean,
you're not
just aimlessly walking around. Looking at whatever in stores or grabbing a drink. No, this
having somebody spray a scent at you, dodging that.
Well, in L.A., to get 20 miles can sometimes take 7 hours in your car. So
right.
Maybe walking's the better alternative there. Speaking of the NBA, we'll get into this Giannis stuff, which is kind of blowing up today. We'll do it right out of the gate in the noon hour. 248-539-9797. Did my Modelo review earlier in the show. Yep, I had the Modelo over the weekend.
You had 2 of them.
I had 2 of them. I want to try the Especial because I'm not a big fan of their darker beer. But the foil, if you peel the foil off before you open the bottle, yes, it is a nuisance. If you open the bottle just with an opener, you can get most of the foil, if not all the foil, out of your way.
Maybe here's the problem that I've had with it. Anytime I've had it, most of the time, I said the last few times I've had it, I actually bought a 6-pack of it, but it's been in a restaurant. And when they serve it to you, because I usually get the Negro Modelo, the darker one, at a Mexican restaurant, and then they'll have like a lime wedge already in the top of the beer.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm looking at the thing. I'm like, I got to get rid of some of this foil because there's too much foil that's still attached to the lip of the beer bottle. So that's the issue I've had with it. I don't know. Maybe I guess that's different because and you're opening it. Obviously, they're opening it with bottle openers. I've opened it with bottle openers, and there's always some foil residue. Now you only opened up one other bottle.
Yes, and it was fine.
So maybe you got real lucky with how clean that bottle opened up for you.
You think that was it?
I think it might be.
248-539-9797. All right, coming up. A prediction I made, Gator, was dead wrong. And I'll own it today at 12:01 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. The Tigers take on the Red Sox tonight at Comerica Park. Jackson Jobe will make the start. He struggled his last time out against the Rockies, giving up 6 earned runs in just 3 2/3 innings. Here the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 6:15. Boston, on the other hand, has won 4 of their last 5 games, including a series win versus the Royals their last time out. Ex-NBA star Michael Jordan will serve as a special contributor for NBC's NBA coverage. He said in a statement, quote, "The NBA on NBC was a meaningful part of my career, and I'm excited about being a special contributor to the project," end quote. According to ESPN, Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis is open to exploring other options besides Milwaukee. For the first time in his career, the Bucks are expected to sit down with him at some point this offseason to discuss the future with the team. NFL's regular season opener has been announced as the Eagles and Cowboys. Some were wondering if the Lions might match up with Philly to kick off the season. Not so, though. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Good 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Should have known better. I should have known better when I made the prediction, Gator. Months ago, I said, you watch. NFL opener, Thursday Night Football, Detroit at Philly.
You should have known better.
I should have known better because the question, as we all know, as it pertains to the NFL, with every news item is, How does this
it affect
impact the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah.
So the Lions opening at Philly actually had an impact on the Cowboys in that Philly is a division rival of Dallas. But you know what impacts the Cowboys more? Is the Cowboys playing in that game.
That's right.
I should have known better all along. Indeed, it was announced this week already that it will be the Dallas Cowboys opening against Philly. Should have known, Scott Anderson.
You should have, and yet you went out there and made a bold-ass prediction.
I did, and I was wrong, and I will own it.
Now you got to shoot the boot again.
I never made a shoot the boot guarantee.
Okay.
I follow, dude.
I thought that's why you're owning up to this.
Yeah. Is that what the whole point
No,
is?
that's not why I'm owning up to it. I did not make a shoot the boot
You said
guarantee.
you were going to shoot the boot, a Modelo, out of one of your shoes.
So the thing is, I have followed up on all of my shoot the boots, and not everyone here at the station has.
What are you talking about?
And so
What are you looking at me
I would
for?
follow. I didn't look at you.
What are you throwing your shoulder and winking at me? Are you meaning to do that towards Tony Ortiz's direction?
Yes.
I sure hope that wasn't directed at me.
I follow through on all my shoot the boots.
Have I not followed through on all my shoot the boots?
I'm just saying I follow through on all my shoot the boots.
Have
Scott.
I not?
I didn't ask you whether you did or you didn't.
Do I owe a shoot the boot?
All I said was I follow through. Is there something you need to confess?
I don't know. Do you have a spasm that's going on that has you making this bodily direction?
Do you have something to confess, Scott?
No, to my knowledge, I've fulfilled every shoot the boot that I've made.
Good for you. So have I. I just did one, and it was a mess.
It was a mess.
And there was a bit of a glitch, which was funny. No, I'll follow through on a shoot the boot I made. This is just a prediction that was wrong. And should have known better. No leaked Lions games. What was the other ones? There's a couple other ones. Chargers and Chiefs are going to play in Brazil. First weekend of the season. The actual announcement comes out, is it Tuesday or Wednesday? When the NFL draft schedule. I think the fact that the NFL draft schedule, not the draft schedule, the NFL schedule, this is hysterical that it's become such a big media event. And the reasoning is because we already know the opponents. We're just getting what order you play them in. And we know the home opponents, we know the road opponents. We're just getting the order, which is the equivalent is knowing what your Christmas gifts are and just finding out what order you get to open them. Hey, I know it's in a box. I know it's what I get when I unwrap it. I'm just finding out what order I get to unwrap them in. Anyway, there you go. So NFL schedule will be announced this week, and we'll find out the order with which the Detroit Lions play said game. All right, let's get to the big rumor of the day. It started this morning on the Worldwide Leader, and I believe it was a Sham Charania text or a tweet, that Giannis Antetokounmpo has not made a firm decision, and for the first time in his career, he's open-minded about whether or not his best fit is remaining in Milwaukee or playing elsewhere. So, Giannis is open to leaving the Milwaukee Bucks. The Ringer this week did 7 trades that could happen with Giannis Antetokounmpo. One of them was our Detroit Pistons.
Oh.
Yep. I'm going to start with this. We've moved on from what is most likely unrealistic Lions trades with all of the elite edge rushers that people wanted, and I would explore it, certainly explore it if you're the Lions. And I think if you're the Pistons, you certainly explore whether or not Giannis to Detroit is a possibility. I just can't see this happening. If you're going to send Giannis anywhere, you really want young players and draft capital. And Milwaukee doesn't have a ton of draft capital moving forward, so they probably want that even more. If you don't want Giannis to go to a team where that team instantly becomes a contender, because the draft capital you'd be getting back, Giannis under contract for, I believe, 3 more seasons, are late first-round picks.
Mm-hmm.
So you want Giannis to go to a team that is on the outside looking in. And you probably want Giannis to go to a team in the Western Conference. And if you can't find a viable team that in the West with the draft capital that isn't very good to trade him, you don't. But could it be Detroit? Well, I suppose it's reasonable enough that the Ringer did a Detroit trade. And here's what the trade is.
Okay.
The Bucks get Jalen Duren, Jaden Ivey, Ron Holland, Tobias Harris, a 2026 first-round pick, a 2028 first-round pick, and a 2031 first-round pick.
So 3 first-round picks and the 4 players.
Yep.
But the Pistons get to keep Asar Thompson.
Yep.
And they get Giannis.
They also get to keep Cade.
Yeah, well, that obviously. Yeah. Cade's not going anywhere. Well, this is where you start. I mean, this is, you want to be uncomfortable, or you're going to be uncomfortable. Pistons also keep Isaiah Stewart in this mix.
Yeah, I mean, your starting 5 would be Cade. I assume you're going to bring back one of the free agents, Hardaway or Beasley. So let's say Cade, Hardaway, or Beasley, Asar Thompson, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Isaiah Stewart. You will have an elite, established superstar, one who's close to that status, if not already there. And I don't know if you're rolling, like, okay, Asar is going to be the third in our big 3. Whether or not the big 3 needs to even be the formula anymore has certainly been debated. I mean, that would be super duper fun right here, right now. Again, I don't think it's really feasible because but Detroit is giving up a painful package of young players.
I mean, what would go to Milwaukee? If you're Milwaukee, would you make this trade? The 3 first-round picks mean really nothing other than trying to move up higher in a draft by, offering that to somebody else. The players, what you'd be getting is a potential 20-plus scorer in Ivy. You'd be getting a double-double a night guy in Duren. You're getting an expiring contract of Tobias Harris. You need this in it because it makes up the money. And who was the 4th player? Was it Ron Holland Jr.?
Yeah.
And untapped potential, right? You saw him play in his rookie season, and there's a lot to like, and there's a lot of room to grow. Is that really enough, though? So you take Tobias out of the mix just because it's a throw-in for the money. So it's the 3 younger players.
And 3 first-round picks.
Yeah. But it's also 2 of those guys, in Duren and Ivy. You'll have to sign them to extensions right away because I believe they're free agents after. Is it after next year those guys are free agents? Ivy and Duren?
Oh, yeah, I haven't checked their contract.
Give me a second here.
Yeah, I think they're free agents after the next season. So you have to make decisions on if you want to bring those guys back, which I assume you would, because you just traded away Giannis. And they're not going to get max contracts, but they'll get decent. They're going to get paid, though.
Yeah, they're both restricted free agents after next season.
So is that enough? Is it enough to get Ivy, Duren, and Holland plus the draft cap?
The 2026 first-round pick, by 2028, the Pistons could Giannis be 3 seasons from now being less effective, starting to age out a little bit? I mean, maybe, but I wouldn't even count on that. So I feel like 2 of these first-round picks, I don't want to say are useless, but you just don't want late first-round picks.
No, they kind of are useless.
So do I think this gets it done? If they're in love with Duren, Ivy, and Holland, it could get it done. I mean, the 3 first-round picks, 2031, there's no predicting where that pick would be. And 2028 would be one that has a chance to be a better pick. 2026, I wouldn't count on it being a good pick. It would be an all-in move by Detroit that would gut them of 3 of their young players, but you're not getting Giannis cheap.
No, you're getting, and by the way, you're getting Giannis. Here's what I have. I have a question about the picks.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of piggybacking off of what Trajan Langdon said last week, talking about draft picks and NIL and kids staying in school and all that.
Yeah.
Do you think in a few years that the first-round picks are going to be back to being more valuable because more kids are staying in school and you're getting more of a known player
Could be.
at that point.
Yeah, it
but like
could
guys
be.
going to stay 4 years. You get a graduating senior who had some real growth junior to senior year. And now he's in the draft, and you got a bunch of guys like that in the draft. So maybe there's that concentrated more.
Will the
draft
draft be better quality in a
Yes.
few years? Could be. I mean, I'm
not right away, but after a few years of this, I just wonder. Plus, we don't know what the future of NIL really is going to be anyway.
Yeah, I think that's a possibility, but we don't.
I mean, that's how
It's hard. It's hard to predict.
pitch
It's hard
that,
to predict. Yeah, you could just say, pitch it that way. You know, these are going to be valuable picks, and I'm sure they say, "Hey, we thought of it, dummy."
And does Ivy have more trade value than Asar?
I don't know. I mean, you can give them their choice, I suppose. 248-539-9797. Anyway, you know, we try to operate within the guardrails of being real. We're talking about this because the Ringer wrote about it. Duran, Ivy, Ron Holland, Tobias Harris, and 3 first-round picks for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Would you do it? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket.
Well, here's something that you should do. If you've got any issues with your garage door, if it's running sluggish or it's making some really, really weird and strange noises, you better call the experts at Precision Garage Door Service. I've done this. I did this years ago when my garage door was really slow. I'm like, what the heck's going on? I called Precision. They came out right away. They analyzed and diagnosed the problem. Then, better yet, they fixed the problem. And I couldn't be happier that I called them at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR because they know exactly what they're doing. These experts are awesome. In fact, they've got all the tools that they're going to need right there in the trucks that they go around driving around town in so they can help fix your problem right away. And here's the other thing that's great about it. If you go and schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com, you can schedule an appointment for a time that works for you. You're not just beholden to what their schedule is and have a window thrown at you. You get to set up the time that works for you. So give them a call today. It's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit them at precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket, talking about the reports today that Giannis Antetokounmpo is open to the idea of leaving the Milwaukee Bucks. He does not have a no-trade clause. Pistons are one of the teams suggested on a story in The Ringer that could make a deal for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And, look, these are just deals thrown together by NBA insiders. This was put together by the staff over there at The Ringer, which does a pretty decent job. I can't imagine these things aligning. Detroit and Milwaukee, I think there are other teams that are in worse situations, and their assortment of draft capital that they could offer would be better. I think if Detroit adds Giannis, yes. So we're in a weird spot, right? You want to get Giannis because you want to win an NBA title, and he's an elite player, and he will help you do so. And to win the NBA title would make it worth it. You make a trade and you win the NBA championship, you get Larry O'Brien trophy, it's worth it. So trading for Giannis gives you a chance to do that. But would they want to trade him to Detroit because Detroit might win an NBA championship and then their draft picks, aren't very good in 26 and maybe again in 28, which are the proposed picks. At 28, by the way, is a bit down the road. You'd be drafting a player the way the draft works now that very well might not play for you until 2030.
Yes, but they should also continue to maybe not make the playoff. Well, maybe if they lose Giannis, would they be a non-playoff team for a year or two? And if they are, then they have lottery picks themselves to improve themselves before these come in. And the other thing is they are getting in any trade proposal, you're going to get players in return. So the Pistons have better players to offer than other teams. To me, that's what it comes down to, because you're not going to find a bad team, I don't think, that's going to trade for Giannis.
Well, San Antonio, who is out of they've got a package of several players and a bunch of draft picks that they would. The one that intrigues me is Jalen Green and the Sengun kid. Yeah, and 2 first-round picks in 25 and 27, and a future Suns pick that they own that I would think would be very attractive to them. But yeah, and
Jalen Green might be better than any player that the Pistons would offer up aside from Cade.
Yep. So that's an intriguing one. Kang, what do you make of all this, Mr. NBA back there?
So generally, my rule on this stuff, these type of big player movement trades, is don't do it. They don't work out in the end. You're trading for a huge name, and he can't do it alone. It's still a team sport, even though you need stars in this league. You got to fill out the rest of the roster, and we've seen that time in and time out. You need your Drew Holidays and your glue guys, right? Guys that play different roles. Those guys are really important. So when you trade for a guy like this, it's hard to fill out the rest of the team. With that being said, if I think this is a pipe dream, it would never happen. But if Milwaukee agreed to that deal that the Ringer put out there, I'd take it in a heartbeat. You just can't pass up a talent like Giannis. And then you get to keep Cade Cunningham. I would trust Trajan Langdon to fill out the rest of that roster. This offseason, he went out and got Malik Beasley, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Dennis Schroeder at the trade deadline. Those were huge pickups, and with the maturation of this team helping them get better. I think you build around Giannis and Cade, and you let him do the rest. Giannis he's a freak. Yes, the Greek freak. 30 points, over 10 rebounds, and 5 assists. It's only been done once with over 60% shooting. It was done by Giannis, and he did it back-to-back years. And I know he's 30, but he's still in the prime. He just did that this past year.
It would be so tempting. It would be so stinking tempting. Giannis and Cade together, developing Asar Thompson, Isaiah Stewart. Now, given they don't have a ton, if they were to do this with their free agents, and again, giving up Duran, Ivy, Ron Holland, and Tobias Harris, that would leave the roster with Cade, Asar, Giannis, and Isaiah Stewart, Sasser, Fontecchio, and Bobby Clinton. And that's it. So you would have
the ability to sign other players.
Yes, you would have to, fill out the roster. But but you know what else is damn tempting? And it's not as obvious. It's just letting this group mature.
Running it back.
Yeah, and not just running it back in 2025, but 2026, 2025, 26, 2026, 27, 2027, 28. Because if you look at the rosters of all the teams competing, with the exception of Cleveland, almost all of their players are 27 and older. And there's plenty of 30-year-olds in the mix for Boston, for Indiana, Cleveland's got them, and those guys are going to start aging out, and they're not going to be drafting from a favorable position, and they could still make moves themselves, but there's nothing more obvious than the Pistons sticking together and being the best team in the East in 3-4 years.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what happens in the offseason if Giannis gets moved or not. If he gets moved and he gets moved to the Pistons, it's going to be damned exciting. If he gets moved and it's not to the Pistons, I think it's still an exciting upcoming year for the Pistons because of what they did this year and having guys that are healthy starting the season with this team, like Ivy, and don't forget that Isaiah Stewart only played a half of basketball in the playoffs, and it would have been a big difference maker for them, certainly defensively for them. So to have him back and then to get the maturation of the young guys like Thompson and Holland for another year, I'm looking forward to this upcoming season regardless of what they do. And they can still do something else. Let's say that they're not in on the honest sweepstakes, but they can be in on somebody else, whether it's a free agent or to try to trade for someone else. Or I'm sure that they've got all the boards up in the office at Trajan Langdon to let them know, hey, here's who's free agents this year, next year, and the year after. And you start looking at those players and say, well, we're going to target this guy and this guy in the future because we really like what we have right now.
I would just say, it's really intoxicating to sit back and be like, let's just see what they do with the full roster. They get better. You bring Ivy back. I think, but what's that ceiling? That ceiling might be second round of the playoffs, honestly, right?
Well, we don't know.
But we don't know the ceiling with Giannis. But I do know one thing. He'd be the best player on your team already, and that's better than Cade Cunningham. And there's Ivy. I don't see that ever happening. I don't see Asar Thompson being better than Cade Cunningham. I don't see any of those guys that you mentioned that trade block, Doug, being better than Cade Cunningham. And then you bring in a guy who's instantly the best player on your team, and you get to keep Cade Cunningham. That's just too enticing for me to turn down.
Yeah, but if you look at the other trades that are possible here, it actually kind of sucks. I mean, they got one to Orlando, which will keep Giannis in the East. One to Atlanta, Giannis in the East. One to Indiana, Giannis in the East. I guess I don't want him in Indiana. That's for Siakam, Benedict Mathurin, Ben Shepherd, and a bounty of picks.
Well, that
bounty of picks is
certainly changed the look of that team. But so you have Halliburton and Giannis.
Yep. Interesting. 248-539-9797. There seems to be more and more talk about Giannis being moved. 248-539-9797. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your votes for Champ and Chump on a weekend in. We will get to some of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Would you want to see the Pistons make this move, or do you just keep the core together? Let them mature, win an NBA together. Is that the best route to take? It's Karsh and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh. Memorial Day deals are going on all month long at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 for just $282 a month for 24 months with $19.99 down. $282. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and Chevy lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends June 2nd. Okay, so that's Sham Charania talking about the feasibility of Giannis being moved. Detroit is one of the teams listed on the Ringer as a potential destination with a trade proposal that would send Duran, Ivy, Holland, and Tobias Harris and 3 first-round picks for Giannis Antetokounmpo. It would really cut into the youth of this team, and it's quite a prospect pool, plus 3 first-round picks. A deal to get Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to sting. But then you have Cade, Asar, and Giannis, along with Isaiah Stewart, 4 of your 5 starters. Trajan finding a 5th. Sasser, Fontecchio, and Clinton would be the remaining players under contract. So there'd be some work to do, but you'd have Cade and Giannis. It's crazy good, but, the whole idea that they have put together one of the most talented rosters in the East. You know who was going to do this, though? You know who was going to do this? Philadelphia was going to do this. Philadelphia was always the team of tomorrow.
The Eagles?
No. The Philadelphia 76ers were always going to be the team of tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
they looked like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you wait, and it never happens. Like, I don't know what Jaden Ivey's going to be, Asar Thompson, Ron Holland, and these future first-round picks. I do know what Giannis is right now. He's one of the best players in the entire world. This is not a Blake Griffin situation where he's on one leg coming here about to end his career. This guy's in the prime right now, and he's a two-way player, which is huge. He's not just an offensive guy. He plays defense.
Yeah, that's true.
So that still stays true to what Detroit wants to build their team around, which is defensive basketball. I think the hard part is, honestly, building a team after you get Giannis. Like, getting Giannis, to me, you pull the trigger if that deal is ever to existence. I'd at least want Langdon at least inquire about it, to be honest with you. I don't know if he would. But the other stuff, yeah, Doug, you're going to have to get a big man. You're going to have to get a shooter. You're going to have to get a stretch 4. But that's what your job is at this point, is build around Cade and Giannis if this deal were ever to happen.
The funny thing is that you use a term, I don't know what their ceiling is. They might just be second-round exits. That was the peak of Philadelphia's process. They have never made it past the second round. 248-539-9797. Here's the feedback. Worst idea I've ever heard. Giannis can dunk, and that's it. Why his team is home. It's why his team is home. He's so great. He won. He's so great. He won. They won by default. There is no punctuation in this. I give up. Next one. I love Giannis, and I would definitely have to consider it, but Giannis is on the other side of 30, and I love the kids we have. Duran's potential is too high. Next text. If you're Langdon, don't you at least have to see what you have in Cade, Ivy, and Asar all playing together? Is the potential to get better still in-house? I think the potential to get better is clearly still in-house, but how much better is – it's a bit of an unknown. And Kang's point that none of these guys I would project being better than Cade. Giannis would be better than Cade right away. But he is 30.
Yeah, he is 30, but the last 3 years he's averaged 31, 30, and 30, which are the only 3 seasons in his career he's averaged 30 points or more. So he's in the prime, even though he is literally 30 now. He turned 30 in December. But if you think all he can do is dunk, then you just don't watch basketball.
Mark from Detroit, this is a bad trade for Detroit, and they are not that close to where Giannis is going to put them over the top. They need to be more patient. Well, there's more than one way to win a championship. The only route is not through Giannis, and the only route isn't through just staying the way. You could probably stay where you are and make some smart moves and win a title, and you could probably trade for Giannis, make some smart moves and win a title. It's just what is the best use of your current resources.
I mean, the short sample size, what Trajan Langdon has brought in, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
like that's
like his work.
It's a short sample size of one offseason and one trade deadline. But that body of work is pretty impressive.
Sure is. Rich in Shelby Township here on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Rich?
Hey, Doug, Gator King. How you guys doing today?
All right, Rich.
Good. Hey, I got Champion Chump for you guys. First of all, I'm going to start out with my chump. It's FanDuel Sports for firing Trevor Thompson. He's been with the Wings for 25 years. I had the pleasure of meeting him in the concourse a couple of years ago, talk with him for like 10 minutes. He's just so knowledgeable, and it's just a shame. It reminds me of when Tom Monahan got rid of Ernie Harwell. It's a brain dead move by a corporate company and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, I don't know what's going on with the corporate structure there. I love Trevor Thompson. He's awesome. I love Mickey York.
Mickey.
He's awesome. We know known these guys for years. I go back to college with Mickey and knowing him. So it hurts to see them have to go. I imagine that if FanDuel could keep them, that they would. They're cost-cutting measures because the parent company has gone through bankruptcy and all this. It's a tough situation.
It really sucks.
Yeah, how do you cost cut when he's so knowledgeable about the team? That's where it lies with a fan base and stuff like that, to where you may lose customers because you got rid of I don't want to say an icon, that's maybe a little too strong, but he's just a great guy and very knowledgeable.
He is a great guy. Like I said, I love
These
Trev.
are complicated decisions.
Yeah,
I understand.
Yeah,
in the end, people watch the games. You're going to still watch the game.
Yeah,
you're right. And my champ is the Florida Panthers for tying up the series with Toronto. And I know last week, Gator, you said, I think it was on Thursday, that you said it was series over and Toronto's going to win and all that. How do you feel about that now?
I don't know if that's exactly what I said, but certainly they were in charge of the series, and Toronto looks like that they're a real contender for the Stanley Cup because they've got this core four and they all look really good. It's hockey. It's a long series, and now Florida's tied it up. I don't know if I have confidence that Florida's going to – I'd love for Florida to beat Toronto. Don't get me wrong. I'd love for that to happen. I just think it might be a little too premature to say that things are done now for Toronto. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that Toronto looked like they were in a steamroll over.
Jim is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. I was calling in on the Giannis thing. I think it's a no-brainer, and anyone worried about his age, the guy's – Gator just said he's averaged 30 over the last 3 years. I mean, Steph's averaging 26 at 37. Look what look what LeBron's doing. I mean, this guy's going to average 30 till he's 35, right? And then it might be a slow decline. The way these guys take care of themselves now, they're just better, stronger, faster, and they last longer.
Yeah, and it's he's got 3 years left on the deal, and then free agency. But you're allowed to re-sign your own free agents above the cap, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah. If you could maybe almost do a sign-and trade, add 2 years, maybe 3. You don't want to go too far past that. Like make the whole contract 6 years, 5 years. That would be incredible. I don't know how that works in the NBA, but I would love to see that here. And you're getting a proven commodity. We don't know what Ivy's going to be like. We know he can't shoot. Duran's got potential, but right now it's just potential.
Wow.
Jaden Ivey just shot.
He shot 40%.
40% from the 3-point line before he got hurt. So.
Oh, that's why I have you guys fact checking me, Dan.
Sorry, Jim.
I still think Giannis is the better player.
I would agree with that. Yes.
I was shocked it was that high, to be honest with you. In games I watched, he did not shoot 40% from three, but he clearly shot 40.9% from three.
It's actually 41%,
and through 30 games. So, I mean, you could make a case it's not enough of a sample size, but it looks like it's trending in the right direction. Who's their shooting coach? What's the shooting guru they added this year?
Oh, right.
Him. Vincent?
I was going to say, is it Vincent?
It's Vincent, I think. All right, so 248-539-9797.
Well, here's the thing. Now that this got out, right? That
Giannis?
That Giannis gets to talk about he's open to moving on from Milwaukee.
Yeah.
That's very strategic. And it's very smart by Milwaukee. Milwaukee is not doing the dumbass move that Dallas did when they had this blue chip player in Luka Doncic, and they made the trade overnight and nobody knew about it, without allowing any other team to offer up a competing offer. This is smart by Milwaukee. Now everybody knows Giannis is not figuratively, but he's literally on the trade market. So every team has an opportunity to make their offer, and I imagine this would happen. If he's going to get traded, it would happen before the draft, right?
Yep.
So floodgates open up. You're going to hear lots of crazy offers.
Just looking at a ticket text that just came in.
Uh-oh.
Unnamed texter. I'm sick of every team doing their wait and see with their players. What's more obvious? Going to get a real number 2, teaming with Cade, and take over now for the next 5 years? But no, we're going to wait and see and not win a championship, just like the Lions are doing. Yeah, the Lions are in a terrible spot.
15-win team.
Window has closed. They blew it.
Thought they had a chance. Heavy sarcasm.
So it's over for the Lions too now? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, here's what's not over, okay? You got to take care of your lawn. If you want it to be green and weed-free this summer and be lush and be the envy of all the neighbors, do the right thing and call the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN's the telephone number, or you go to naturalwaylawn.com, and for a limited time, you purchase that full lawn program. You get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. You do not want to wait. If you start seeing dandelions right now, take care of them. All right? They rob your lawn of water and nutrients. You got to stop dandelions before they go to seed. And it's not too late right now to treat for crabgrass either. If you see crabgrass in the middle of the summer, as you know, because I've been talking about this for months, it is too late. Make sure you treat for it now, and you call and get the beautiful weed-free lawn this summer. I love Natural Way. I've used them for about a dozen years now at my house. There's no runaround. They don't tell you they're going to treat for something and then find some other problem that they... No. They're very upfront about it. In fact, they've got experts that are out there that will tailor specifically a program for your lawn using high-quality products and high-quality expertise. That's what I love about them. They've been around for over 35 years, a Michigan-owned company, Michigan employees, Michigan families, involved in local charities. What's not to like? Call Natural Way today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, the tone's been set. Will Trajan Langdon go big or blow it, just like the Lions are? 248-539-9797. As Gator said earlier, heavy sarcasm, but that text is coming in. Let's get to your phone calls. Matt is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys. How are we doing today?
All right, Matt.
So I just wanted to call in and say I'll be furious if we make this Giannis trade. You guys made the point earlier that basketball these days it needs a balanced roster. We spent the last 3 to 5 years doing that. We finally have it to a point, and I understand the ceiling point, but we finally have a roster that works together. And if we mortgage all of that to play 5-on-2 basketball, we'll be starting over again.
Well, you wouldn't be mortgaging all of it. I mean, there are still, in this proposed trade, Asar Thompson doesn't go. You're going to probably re-sign Malik Beasley, who was a big part of last season, the regular season for sure. Not so much in the playoffs, but the regular season was a huge part of it. And you'd be adding, arguably the best player in basketball, or certainly one of the top 5 players in basketball. So, I mean, there is upside.
I think the reason this roster works, and if you watch this year, you saw it. Our second unit literally saved us so much. We don't have a second unit.
I mean, the way they're doing it, they have depth, they have balance, they have possibility of getting way better. The appeal of sticking with this core is big. It's very appealing. The appeal is very appealing, Scott.
Well, let me ask you, because look at a team like the Knicks, who don't use their bench at all. And they have, they use Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns and Mikal Bridges. Would you put up Cade Cunningham, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Asar Thompson over those 3?
Probably would.
And then you add a Malik Beasley to it. Is that a better 4 than what they would have?
I think so.
I mean, you'd be changing how you do business, right? Because you're not having all these guys come off the bench, and it could be. But who knows? I mean, Sasser looks good.
I was reading something about the strengths and weaknesses of the Pistons, and one of their greatest resources currently is financial flexibility now and in the future. Meaning this core, they still have space where they can re-sign their own guys and add. 248-539-9797. Also making that more appealing. Anson in Detroit, you're next. What's up, Anson?
How are you, gentlemen?
We're great, thank
I
you.
do not understand the obsession with super trades. In Detroit, I guess I understand it because the only super trade that's ever worked out in the 2 leagues that do these multiple first-round picks with great young talent, the NFL and the NBA, the only trade that has ever led to a championship out of a super trade is Matt Stafford. Let's talk about Paul George. SGA. They give up SGA and 5 first-round picks. How's that working out for the Clippers right now? I get it. Giannis is a special young man. He's an incredible player, really great guy, too. But this will absolutely guarantee the Pistons a second-round ceiling. This team is built right, and like you just said, Doug, their greatest capital is the fact that they are financially flexible. Go get Miles Turner. Go camp out on that dude's porch at 12:01. Do not give away 3 first-round picks and 3 of our last 4 first-round picks unless you absolutely want to be what the Lions used to be. How are the Lions this good right now? Because they've acquired capital, not gave it up to get one guy.
The interesting, I mean, there's more examples like Kawhi Leonard going to Toronto, and I'm sure if we thought about it, we'd come up with others. However, if you look at if you're good at drafting, which we don't know that about Trajan yet. We know it about Brad Holmes. I think that's why I think the Lions thing, the whole, are the Pistons going to blow it like the Lions did, is one of the most aggravating text messages we have had in a while that wants to shut the door on the window of the Lions being competitive. If you can draft well, you can constantly restock and you can stay near the top, which right now we have a ton of evidence that that's what Brad Holmes is capable of. That's one. We don't know with Trajan yet. Right now, essentially this core was built by Troy Weaver. And he did draft pretty darn well. There were mistakes made along the way, and there was we didn't know how well really until this year. But I think there's something to be said that don't give up you can hoard the draft picks, keep the draft picks, value the draft picks when you know you can turn those draft picks into something. Now, they don't have a first-round pick this year, and they don't have one in the lottery, which is a whole other topic. But I think the caller's more right than wrong. Just keep replenishing. I mean, look at the core in Boston, for instance. How many of those guys did they draft? They drafted Jaylen Brown. They drafted Jason Tatum. Did they draft? They acquired Horford. But, I mean, you're talking about really key players at the core of their team. You draft and you supplement, right? You draft and you supplement. Now, if you do see, I mean, I don't know if Rashid, he said super trade. Like, you get to the point where that one move, and Rashid wasn't arguably one of the best 2-3 players in the league. No. But he was definitely a veteran, top 25 player in the league when they made that move. And those are the kinds of trades that I'm more in favor of, is that really smart, right at the end, finishing touch. The finishing touch. You pay the heavy price for the finishing touch. And if Giannis, the thing about Giannis, if you follow this ringer trade, and for people just joining us, it's Duren, Ivy, Holland, Tobias Harris, and 3 first-round picks for Giannis Antetokounmpo, which is reported as not as a possibility. Trade proposal, 7 teams that it makes sense to send Giannis to. Detroit's one of them, and that's a trade that they would say would work for both sides. Giannis would be a massive get, but you'd have to do so much more. It's not a finishing touch.
No, it's not, but would it be better than what they have right now? And would it be easier to add these finishing touches on the team over the next couple of years? Because if these two play together, along with the other cast of characters that would still remain after this proposed trade, is this team would that team be better than the team we saw this year? And I think the answer is yes. You'd have 2 superstars in your team. And I think they'd win more than 44 games.
Probably.
And be better suited for a playoff run. Because you've got a guy who's been there and done that.
But to win an NBA championship, you'd still have work to do.
Well, yes, it'd be, and I don't think it guarantees you a championship in the first year, but is it something you can work towards?
It could be, yeah.
I mean, you're always going to have to add a guy to put you over the top. Whether the Celtics did it with Derek White or Drew Holiday, the Nuggets did it with Aaron Gordon, Golden State does it with Andrew Wiggins, or whoever it is, right? You always got to add a guy to help put you over the top. And I get it. We're watching a young, very, very young team here in Detroit right now. It's really fun because you want to just draft to develop your own guys. That's the best way to win it as a fan. But guess what? I don't care how we win it, personally. Winning it is already hard enough, right? So if we have to do it a different way, I'm open to that. And you use those assets that you've obtained to go get a star player like Giannis. To me, I couldn't turn that down.
You bring up a very good point in that a team wins a championship doing it a certain way, and then everybody tries to copy that. And then until somebody does it a different way, and then everybody tries to copy that. You don't have to always be copying previous champions. In fact, I bet if you go back years and years and years, you can find virtually every different way a team was built to win a championship. And there's a lot of different ways to get to the finish line. But adding Giannis Antetokounmpo certainly would be exciting. It would be one of the most exciting things that's ever happened. Feedback here: if Trajan Langdon put together Cade and Giannis, I would have supreme faith in him. If it didn't work out, at least I would know he did all he could to give our team a chance to win the title.
I don't think there's any question he's looking at it and putting together what would be something we'd be comfortable with giving up.
So Eli writes in, a deal for Giannis absolutely makes sense for the Pistons. Boston will likely make major changes this offseason. We aren't so sure that Cleveland is as good as their roster. I believe this makes us a top 3 team in the East minimum, and I believe they would become the best defensive team in the league. Here's the thing. What you just said there about Boston making major changes, I might want to pick off Boston guys more than that, where you don't have to give up nearly as much and elevate yourself into a top 3 team in the East. And I would argue right now that they are this close because the Knicks are a top 3 team in the East, and the Pistons, even though it was only a 6-game series, it felt like they pushed them to the brink.
Felt like I should have won it. That's why I look at it.
I'd trade anyone and everyone for Giannis. That includes that fraud who wears number 2. Boy, wow. So now Cade Cunningham's a fraud.
What? I don't understand people.
Either. 248-539-9797. Funny story about the Pope and his buddies. We'll get to that today at 107 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
The Tigers kick off a series with the Red Sox this evening at Comerica Park. Detroit will look to shake off back-to-back losses, while Boston has won 4 of their last 5. What's helped them there? That's Sox beat writer Peter Abraham. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. 6:40 the first pitch. Jackson Jobe faces Tanner Houck. Michigan hockey has landed a top recruit. Ontario Hockey League star Malcolm Spence is headed to Ann Arbor. He scored 73 points this year in the juniors for the Erie Otters and is expected to be a first-round pick in the upcoming draft. Michigan State golfer Ashton McCullough has received an exemption to compete in the Rocket Classic. They surprised him with the news at graduation in front of his friends and family over the weekend. The NBA playoffs continue tonight. The Celtics take on the Knicks at 7:30. The Warriors host the Timberwolves at 10. And according to Shams, Cavaliers star Donovan Mitchell had an MRI today. It revealed that he's reactivated an ankle injury. He's expected to be a game-time decision in Game 5 tomorrow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
we got one text here and we didn't really comment on it. A guy said if they traded for Giannis and it didn't work, at least they tried. Does that mean if you don't trade for Giannis, you don't think they're trying to win a championship? Like, is that?
I don't know if it says that. I think it's just saying, that they're trying.
Yeah, I think they are trying. I don't know. If Trajan put together a KD Giannis, I'd have supreme faith in him. If it didn't work out, at least I know he did all he could to give his team a chance to win a title. If they don't trade for Giannis, I don't think that means he's not doing all he can to win a title, right?
Correct.
I mean, that's the other side of that conclusion is if you don't make this trade, you don't think they're doing all they can to win the title. Translation, the only path to the Pistons winning an NBA title is to trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Is that true?
I don't think so.
No, I don't either. By the way, the draft lottery is tonight. Draft lottery is tonight. Here's what we have to do with it. Nothing. We have nothing to do with the draft lottery. Let's just start with that. This is refreshing. I mean, it's fun when you're in the draft lottery. You got a ticket. Could my ticket hit? But let me ask you this.
Got the golden ticket.
Is, of the teams in the lottery, where is the biggest conspiracy? So the teams in the lottery are Utah, Washington, Charlotte, New Orleans, Philly, Brooklyn, Toronto. San Antonio has 2 picks. Phoenix's pick is conveyed to Houston. Atlanta's got a pick, Portland, Dallas, and Chicago. So what's the biggest conspiracy theory that if this team wins, you'll think the fix is in?
I will say, I think the easy button is to look at San Antonio, but I'm going to go a different route.
Because San Antonio always wins these things?
I'm going to go Philadelphia.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm going with Philadelphia.
You think that's the conspiracy theory?
Yes. Joel Embiid only played 19 games this year.
Mm-hmm.
This is a team that has openly tanked in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I'm going to say Philadelphia.
Okay. Kang, which would spark your conspiracy theory? Winning the lotto.
Ooh. I'm going San Antonio.
Again.
Yeah, if they won it again, that's too much smoke, man. But then I'm like, why would they want San Antonio to be good?
They really are.
Right? There's
like
really
an outpost.
So I hold off on that. I lean that way, but then I'm admittedly saying I don't get it. If that were the conspiracy,
yeah. This is the last.
But conveniently, those players' seasons ended early.
San Antonio's been in the lottery 8 times. Here's how it's gone for them.
Mm-hmm.
They've moved up 3 spots, moved up 1 spot, moved up 2 spots. Stand pat, stand pat, stand pat. Move up 2 spots, move up 1 spot. They've only ever moved up
5 of the 8 times.
5 of the 8 times, a total of 9 places. The Red Wings,
well,
the last 9 years, have dropped 9 places, never moved up, and fallen in 5 of the 9 drafts.
And how do you? I'm curious what the players are that they ended up getting.
David Robinson, Sean Elliott, Tim Duncan, Victor Wembanyama, and Stephon Castle. Those are the players they won.
Are those good players?
Yeah. So I'm with Kang. Here's my conspiracy theory. The Spurs win the lottery tonight, but they don't do it with their own pick. They do it with Atlanta's pick, which is a 0.7% chance of winning.
I like it.
There's how I think it goes down.
I like it.
All right. We had some fun, talking about the Pope. And, we have an American Pope, a Pope born in Chicago. We did the Instant Feedback Fun Friday, what to expect with Chicago Pope. Some good answers from the people. But there was a story from CBS about his buddies, Pope Robert Prevost, who grew up in Chicago. And one of his buddies is quoted in this story saying, I can't believe Bob's Pope.
That is a great quote.
Their buddy Bob is now the Pope. But it got us to thinking here at the station about, when you're young, and we all kind of admittedly are young knuckleheads, and you hang out with a bunch of knuckleheads, and you're goofballs and you're immature. And then later in life, you go, I can't believe so-and-so did this. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And nobody's going to top Bob's buddies who are getting to say, I can't believe Bob's Pope.
You can't top that.
You can't top it. But do you have a story like that where you can't believe? I'll give you a recent example in my life.
All right.
Young knucklehead era of my life. I was hanging out with a guy, Jeff, who had frosted tips and looked like the lead singer of Sugar Ray. Back in the day, look it up.
Mark McGrath.
Yeah. Google search it. He looked like that. We nicknamed him Shug. All right. And many of us still call him Shug to this day. Yesterday, Shug, became the first head coach in the history of the University of North Florida softball to take his team to the NCAA tournament.
Way to go, Shug.
And I'm like, I can't believe my buddy Shug, young knucklehead, they won, I don't even know what conference, but they won their conference and they're off to the NCAA softball tournament. Now, Shug had a tie to softball in this regard. His sister was an All-American at Michigan. But he came here and because she was here, watched him play, worked for the athletic department, and has spun this into a career as a coach. And now Shug, can't believe Shug has taken his team, is kicking ass. Now, it's not Bob's Pope. It's clearly not Bob's Pope. But I can't believe Shug has done that. Do you have any young knucklehead friends that you can't believe the heights that they've ascended to?
Yeah.
No popes.
No popes. No, but I had a guy that I grew up went to middle school with and high school with.
Yeah.
Who I think we knew was going to be destined for some pretty great things.
Did you?
He ended up going to Harvard and then worked his way up with a bunch of different companies and startups and whatnot, and was one of the big higher ups at Facebook.
Really?
Before leaving them, but yeah.
So these guys growing up in Chicago, their buddy Bob, he's the Pope. What is your knucklehead friend that grew up and did something and you kind of can't believe? And look, feel free to use their nickname because, I mean, Pope Bob.
Pope Bob that's just so great.
Really is funny.
Pope Bobby.
That's
Bobby.
right.
You guys remember the story I told you about? Gator, you were there. It was my one of my big birthday parties over at MGM.
Oh, yeah.
And my buddy had invited a coworker of his, and he threw up all over himself because he got over, he let the genie out that night. He had more fun than I did.
Oh, man. That guy was a volcano waiting to spew.
Yeah. So they had to put him in a wheelchair and wheel him out of the club. Like, that's how bad he got. So we all started calling him Wheelchair. I didn't know his name because he was a friend of a friend. So, anyways, Wheelchair moves to San Diego. He moves up the chain. He's like, I think it might have been even for like a car company because he was an auto supply business or something like that. He moved way up vice president. And I was like, we all were like, Wheelchair's the vice president? So, I think his name was Mike. But yeah, we all just started like, saying, yeah, did you hear about Wheelchair? He's like bigwig now. Like,
that's crazy.
So yeah, Wheelchair, good job.
That's hysterical.
You had a good time that night.
I did. And then part of it was like making mental bets as to what time that kid's going to lose it. Because he could not sit. You had gotten like a bottle service table area or seating or whatever. And we're sitting over there and he's kind of next to us. And he is doing more moving with his eyes closed than just somehow his body is managing to stay seated without falling to the ground. This guy was just inches away, and sure enough, but by the time we left before that happened, but you tell me the next day about the wheelchair story. I'm like, that makes sense. I totally
His name is Wheelchair, and now he's a vice president of a company.
Yeah.
All right, who's your knucklehead friend that you can't believe grew up and became something? Like those dudes in Chicago are saying, I can't believe Bob's the Pope. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, do you need a new garage door? Well, Precision Garage Door Service, they can actually get you one in as little as 24 hours because they're the only company with new garage doors that are in stock at their local warehouse. Nobody does it faster or better. So if your garage door is broken down, then you can leave your home garage and family vulnerable. You don't want to do that. You want to make sure you get the new garage. Talk to Precision Garage Door Service. I got new garage doors through them. I couldn't be happier. They walked me through the entire process, showed me all the different options I could have. We picked out the perfect doors for my house, and I am extremely satisfied. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can check them out at precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment.
Do you have somebody in your life that you can't believe what they grew up to be? Now, nobody is going to top the Pope's crew from Chicago that are saying things like, I can't believe Bob's the Pope. But there's a bunch of them coming in here to the inbox, 248-539-9797. What is, you got a buddy you can't believe grew up to be what they actually grew up to be. Let's go to Sam. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Sam.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. So this one's actually about me. When I was younger, I was definitely a problem child. Like, I'll make this real quick. When I was in middle school, I tried to set my teacher up for robbery. Didn't really work because I got caught on camera. But several years later, I got my life together, and I became a cop. I worked for Detroit Police, and I had pulled over one of my best friend's moms, and, like, she couldn't believe that they allowed me to be a cop. And, yeah, it was just like, you know, she told me, like, you almost burnt my house down, like, 2 years ago. How the heck did they let you become a cop?
And you're like, yeah, I should probably let you go for not stopping at the stop sign.
She did stop. She didn't stop at a stop sign, so I did let her go. I gave her a warning. She was very nice to me, but yeah, it was just no one believed that I became an officer of the law.
That's
I
funny.
used to break the law so much as a kid.
It sounds like you yourself are a little surprised it worked out the way it did.
I was. I was surprised they let me in. I didn't have a record or anything, but I was just a very horrible kid. But it worked out because I got my life together.
Way to go. Way to go, Sam.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for sharing. A couple of them come here. Not me, but one of my friends said those exact words. I can't believe that that's Bob. So who's Bob? Kid Rock.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
How about this one? I like this one. Dude, Jibber's a cardiologist. I wouldn't let him within 20 feet of my heart.
Jibber.
Guys, I went to high school with Connor Hallebuck. Played 4 years of high school hockey, had 0 offers out of high school. Was always very good, but nobody ever imagined he'd be the best goalie in the NHL.
Crazy.
My friend once got so drunk that he was attacked. I'm sorry. Start over.
Here we go.
Take 3 and 3, 2, 1. My friend once got so drunk that he attacked a shrub outside of a bar because he said it was looking at him funny. That guy is now a New York Times best-selling author. It's from Robin Redford.
It had to come in, that shrub.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. A shrub stepped to me. Beth, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Beth.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
I had a friend who she was partying up north on a summer weekend, and she ended up making out with some guy in the back of his truck. And by the back of his truck, I mean the box of his truck. And fell asleep, woke up. He wasn't in the truck. She was naked, and the truck was going down the street.
What? The truck was moving?
Yeah, it was somebody else's truck, and they were driving to work.
Oh, my God.
In the back with nothing on. She is now the head minister of one of those huge mega churches up near Flint. So I don't know if that's growth or guilt or what, but I thought that was a pretty big change.
Yeah, it sounds like a big change for the better.
That's hysterical.
Yeah, well, that's debatable whether it's for the better or not, but it was pretty amazing.
That's funny. That is really, really funny.
Great.
Good move not using her name. She probably doesn't want that to get out. John in Connecticut, regarding our group's crazy college friend, I can't believe Ames has government security clearance. You know, these are the texts that go around with the crew.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, Ames has government security clearance.
Ames? Really?
Dale in Clinton Township, a friend of mine growing up with, he was the biggest stoner. Now he's a brain surgeon in Dallas. I never saw that happening. That's pretty funny. Do you have a friend that you can't believe they grew up to be what they turned out to be? 248-539-9797. Tigers back in action tonight. It is the Boston Red Sox coming to town. Tigers need let's everybody calm down, win. They really need a let's everybody calm down, win.
It's not desperate, but
and it's not everybody. We've got a few texts. One of them I hope you enjoyed the start, boys, was probably my favorite. But, I mean, if you don't have faith in Jackson Jobe getting the job done, right? Which, there's one guy said how inconsistent he has been this year, blah, 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 blah. The Tigers are going up against a pitcher whose ERA is over 6 this year. And he started all season long. Now, that was way skewed by a terrible start against Tampa where he gave up 11 earned runs in 2 1/3. He's been better his last 2 outings. But Tanner Houck is a starter for Boston. So we'll see how it plays out, but I'm very intrigued as to how somebody suggested that Bregman might get similar treatment to another name. Also starts with a B and has 2 syllables. Bregman, Brunson. Do you think we get the thank you Bregman chance?
I hope not. Honestly, that one's a little much.
He hasn't even done anything in particular yet, other than just say no.
I mean, prefer not to use the profanity with it. It's a bit much. It's a bit aggressive.
You didn't say that when people were thanking Brunson.
Yeah, and then I heard it.
You didn't like it,
and then I'm like, all right, wait, let's not celebrate it so much. It's not a good look nationally. Mm-hmm. You can booing is fine. That's appropriate.
Yep.
Or you sold out. Chance of you sold out. That's always a good one.
Tigers
made him a great offer.
I don't know if that's selling out. Is that selling out by just saying no to our offer?
Look, they can boo, and that's fine.
They can boo, yeah. They don't have to go that far, but Bregman will be here. Do you think Veerling? We get Veerling news today?
I think we get. I'm surprised we didn't get it going into the weekend, but apparently they want him to play a few more games. So he did get to play a couple over the weekends. Maybe he gets called up for the game tonight, or by the end of this series. I feel like it's going to happen at any moment. I mean, he hit a couple home runs at Toledo. I think they're trying to get him some work at third at the different positions. So maybe it is a couple more games because they want to get him acclimated to the outfield and the infield.
Yeah, look, it's the kind of thing where the Tigers haven't been lucky with injuries so far this year. If you really think about it, they've lost 4 outfielders to injury. They've lost their starting catcher to injury. They lost a guy that they probably, I don't know. They knew Cobb. They knew Cobb was hurt when they signed him. I guess he's just not back yet. But, they haven't had good luck. So, and now you add in Casey Mize, who's got a strained hamstring. This could be 15 days. The only issue with that, and the one thing that has me just a little bit concerned, it was the same hamstring that kept him out 2 months last year.
Yeah, but they said that this is a totally different situation, that this is just a tweak. He felt something. And of course, it happens in the last inning that he pitched. He goes into the 8th inning when this happens. So, if you take them at their word and they say it's just a tweak, they should be back real soon. Then let's hope that's the case.
248-539-9797. You want to talk a little Tigers? Keep it going. Champ and Chump. Last chance to get your votes in. Do it now. Champ of the weekend, I went with my buddy Ryan Lenahan, who qualified for the PGA Championship this week down at Quail Hollow. Congratulations to Ryan, who's at Walnut Creek here locally and has been helping me with my swing for some time. Really good dude, really good instructor. So he is my champ of the weekend. Gator, champ of the weekend
is Terry Brunk, who's better known as a professional wrestler Sabu, who died over the weekend at the age of 60. The guy was an absolute hardcore pioneer in the world of professional wrestling. You don't see people going through tables without Sabu. And it was an amazing professional wrestler.
My chump of the weekend is the all too enthusiastic Tiger Panic I Told You So fan after losing 2 in a row and having Mize put on the DL. I think there's way quick to push the panic button.
Yeah, I'm not panicking, but my chump of the week is specific. It's that hamstring of Casey Mize. Damn you, hamstring.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Your champ and chump votes. We have news on Trey Hendrickson.
Oh.
Does it mean anything for us here in Detroit? We'll get to that today at 1:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket. So Adam Schefter tweeted this out 1 hour ago.
I'm sure people are going to be relaxed to this. Be very calm with this announcement.
Trey Hendrickson, edge rusher, Cincinnati Bengals, final year of his contract, no extension. Trey Hendrickson, they ran out of money. They're up against the cap. They extended Burrow. They extended Jamar Chase. No money left for Hendrickson. Trey Hendrickson's statement to ESPN today, quote, "No communication has taken place between my camp and the organization post-draft. The offers prior to the draft did not reflect the vision we shared and were promised last offseason if I continued to play at a high level. Coaches are aware of these past conversations. Rather than using collaboration to get us to a point to bring me home to the team, they are no longer communicating. I've been eagerly awaiting a resolution of this situation, but that's hard to do when there are no discussions and an evident lack of interest in reaching mutual goals." Trey Hendrickson sounds frustrated with the Bengals and says there is no communication. Does this increase the possibility that he gets dealt?
Well, he wasn't dealt before the draft.
Yep.
So that I thought was interesting. Now Hendrickson is calling out the Bengals, basically saying that they did not act in good faith because there's no negotiations going on.
Yep.
There's been no contact with other teams. And he said now he's saying that the teams knew about this.
Mm-hmm.
And the coaches knew about this, I should say. And the coaches haven't done anything. So he wants out desperately now. Now he just wants out. Does that mean for a team that wants to acquire him that perhaps the salary demands go by the wayside because now he just wants out of Cincinnati?
You have to wonder a little bit if Trey Hendrickson, if his lack of communication, hey, I want to come back, they're not talking to me. And oh, by the way, with their first round pick, they drafted an edge rusher. Didn't they get the kid from A&M that you wanted, Kang?
Yeah, Shamar Stewart.
Yeah.
Who hasn't signed yet.
No, because he doesn't want to get hurt or whatever, but yeah.
So if you're Trey Hendrickson, do you kind of see the writing on the wall? They drafted my replacement and they stopped talking to me. I can see why he's frustrated, especially if what he's saying is true, that he was told have another good year and we'll get it sorted out next year. And then next year comes and there's no sorting. There's no sorting.
No, there's no sorting. And be like, dude, trade me. Why haven't you traded me?
So we might be are we reaching the possibility of getting to the unique circumstances where Trey Hendrickson will just want out of Cincinnati and not require a new contract, which would keep his...
Still a big hit.
And it's still $15.8 million.
But it's doable.
I don't know if that's is easily said. If that's
for the
true.
one season, I think it is.
Given their other cap things that they got to take care of, I'm not sure it is. It's certainly more doable than if he needed a new contract and was getting 30 plus. That I will grant you.
Would you? Well, and now, because of this
is where you get into the debate. Do you not re-sign your own guys and then take on this cap hit now?
I'm not even doing that. I'm saying if he's one more year left on the deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if he's no longer insistent on signing a multi-year deal with a new team, he just wants out of there. Does this make it easier for, let's say, for the Lions, if they offered up a second-round pick or a third-round pick at this point? Because the longer this goes on, the less value it's going to be. So let's just say for the sake of argument, a second-round pick to acquire Trey Hendrickson, and you have Trey Hendrickson for 1 year. Is it worth it for a second-round pick for 1 year?
I would say yes.
If
it can work with the cap, and it doesn't cost you any of your in-house guys.
Well, why would it cost you an in-house guy when they're all under contract at this point?
Well,
and
because
it's just 1 year. He's not going to be on a future contract.
If you could get some people to restructure, maybe free up some money, because you have other signings you have to make. I mean, they still have signed rookies and sign. Well,
they've got the money set aside for that.
Well, but it doesn't count on your available cap space.
No, but I mean, if you're going to get at Aiden Hutchinson, I don't think this has nothing to do with that because it'd be 1 year.
If it's 1 year and Hutch's contract extension wouldn't be impacted, it certainly would become more doable. I still think it's very improbable. But if he's not looking for a new contract and just wants to get the F out of Cincinnati, I'm not even sure a second round pick would get it done because I think somebody else would probably offer more.
Quite possible. Yeah. I mean,
well, it's clear. It seems like the Bengals don't want to pay him. They might not even be able to pay him because they just signed T. Higgins to a huge deal, right? And so, of course, this comes out now. Hendrickson is pissed. He's airing out dirty laundry. And so, of course, CBS Sports, 38 minutes ago, gets news of this, and they write up a headline, Trey Hendrickson landing spots, ranking the 5 best fits for the Bengals star. 5, Cardinals. 4, Colts. 3, Packers. 2, Commanders. 1, Detroit Lions.
Here we go.
The Lions addressed their offensive line early in the draft, also adding receiver depth. But one area that is curiously went overlooked, pass rusher, despite the team desperately needing one.
Do they?
Since the departure of Zadarius Smith. With more than $40 million in 2025 cap space still available, they could be a prime landing spot for a proven talent.
Well, I would agree that they don't desperately need the
He
edge
wrote
rusher.
desperately, though.
I know.
I would love to see it happen because I think having 2 of these elite guys would be amazing. But it's not. They're not in desperation mode because they do have one of the best in the game.
If the Lions, with one of the best in the game, are desperate to add another one, you can imagine all the teams that don't have one of the best in the game would be more desperate and would be likely to offer more.
I'll take offense to the word desperate, but I will not take any offense to saying that the Lions could use him because they could use him.
I would love to see it. What I don't like about this story is I think it creates an unrealistic expectation that they're going to land Trey Hendrickson. And I would still, if you're asking me, is this likely to happen or is he likely to be in Cincinnati or somewhere else? I think he's probably likely to be in Cincinnati or somewhere else.
This is sweet. So now we got 2 people like that. The Pistons have to get Giannis, and the Lions have to get Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Same thing.
Yep.
He wrote desperately, guys.
I know he wrote desperately. Who wrote the story? Yeah.
Well, it's CBS Sports, so that's legit. And the guy's name is Cody Benjamin.
Oh, yeah.
You know Cody. I can't believe Cody's a writer for CBS Sports.
Codes. Let's go to Ed and Alpena. You're on 97 to ticket. Hi, Ed.
Hey guys, I want to talk about the Tigers for a minute, but you guys bring up this Trey Hendrickson. I'm gonna do a U-turn in a one-way street. I did that before in Denver, right in front of the went down the wrong way, but not change the subject. Went down the wrong way at front of the place where they make the money.
Oh, Ed. The Mint?
And you probably shouldn't have changed the subject.
Yeah.
Anyway, you
Stay
were
on topic, Ed.
Yeah, anyways, so Trey Hendrickson, you know what? At this point, I would rather bring Zadarius Smith back. Because one, it's not going to cost you as much money. It's not going to cost you a draft pick. And, I think Zadarius Smith's a better fit with the team we have.
Well, I don't have a problem with bringing Zadarius Smith in. I'd like that. But if you could get Trey Hendrickson, and it makes sense for you, but it has to make sense.
Yeah.
Right? That's the whole thing. There are so many factors that go into this.
Yep.
Okay. Does he have interest in coming to Detroit? 2, would he play here without getting a contract extension? And those are 2 pretty big hurdles to get over. Now, maybe the Detroit hurdle isn't much one. Yeah, I'd be interested in coming to Detroit, but I have to. Okay, we can't do that. Yeah, I'd be interested in coming to Detroit, and no, I don't need an extension. Okay, you don't need an extension. Great. Now, it becomes a compensation thing. What would the Lions give up?
So, here's the issue, is I still think there are teams out there that not only would pay more in terms of compensation to Cincinnati, I think there are probably teams out there that would give him an extension.
There might be, but
and if he and his agent are the ones working on this deal, and he's now more available than he's ever been before.
But these are things that have to be fleshed out that you don't know.
Because
does he have a no-trade clause?
What the Lions really can't afford is an extension.
They can.
Well,
they absolutely can.
Well,
It's
they
it
can.
costs you in different ways. That's all.
It might cost you Aiden Hutchinson.
I completely disagree with that. I think it could cost him somebody else. There'd be pain associated with it. You may not be able to hang on to some player.
They started to sign almost everybody but Hutch. So if they're going to squeeze anybody else out, it could be Hutch. But hey, look,
could be Brian Branch. Could be
Branch and Laporta.
Could be Laporta. Yeah,
I mean, be both.
Yeah, it's like I said, there could be pain, but you can absolutely do it without having to lose Hutch.
248-539-9797. Hey, FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting the over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once a game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live bets into same-game parlays for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. Get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's where it's at. If you're new, do this. And you're thinking about it, this is the thing to do. Because that $5 bet, you can take a heavy favorite just to win on the money line. You won't get a big return on the $5, but you get the $200 in bonus bets. You don't have to make a deposit. You can mess around with that and see what you think of it. FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over at present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issues and non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. So this created a buzz today. Trey Hendrickson is really upset with the Bengals because they are not communicating with him. And oh, by the way, did you notice they drafted an edge rusher in the first round, Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M, which perhaps is their beginning of moving on from Trey Hendrickson as it become more available. Essentially, it comes down to whether or not Trey Hendrickson wanted a new contract. The Bengals are up against the cap. They signed all their guys. He was the odd man out. And it makes you wonder if he would now want out of Cincinnati without a new contract. That becomes more feasible for a team like Detroit to get him. The biggest issue, though, is that if he is more likely to get traded now, I'm going to guess that there are going to be multiple suitors that would pay more, A, and pay more, B, as in pay more in terms of what they give Cincinnati, and pay Hendrickson, give him an extension. It just might be that he wants out. He's more motivated to get out, so he might be willing to accept trades to places he wasn't willing to go before. And the Bengals might be more agreeable to move him now that for some reason I don't know if they botched this situation. I feel like they should have been communicating with him. But when you're not communicating with a guy who wants a new contract, that tells me you're starting to send the message that we don't want you anymore.
I feel like that if he didn't want him, they should have traded him before the draft or during the draft.
Might have been better for them, but maybe everything changed when Shamar Stewart was on the board at 17. Maybe they didn't expect that, and they were like, oh, my God, I can't believe we can get this guy. Maybe. I don't know, because in the draft, you don't know what's going to happen in the draft. And so now with hindsight available, yeah, they might have been best served to move him before the draft.
Yeah, it looks like Cincinnati has not handled the situation very, very well at all. Like horribly, in fact. That if you didn't trade him before the draft, that seems dumb. You didn't move him at the trade deadline last year, for a team that really was floundering and struggling at the time because of injuries. It just seems unusual. And at the same time, look how you're allocating your money. You decided to double up on the wide receiver route as opposed to doubling up on defensive ends. Like the big deficiency with Cincinnati is their defense. It's not their offense. It's their defense. You could argue very strongly it was a dumb move to sign T. Higgins instead of giving the money to Trey Hendrickson and then go ahead and draft another defensive end or whatever defensive position you want.
Am I wrong?
To shore that up.
It feels like it's easier to find a playmaking wide receiver in the draft than a great edge rusher.
Yeah.
Although I would have some hesitancy with Trey Hendrickson. Just a little side note. I'm not sure he's ever going to have a year like he did last year.
But he's been pretty good for his,
his
career.
But
I mean, yeah, last year seemed
off the charts. Desperately need him? No, but we still need one. Outside of Hutch, you have no quarterback pressure or sacks. If he gets hurt again, we're screwed. I don't care about the money or second-round draft picks. Go get Hendrickson and let's get the Super Bowl. Why are Lions fans good with just okay? That's not okay. We want Super Bowl. Need to go all in. That's from Mike at work. I don't know that they need to go all in. I think we're getting to the point where we're doing it again, where the only path to the Super Bowl is to go all in at the expense of long term. You can go all in, but going all in means if it doesn't work out, you've kind of screwed yourself in the future. And Hendrickson would help. There's no question about Hendrickson would be an upgrade over what they have on the other side. I warned that I don't know if he'd be as good as he was last year. This feels like one hell of a spike late in his career. Guys at his age don't do that, but I realize nobody wants to hear that. But the other thing is they had a pass rush that was trending towards being top 10 in the league before Hutch got hurt. They were trending to have a better pass rush than the two teams in the Super Bowl in terms of sacks. So it wasn't a desperate need last year before he got hurt. The whole, if he got hurt again, there's all kinds of yes. They are screwed if Goff gets hurt. They are probably in trouble if Hutch gets hurt again. They're going to be in trouble if Penei Sewell gets hurt. They probably won't be in great shape if Amon-Ra gets hurt.
But if you were to improve the defense, where would you improve it?
I would probably go edge rusher,
Okay.
but that doesn't mean you have to go get Trey Hendrickson.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying if you're going to improve
And
the
pay
team,
the price and
that's
cost
the
you
place,
stuff in the
that's the place you want to do it. And despite the fact that they were trending in areas, the realization wasn't there. So I don't think I don't think this is feasible really to get Trey Hendrickson. I know it's a fun topic to bring up. I'd love to add him. I think there are ways, I guess, that you can do it. I just, for other reasons, other teams would be able to offer better contracts. They have more money. They could do the extension without having to have the painful cut from other players. And the compensation that they would give Cincinnati in return would be better than what the Lions could offer. But what I don't know is, does Trey Hendrickson have a no-trade clause? Does he get to dictate where he wants to go?
Well, given the fact that they gave the agent the right to pull off the trade, I think he probably does. But
and if that's the case, and at this point, does Cincinnati just want to say, yeah, hook him, bro, whatever you got, go wherever you want to go. If it means we only get a third-round pick in return, so be it.
I don't think they do that. However, I mean, I can't imagine they do that. Since he really did just do that to him dirty, there is definitely a chance they deal him somewhere he'd like to go. How could he choose anywhere other than the Lions? Well, I mean, I don't know. He's a Florida kid, isn't he? Does he want to go back home?
Play for Miami.
Just get Zadarius Smith. It's way cheaper. That's from Steve in Armada. And then he writes, come on.
It is way cheaper.
It is way cheaper.
And there it seems to be interest.
This is the weird deal where I understand the allure of going all in and trying to win this Super Bowl because we've never had one. They've got this thing set up to make multiple Super Bowl runs to consistently and through multiple means. I mean, as much as people say, well, if Hutch gets hurt, they're screwed. Well, if you trade for Trey Hendrickson and he gets hurt, I mean, if there are season-ending injuries are unpredictable. Hendrickson's been really good, and his last 2 years are his best 2 years. He's 30. Guys start to decline right around now, but even if he declines, he'd be better than anything they have.
Yeah,
even
and
if
would he take, let's say he still wants an extension, but he no longer wants like a 5-year extension. He says, you know what, I'll play this year, and then I want a 2-year extension. Guaranteed.
I think the reason why I'm most hesitant on this is because I think the Lions aren't desperate, and there would be teams that are. Those teams, they would want him more because they don't even have an Aiden Hutchinson. And so anything that the Lions offer, I think other teams would offer greater compensation and they would offer more money. And, even if it's not what Hendrickson wanted, be greater compensation and more money. Absolutely call, investigate, see if you can get it done on your terms that either does or doesn't cost you future players. But I don't know how a team with less than Aiden Hutchinson wouldn't offer more. Am I wrong for thinking that?
No, you're not. But again, if it's his decision where he wants to go, we'll see.
It is to a certain extent. I mean, if he finds that contract from elsewhere, if he doesn't want the contract.
Look, let me ask you this. Do you want Brad Holmes picking up the phone and talking to Trey Hendrickson's agent?
I literally just
happens?
said it.
Okay. So I'm repeating it.
Okay.
If that's what you want, we'll see what happens.
Rico Beard has made his way in studio.
Sorry,
Joins
guys.
us now.
Just trying to get the latest on the Trey stuff. So I was reading, looked at the clock. So my apologies.
You're actually just fine.
Oh.
Yeah. No apology necessary.
Okay.
So what do you think? Without giving away the whole show, I guess.
Yeah, we're gonna do it during the show. Lions are definitely one of the teams. It depends on the perspective. I'm looking at it from the Cincinnati perspective. I guess they're just like, dude, you're under contract, so why are we trying to do anything with you?
Yeah, it's really weird. It feels like a massive mismanagement of an asset.
It feels almost like what Cleveland did with Myles Garrett. Like, yeah, we don't have to do anything. You just have to show up if you want to play and get a paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
Lions I was just reading CBS has Lions are one of the 5 teams.
Yeah.
And I was, there's 2 teams on there that you probably don't want to see him go to if it's not Detroit. So
All right. Have a great show.
Thank you.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Tigers take on the Red Sox tonight at Comerica Park. Jackson Jobe will make the start. He struggled his last time out against the Rockies, giving up 6 earned runs in just 3 2/3 innings. Here the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 6:15. Boston has won 4 of their last 5 games, including a series win versus the Royals the last time out. Ex-NBA star
What team was that?
The Royals. How now, Brown Cow. Ex-NBA star Michael Jordan will serve as a special special contributor for NBC's NBA coverage. He said in a statement, quote, "The NBA on NBC was a meaningful part of my career, and I'm excited about being a special contributor to the project, end quote. According to ESPN as well, Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis is open to exploring other options besides Milwaukee. For the first time in his career, the Bucks are expected to sit down with him at some point this offseason to discuss his future with the team. The NFL's regular season opener has been announced as the Eagles and Cowboys. Some were wondering if the Lions might match up with Philly to kick off the season. According to Adam Schefter, ESPN personality Chris Berman has extended his contract through 2029, making him the first staffer who will be with the network for 50 years. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more.
Chris
Go to
Berman.
97.1 The Ticket. Yeah. Back. Odyssey.com.
Two o'clock on a Monday. Here we are. So let's get to business. We'll get to a lot today, including Trey Hendrickson and also the bought and paid for media seem to be backpedaling on an issue in the world of sports. We're going to get to that, but we need to start with something. I want to tell you I'm openly protesting this. I don't think this is possible. But when Sham Charania speaks, okay, we'll do this. Limited run, we'll do this. And we open not only with Rico wearing arguably the best hat in his collection. It's one of my favorites. But also, the
Celtics are the balls?
No, it depends. Is Cupcake Tatum going to play tonight?
You're back.
He's a trash bag.
You're back.
Now, let's get to it. So, I'm just going to play audio for you. F it. Here's Shams on Giannis this week in Chicago, the whole bit. Take a listen. So that's Shams, and it didn't stop there. The Pistons are listed as a destination. Do I believe that? No, I do not. I don't think Giannis on his dream board said, yeah, Milwaukee to Detroit. That's where I want my career. But let's live in a dream state for a minute. Let's say everyone's on equal footing, and it's not about your location. It's about, do you win? And it's about, do you have enough to get them? Let's just operate in that easy pass lane for just a minute. Here's the offer that was cobbled together as a part of this ESPN nonsense. The Detroit Pistons receive Giannis and hopefully a nice steak dinner. The Milwaukee Bucks receive Jalen Duren, Ron Holland, Jaden Ivey, Tobias Harris, and 3 first-round picks. So what do you want to do? Are you okay?
No, I'm just trying to process all of it.
There's not a lot to process. Let me help you. For one, both Duren and Ivy are extension eligible. You're not paying both. You're going to be forced to get rid of one anyways, right? Mm-hmm. All right. The Tobias piece is salary filler. That's $26 million.
He was a rental.
Okay. $26 million. Goodbye. Now, the Ron Holland piece, I'm not expecting people to be happy about. Well, this isn't Rip Hamilton for Kevin Garnett, clean up ILU trades. It has to hurt. You're getting one of the 10 best players in the league. You're getting a guy who factually scores in the paint at a more efficient rate than prime Shaq. Think about that for a moment. You would be pairing Giannis and Cade together for the next 5 years, all prime, both players. And if you believe Cade's a top 10 player or soon to be, and we know Giannis is, you'd have arguably the best duo in the sport. You know what doesn't win championships? Hardos, gym class heroes, try-hard guy, role play. They don't win titles.
No.
So, for me, if Giannis were actually willing to come here, I'm living in the easy pass lane. I do that deal yesterday because I'm not keeping these people. Now, I would love to swap a Sewer for Holland because I just think the offensive upside of Ron Holland is much higher than a Sewer.
But see, I think that's why Holland is on there because of that reason whatsoever.
Yep, see you later.
You know what? If Milwaukee is saying we'll accept this, I'll hit the accept as quickly as possible. Let's make this a done deal. Because really it's the 3 first-round picks that are going to come later. You don't know what they're going to be, but if you're a good team,
don't care.
They're not going to be good picks anyway. Holland is the only, I guess, the questionable, like you don't know what he's going to turn into. Did you just give away the next superstar? But I would say you're bringing in a superstar. You put it, Mike, Cade and Giannis in their prime in an East that is starting to have a seismic shift in powers. You can be that new power. You could be now, instead of we're like, hey, can you be in the top 4? Maybe you're now competing for the top team in the East, like it used to be back in the day.
Well, the other thing you have to factor in, and I know Piston fans don't, okay, forget about being better than Giannis. That's never going to happen. Are any of the guys you're lusting over even going to be as good as Cade? Can anyone with a straight face tell me Asur Thompson will be as good as Cade? No. Ron Holland? Are you gripping your balls with that opinion? Jalen Duren? So if none of these players are going to rise to be the Robin to your Batman, and in the return, I'm getting Godzilla or Thanos, F Batman, I'm getting something supernatural, then what are we talking about? Oh, the draft picks. You're right. For the ability for me to draft another Walter Sleepy Sharp or Beef Stew or Rodney White or some other nobody. If you're winning 50, 55 games a year, those picks do not matter. Go ahead, call up now and tell me Draymond Green and Gilbert Arenas were second-round picks. Thousands of guys were too. I get this guy. You know what he's averaged the last 3 years? 31, 30, and 30. You know what he does that you people should love and should be all bricked up? Plays defense. He's a two-way player.
Yeah. And with this, it allows you to keep Beef Stew if you want to come up to...
oh, thank God. Well, now I can sleep at night.
A contract extension with Beasley, and you can work out a deal with him. You keep Thompson. You keep some of the gym class heroes that people love, but now they truly just become that role player that helps you out in certain times of the game, and you're not looking at them in the last 10 seconds of the game saying, does anybody want to make a shot?
248-539-9797. I'm protesting this, but it is all the rage today, and Sham Sharon, you reported it. Pistons are listed as a destination, complete with a trade proposal. What do you want to do? Honestly, I can't get you Larry Bird in his prime. So if you're going to poke holes in Giannis's game, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do the opposite of what Middays did. I'm just going to hang up on you. I would rather talk to Rico. Hell, have Kenny turn around. I'll talk to his ass before I listen to people calling Giannis, quote, just a dunker or an unethical scorer or I don't like his accent. I just call a different show. He is inarguably a top 10 player. End. That's it. I don't know what the hell Ron Holland's going to be. Magic 8 Ball says highly unlikely he's even as good as Cade, much less Giannis. Now, if you have Hall of Fame projection on any of the gym class heroes, that's your business. But for today, we will live in the world.
Right.
Do the Pistons have enough to get him? Yes. Is it the first move I'd make? No. But if the guy's available and doesn't, through the phone like Freddy Krueger, spit at you or put his tongue in your ear, you at least have the conversation. Do we agree on that?
Oh, yeah. If there's interest that he wants to come here, okay, let's talk. Because if this is it, those 4 pieces plus 3 picks, if I'm the Pistons, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
248-539-9797. This thing on? Oh, I know. I'm sorry. We should be talking hypothetical schedules. No.
That really upsets
No.
you.
Do the read. We'll talk to David. Kenny's birthday weekend rolls on. He reeks of vodka. I'm kidding. Exciting day. Listen, you had a great time Friday night. Rico, take him to church.
Sure.
Non-denominational.
You done?
Pentecostal.
Okay. History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom, and right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And with Xfinity Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi is booming. Streaming booming, gaming booming, video calls booming. And even when your boss schedules a meeting that could have definitely been an email.
Booming.
Now you can get Xfinity Internet and mobile together in an all-in-one plan. It's the ultimate power couple. Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile gives you faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go, so your Wi-Fi is booming wherever you are. Now through June 23rd, new customers can get a 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data, and get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all in one plan, all for $40 a month for 1 year. So whether you're working, watching, or planning for Wi-Fi gold, one thing's for sure, Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of data usage. Data thresholds vary. After 1 year, rates increase to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply to all services up to $143 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, it's me again. If you've been injured in an auto accident and you're drowning in medical bills, you're probably dealing with an insurance company who doesn't give a damn about you either. So if that doesn't sound like fun, call David Femininio. Those insurance companies are not on your side. You need David. He'll fight tooth and nail, get you back on your feet, Get David, get paid isn't just a phrase. It's a promise. It's what he does. Call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Yeah, people are lining up for that merch, just like they're lining up for this Giannis topic. Am I right? All right. Guys, is everybody okay out there? Sham says Giannis is on the move. You're listed as a destination, and we've laid out what the trade is. You want to play what's your favorite pickle? I don't know what to tell you. Tune back in at 6. David, what's your take on it? Duren, Ivy, Tobias, Holland, 3 first, Giannis, yes or no?
I would definitely be a yes. He is a great player. He wouldn't be my first choice, though. I honestly want Booker. I want shooting on my team. That's what I want. But if Giannis is saying yes to Detroit, then I'll pick up that phone and have a conversation about getting him here to Detroit, because he is one of the best players in the NBA right now. So yes, yes, yes. I don't care about giving up any of these guys. Tobias is right. That's just salary. I don't care about that.
Yeah, you knew that when you signed him.
Exactly.
He wasn't even supposed to be here by the end of the year.
Correct. He was supposed to be traded at the deadline. Exactly. So, yes, I would say definitely yes on this deal.
30.4 a night, 12 rebounds a night, 6.5 assists, and shoots 60%, and plays above average defense. To great defense. I don't know what else to tell you. If the guy's willing, you got to have a conversation.
I mean, the deal almost seems like something that just a diehard Piston fan would come up with and be like, well, I'll give you these 4 things and some draft picks for Giannis. It doesn't seem really like if this is what it cost, man, absolutely make this deal. Because, you don't know what those draft picks will be, but I'll say this. If you're good, your picks will be in the late 20s. So what does it matter? So, yes, with the way the East is going, there is a shift in power. You could be one of the halves instead of sitting on the outside looking in. You'll be one of those teams that you'll see a game playing Christmas Day down at LCA. Yeah, you want to be that. Giannis will get you to that if you pair him with Cade. No brainer. This it would be a shock to me if it happens, but if that's all it takes, make the deal.
It also, too, is the duo of Cade and Giannis good enough to win a championship? I say yes. What better duos are out there? Go ahead. I mean, I can hang up and listen if you like. What duos? And if so, how many? Look, it'd be a number of duos that you can count on one hand. Not 2, 1. Then you have to get into how do the duos play together. You know, like, look, I mean, it's just, to me, if the guy's willing, you listen. I don't care about the pieces I'd be giving up because, once again, Ivy and Duren are extension eligible. Are you extending one or both? Probably not. And if I had to pick, it'd be Duren. I don't care about the gym class heroes. I do not care about Malik Beasley. I don't care about Tim Hardaway. I don't care about Dennis Schroeder. Tobias Harris, it's a salary fill. $26 million of it. What about the picks? What about them? The kids and those picks, those kids are probably 10 years old right now, 12 years old. You stagger the picks out, you go what, 26, 28, and 30. There you go. You think I'm sweating those? I don't believe you can sit here and develop your way to a championship. I don't. I think it's the same reason Oklahoma City's going to struggle to win one. Yeah, I mean, the team's nice. Oh, it's so homegrown. It's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, maybe Chet, and then a collection of what? Tryhards. They need a star. I think that's what they'll do this summer. Now, maybe they steal a title. Maybe. Look, if the Celtics go down, and you know Cleveland's aced, they may walk into one of those rare titles. But the long term, Sam Presti knows what he's got to do.
Right. But they still got to get past the Nuggets, but I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Ticket text. Let me hear him. Go ahead.
I trade anyone and everyone for Giannis. Someone else says, I would give Milwaukee literally whatever they want if we got Giannis. Also, that includes Cade, he says he would give up for Giannis.
No, that's not part of the deal. That doesn't make any sense on a basketball perspective.
No. Mac in a truck says, Giannis wasn't Giannis when he came in the league. He developed into a player he is now. So why can't we develop our guys and see what we're working with.
Good. Keep driving your truck. You'll circle the world 4 times until somebody develops into Giannis again being the 15th pick. Do me a favor. Stop over and take a nap. You're drunk.
I'm accepting that deal 100 out of 100 times. The players that would want to play with Cade and Giannis would be better than the try-hard guys.
Now you're starting to get it.
Giannis is a no-brainer. When you have stars, the quality of role player willing to play here for less money will increase. Make the move, win the title from Anthony.
Look, if in reality, Giannis wanting to be here is my biggest hurdle, I don't think it's real. I think he ends up in Miami or like Houston has everything it takes to get him. They have the salary fill. They have guys like Jalen Green. They have a guy like Jabari Smith, who's very similar to the Jaden Ivey extension eligible type player. They have what it takes. And you could argue they're in a better position to win than you. That's fine. But there aren't many teams that have enough to get them that would put them off the treadmill of mediocrity and into actual title contention. Look, a team that's got what it takes would be a team like the Celtics, but they're in the middle of a drive right now. And is Milwaukee really interested in a retool versus a rebuild? But if you put an NBA Finals MVP, All-NBA type player out there, plus, yeah, the Bucks have to take salary on. The Celtics issue is salary. But do they have what it takes to get a Giannis? Yeah, go ahead. Put Giannis on that team. Sure, why not? But you have what it takes, and I think him at 30, he just turned 30 in December.
Right.
That with Cade over a 5-year span? I'm sorry. Like, if the guy is not turning his nose up at playing in Detroit, I would do it.
Yeah, because I think at that point, if you're good, that's where at the trade deadline you go and get, that last piece, that rental player. You trade off one of your tryhards for a better tryhard.
Or do nothing. That actually should be Detroit. Do nothing town. That's what all fans want their teams to do. Nothing. Just draft and develop.
I'm trying to
right under that Detroit sign they built for the draft. It should say, do nothing in daisies.
He's on one today, David. I'm just trying to come up with different options.
I know, man.
But yeah, if you have him here, yeah, I'm like I said, Cleveland, I'm not really they're going through some injuries right now, but I think that they're a better team than what they're showing in the playoffs. Indiana is really impressing me because they're taking advantage of this, and they may end up lucking their way to the Eastern Conference Finals. But after that, yeah, as you're saying, your Celtics probably going to break up. This is their last dance type of situation. Philly, I don't know what Philly is. If you're Detroit and you bring in Giannis, you automatically are in the top 2 or 3 of the East.
The only team I would have you below. And again, we have to see how the summer plays out. The Celtics are going to make a trade, but like an example, if they jettison a Drew Holiday or a Kristaps Porzingis, that doesn't take them out of being the best team in the East. It just lowers the margin. Outside of the Celtics, you'd be right there at number 2. You show me a duo of Cade and Giannis, you're number 2. Because you still have a Soar, and you still have Stu, and you still have Beasley.
Over Cat and Brunson?
Yeah, because they're going to retool as well. I still think Thibodeau gets fired. I know. It's not New York radio. Nobody cares. Okay. David, go ahead.
Someone says you asked about the duo that would compare. Well, they had to go back. They said Shaq and Kobe would only be comparable to what Giannis and Cade could be. Ed McComb says, I would rather have Zion. He doesn't blow up the direction that you moved into last year like Giannis would. You can also give up little.
Agreed.
For that.
And again, that's still my first choice based on I don't think I have to give up a whole hell of a lot of anything unless you consider Bobby, with an I, Klintman, something. Like, you're not getting a Ausar Thompson for Zion. You're not getting 3 first-round picks. You're not getting Ivy, and you're not getting that. Now, I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit, but see, people got mad at me for that.
No, see, here's the thing. I get where you're coming from. If I had the choice and the opportunity, I'm going to make this Giannis call first. I'm going to see what I can do until Milwaukee was like, no. Then I'll move on to Zion or somebody else. Why? Because at least I know with Giannis, playing is going to be almost a certainty. I don't have to worry about which game will he go down. If you bring in Zion, that's in the back of everybody's mind is, How many games can I get out of this man? Can I get 50 games out of him this year? And that, to me, would be a blessing if you could.
Well, all Detroit cries about is that stars don't want to come to Detroit. So if Giannis is willing to say yes to Detroit, then yes, because now you have your star. So yes, for sure, I would say yes. I would prefer Booker, again, because I want shooting. But Giannis is there, is saying, hello, call me Detroit, then yes, for sure.
And again, I know a lot of people will say don't rush it. And you're right. You don't want to do things stupid. But I don't view acquiring Giannis as stupid. Now that he has said he's open to leaving Milwaukee, do I think he'd actually come here? No. I still think he's going to end up in L.A., Miami, Houston, something like that. It's just how the league works. But we'll live in a world, we have what it takes to get him. Do you want him? Because what I would do at that point, you got Cade, you got Giannis, I'm clearing the decks. I'm going to clear the decks and get a third star. You got the second most cap space in the NBA. I don't care about the rest of these people. It doesn't matter. You win it once. Who cares? Disappear for a decade.
Yeah, and he's already proven he can win with a team full of tryhards.
He won with Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton as his supporting cast.
That's what I said. He won with some tryhards.
That's my whole point. So if I put him with Cade and then I make another deal or a free agent signing, it's so obvious. But again, he'd have to want to be. You got to show me in writing, like a polygraph test, he's willing to come here. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls coming up in a second. Spring, you know it's here. Flowers are blooming. I know Rico's Reed says booming. Old Nation Brewing Company, their annual Signal of Spring Tart Strawberry M43. All these variants, and they got a bunch of them. They all sell out, and very, very fast. Because the basis of it is their most famous beer, their most award-winning beer, the M43, the hazy IPA that really put them on the map. So perfect for warm weather, perfect for the springtime, respectfully brewed in Williamston using only natural, high-quality ingredients. Taste the difference yourself and support local and independent brewer while you're doing it. It's Old Nation Brewing Company, and they remind you, as always, to please drink responsibly. Straight to the people. Shams Charania's kind of blown up the world today. I mean, I've said Giannis is gone for months. Well, now it's official. I mean, this is the start of it. It's no accident it breaks today with the draft lottery and that whole bit. All 30 teams are hanging out together. And Detroit listed as a possible destination. I think both because you're on the upswing. Giannis is going to want to win. But you have the goods to get him. The question is, A, would he actually come here? But B, do you want him? Because I listened to the midday show, and there was a lot of people who didn't want him. I have a name for those people.
Why would you not want him?
Crack.
No, seriously. Why would you not want him?
Meth?
What is the
angel dust?
What is
PCP?
What's the downside of bringing Giannis
Heroin?
here?
Cocaine. I don't know. Like, dude, just you pick. I don't know. Low IQ.
I just don't see how that would. People like, no, don't bring one of the best players in basketball to Detroit.
Or hear me out. You can fit your basketball knowledge in a thimble. That might work too.
Okay.
I don't know. Because everybody's obsessed with this idea of I don't want to give up anything. Let's just all grow up together. That's not how it works. None of the players on this roster are going to be Giannis. You've got a 0.00001% of that, even if you had the number 1 overall pick. I would say the same thing about Cooper Flagg. He's got a 0.0001% shot of being Giannis.
And if you want to just look at your past histories, your Pistons championships, they made bold moves and got them over the top. Whether it was Aguirre, whether it was Rashid, they made bold moves.
He's booming. See, it's just like his commercial. Let's go to Christian, 97.1. Christian, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I just got to talk about the Giannis topic. Obviously, I would love for Giannis to come to Detroit, but I think overall, team value-wise and long-term wise, I think we should do Ron Holland, Tobias Harris, a 2029 first-round pick, and a 2027 first-round pick to Utah for Laurie.
Got to see if Ainge would take it. I mean, Christian, the problem with Markkanen, people are going to harp on it. He's not a physical player. He's kind of a cupcake. I like him. I can live with it. I don't need every guy on my team to be a brawler. But Ainge has got to be willing, and take it from me, he ran my organization. Christian, he's a psychopath. He may ask you for 14 picks. He's crazy.
Oh, Jesus.
I know. Christian, I'm just shooting you straight. Dan Ainge is a nutcase.
Wow.
No, I mean, he'll just...
Shit, if they wanted just 14 picks, I'd say go ahead. I could care less about the picks at this point.
No, but you know what he's going to do, too? He's going to attach a dead body to it. You'll have to enjoy the delights of Colin Sexton or something.
I think you just made Christian Soule leave his body.
I know, Christian, I'm sorry. It was his whole career in Boston. He was the most unreasonable trader on the planet. And I don't see a scenario you're going to get Markkanen without attaching at least 3 firsts. Plus. Let's go to Scott, 97.1. Scotty, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, hey, I just think that the first thing, your third answer there was that, a lot of the people around here don't watch basketball. They don't know what the landscape looks like anymore, and they don't realize that you have to acquire assets, which is why you've been harping why we don't have all these picks. We haven't been acquiring assets. But I have the answer for you. First of all, we trade Giannis. 13 second-round picks. We got them until 2032.
Yes, you got a lot of seconds. It's tremendous.
Here's the thing, and I don't listen to a lot of the blowhards on ESPN, but Brian Windhorst did make a good point. They're not going to – Milwaukee really doesn't want to trade him to build a super team because they don't have their own picks. For the next 3 or 4 years, they don't have their first-round pick. The Pelicans have it.
Correct.
So they can't trade and take a 28th pick in the first round. They're going to need a higher pick. So I would consider Detroit in like that second tier. The first tier is like a team like Houston, like you were saying.
Yep.
Or
Oklahoma City for certain.
Yeah, but San Antonio also really looks good because they're probably not going to win right away, but they've got there's your 1-2 punch. Teams like that. But the Pistons own all their picks after this year, which makes them attractive as well.
But what they also own are players like an Ivy, a Duran, a Ron Holland, and a Seward Thompson. You have players that are not picks, but they are players Milwaukee would have loved to have had they been selecting in the top 10. So, Scott, I hear you loud and clear. I wish we had an unprotected pick from some bum-ass organization like the Wizards. We don't. but you have enough stuff, plus you own your picks. There's really only 3-4 teams like that.
And because I think it may be easier, if you're going to get rid of Giannis, you can sell the fans on, hey, look, we're trying to rebuild what we just captured a few years ago. No, I'm saying if you're
That's
Milwaukee.
how that sales pitch goes over.
No, if you're Milwaukee.
Listen, hear me out. We've just traded the best players since Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to play in Milwaukee. Real exciting future. Would love you to buy some tickets.
The fact that they've recently won,
bulldoze the arena,
will help in selling this.
There is no selling because there's just no selling.
David, it's going to happen anyway, but it's one of those guys we're just going to try to reset the clock. He's going to walk out the door. We can't stop him.
How ironic. The Deer District would become the district.
Oh.
And the district would become Deer District. It's like the Lion King. It's the circle of life.
It's the Lion King.
Okay.
Whatever. Let's go over to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on?
Not much, guys. How are you?
Good, Mikey. What do you make of this?
Good. I'd do this deal in a heartbeat. You're giving up they're NBA starters in Duren and Ivy. And a way to look at it is I think you're getting at least 5 years of one all-NBA player because Giannis is at the top of his game right now. As he starts descending, that's when Cade's going to reach the top of his game. So you're going to get 5 years of an all-NBA potential caliber player. You pair that with Asar Thompson, who is an all-defensive player in the NBA. You're going to attract guys. And then, Mike, you want to go all in. Miles Turner's a free agent at the end of this year, and you can fill JD's spot that way.
Done and done. I know. I mean, you're thinking about it like I am, Mike. And again, if the guy doesn't want to come here, you're not going to pay this price for any other player that is available or via trade this summer. This is a one of one. And we're only living with possibility today because you're one of the rare teams that has the ability and the fit to get him. I don't think he'll come here.
Yeah. And that's fine because the one to keep an eye on is if Philly wins the lottery, they've got the ticket because now you can sell them Cooper Flag for Giannis, and then you figure out the rest there because now they can rebuild and retool on the fly, and then you got Maxey and Giannis, and that's a terrifying idea in the East because I think they become instantly a top 3 team.
Yeah, no,
and that would suck.
It would, just like if the Spurs were able to do it with De'Aaron Fox, Wemby, and Giannis. You may as well shut the league down.
You know they're going to get the pick tonight, right?
No.
Yeah, they will.
My only hope is that Cooper Flag doesn't end up in Charlotte or Washington, just anywhere else. I don't wish that on my worst.
Or San Antonio. You got Wemby.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Because
David,
now you're becoming the Hornets when they were just like getting, oh, well, here's Alonzo. And here's Larry Johnson.
Yeah, maybe, and then they'll get in a fist fight, and you'll break up that duo just like those two. Go ahead, David.
Someone says Giannis trade, no and no, signed Iserman. But realistically, he says yes to the trade.
That was a good one.
That's good. That's well done.
Brian says, give me a shooter all day until someone like Giannis is available. Get Giannis and give me a bunch of rental shooters from there. He's a two-way superstar.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all this becomes. Fourth quarter, late shot clock, Cade can work off the ball. You can isolate Giannis, and he scores like Shaq in prime. That's what the metrics tell you. I mean, it's just there's nothing to think about.
Cade and Giannis would be a great duo. Both players are incredibly talented and passionate. Yes, all day to this deal. Spot on, Mike. Greek Freak needs to reside in Detroit. F those picks. They are always a crapshoot anyway. Let's go. Pops in the car.
But what if Asar Thompson becomes really good?
I just want to hear from the people who didn't think this was a good idea.
You won't. They listen between 10 and 2. They know what they're getting if they call this day part. Belt to ass. Just we have the Pirates usher here.
See,
belt to ass.
I want to hear the logic. I do. I don't want the belt to ass. I want to hear.
Do me a favor. Call and talk to Rico. I'll leave. So if you have the opinion you don't want Giannis and you don't like me, this is a true win-win. You can speak to Rico Beard one-on-one for your own personal consultation.
You always have to be open to listen to people.
No, I don't.
You can't be closed-minded all the time.
20 years doing this? Trust me, I don't.
Okay.
I don't want to live in that world.
You can always listen to hear what somebody has to. You don't have to agree with it, but you can listen.
Brother, I've sat here for, well, at least the last 2 years listening to Michigan fans think they're not getting a penalty. No, I don't have to listen. I'm done.
Okay.
David?
I want them to trade for a star, but not Giannis. He can't shoot, and he can't make his free throws. I'll take Booker.
Okay, is Booker available? What's
We don't
the
know
cost?
yet, yes.
Is Booker's body going to hold up? I understand what you're saying. All we have today is that Giannis for the first time is saying, get me up out of this meth land known as Milwaukee. And you're listed as a possible destination. That's the world we're living in.
Don't care either way. Just waiting for the Wings to do something. That is from Art.
Okay. Well,
just for you, Kenny.
That's good. Art, you'll probably be skeletal matter by the time that happens.
We can't get Giannis because it'll block the young guys. That is signed. It says signed Detroit.
It is.
Yeah.
Do nothing city. That's what we are. Oh, just let the kids cook. Okay. 248-539-9797. Rico's got an update for you, though, because he watched a rerun of something that inspired our 3 o'clock topic, and it has something to do with the Lions. That's all I'm giving you. But Rico will sell you that at 3. And if you don't want Giannis, you can talk to Rico for as long as you like today. I will not be partisan to that.
I'm always willing to listen.
Good for you. Victor's Home Solutions. Listen, getting the right roofer, very, very difficult decisions. That's why Victor's makes it simple. Customer concierge team, they'll follow up with you promptly, answer your questions clearly, and keep you in the loop every step of the way. You get new windows for your house, save money on those and your energy bills, and any new roof they install. Victor's offers a 50-year leak-free guarantee. That's on every roof they install. That's how confident they are in their process. What else do you need? Call Victor's today. Have them come out for a 21-point roof inspection or window estimate, 734-773-1100, or online at victors.com. And remember, right now you get $500 off that new roof or home full of new windows. Great financing available. Go to victors.com. All right, a little bit of football. David, spin the wheel. It's either schedule or fact or fiction. You pick.
It is fact or fiction, and we're going to be all over the board today. Not just NFL. We're going to be all over the board. I'm going to start with Kenny Cott on this first one here. We're going to go to the NHL.
Kenny's a drunk, fact.
We're going to go to the NHL with this fact or fiction. Fact or fiction, Kenny? Thanks for throwing that bottle top at me. A Canadian team will be hoisting the Stanley Cup in June.
I dedicate this answer to Jeffrey Rieger. No, they will. A Canadian team will not be winning the Stanley Cup.
I was really, the Leafs are going full Leaf right now.
They're doing the Leaf thing.
They're doing that Leaf thing again. They were up 2-0 on Florida. You had to split the pair. I'm getting nervous there now.
They did this. I think they've done this in consecutive years where they've gone up 2 games on a team and then just completely imploded. That's the Toronto Maple Leafs way.
Yeah, and not making the playoffs is the Wings way.
Sure is.
Yeah, I thought it would have been if they went 3-0 and then lost the next 4. That would be true Toronto.
Next, fact or fiction. Let's go to the NBA, and the lottery is tonight for the first overall selection. And fact or fiction, the 76ers will win the lottery tonight because it's what the NBA wants.
Fiction.
The 76ers have the 5th best odds.
It's fiction. The NBA would have a PR disaster. Their credibility would be out the window. It can't happen. It's got to be a stupid cartoon bumblebee or whatever that Wizards logo. Oh, it's the Washington Monument in basketball. That's their new one. It just, Rico, if it goes to Philly, I come on.
See, I don't think I think it's fiction, David, because if the league did what the league wanted for the, the media markets and all, Zion would have never went to New Orleans. He would have went to New York.
And they won that lottery, and he looked
right.
like, wow.
So, that's what I'm saying. So
he looked like me when I walk in this office.
It's like you see San Antonio, like you see different places when you're like, really? What? Yes, the LeBron to Cleveland, that looked very scripted. But I'm going to say fiction.
Let's stay in the NBA for this one. This is a playoff one. The Cavs are never going to win a championship with Donovan Mitchell as their best player.
Fact. Honestly, the Cleveland argue this, fact or fiction. The Cleveland Cavaliers are just the 2015 Hawks.
Yes.
It's the same thing.
Fact, yeah.
I told you they're fake all year. Oh, but the injuries now. No, here's what it is. Hardos like Ty Jerome ain't leading you anywhere.
That's so true. It's so true.
What a great story. Yeah, good. Enjoy your summer vacation.
Let's move over to college football. Another one for you, Kenny.
Fiction.
All right. Fact or fiction? Georgia will miss the college football playoffs.
Nah, expanded playoffs. You got to say that they're going to make it. It's an SEC team. They play this cupcake schedule. Everybody tells me they'll make the playoffs. I don't know how far they make it through with a new quarterback, but we'll see.
All right, here's your problem. Your problem is what you just said. This is not a quarterback of Georgia's caliber. This Gunnar Stockton thing, no. Like, he couldn't beat out Carson Beck. Carson Beck wasn't even very good last year. The only way Stockton got in a game is when Beck had his head ripped off. This is not the high-priced transfer that I thought Georgia would have gone out and gotten.
And you're right about that, but if you put talent around him, which Georgia notoriously can do, they sneak into a playoff just because it's expanded. If this was a 4-team playoff still, I would say absolutely not.
What about Mike Bobo? All right, let's keep it moving. We'll keep it moving. I'm telling you, I'd be a little nervous with the visor. If he doesn't make the playoff again this year, you better be careful.
Fact or fiction? Let's go to Major League Baseball here. There's a big story. The Red Sox are in town, and Rafael Devers refuses to play first base right now. But I say fact or fiction, he will play first base by the end of May.
I think it's possible, but I also don't have a huge problem when they don't talk to their best player about bringing in Alex Bregman. Then they ask him to play a position he's probably terrible at. Look, they need to call Big Papi. They need some legend coaching here. Hey, being a DH is cool. All the kids are doing it. I did it. It worked for me.
The wartime consigliere.
They do.
Okay.
No, they need the Dominican dandy to talk some sense into Mr. Devers.
No, they do because, right, if he goes there, he plays first, he looks awful, his stock falls, and now he's not worth what he once was.
Well, and now that, look, the team is desperate because Casas's knee exploded. That was their first baseman. I'm with David. I'll say fact, by the end of May, he'll be over there.
Fact or fiction, let's stay in Major League Baseball because they fired their manager over the weekend after a 21-0 loss. The Rockies will now win 35 games.
Huh? What?
I'm saying the manager changed, and all of a sudden they get hot.
Oh, so
No.
So their bump will be winning 29 games for the rest of the year. You know what, Dave? I'm going to say fact just because it's hard to lose. That you're going to fall into some games that you win. So, yes. Can they win 29 games between today and the end of the year? Yes.
Yeah, but on the power ranking of boob owners, the Monfort brothers are Dolly Parton. I mean, the only one worse might be this Bob Nutting in Pittsburgh. Or those two are, I mean, Manfort, awful. That's what it means in Portuguese.
Orioles aren't the best ownership either, but I hear what you're saying.
At least they're new.
That's true.
Now, their offseason was a train wreck, and they're paying for it now.
Right, but it wasn't the manager's fault why they only had 6 wins.
I agree with that.
But somebody had to fall on the sword.
Fact or fiction, now that we have a retirement in New Orleans over the weekend from Derek Carr, the Saints are actually the better fit for Aaron Rodgers than the Steelers.
Fiction. I got nothing else. The Saints you can't fix the Saints. The Steelers, I could find a way through. The best place is still Minnesota, which is Rico's fever dream.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
And you know what? If I'm the Saints, David, I'm going to say fiction. I don't want to go after Aaron Rodgers. You just may want to bottom out and just start fresh and not attach yourself because I don't think Pittsburgh wants him. You should just run away and just, you know what? We're not going to rescind the offer from him. He's not good. I don't think he's motivated to play in the NFL anymore.
And then finally in the NFL, fact or fiction, the Cowboys are going to severely regret ever trading for George Pickens.
Fact. Guy's an absolute psychopath. I would want no part of him in my locker room. None.
See, I'm going to say fiction because he doesn't have to be that guy. You got CeeDee Lamb there. I think CD is enough of a leader, but like, hey, there's going to be enough balls thrown your way, but I'm the man here, not you. Stay in your lane, and life will be good for you here in Dallas.
Sure, that'd be easy to tell George Pickens to stay in his lane because he's done that plenty of times.
You know what? But sometimes, David, in Pittsburgh, you really didn't have that person that can just step up and tell you, hey, this is how we need to get things.
Oh, so TJ Watt couldn't step up and be a leader and tell him that? You think
different side of the ball?
He's TJ Watt.
Okay. I'm just saying it's still
the franchise guy there.
He's a gold jacket Hall of Famer. George Pickens is a penis.
He is, Mike. But
Cam Hayward,
when practices go, you're on this side, we're on this side practicing. So you need somebody who's constantly in your ear, who's on your side of the ball saying, that's not how we do this. That's not how we do this.
Maybe that's why San Francisco don't win championships. If that's your leadership structure, that's effed.
What is your problem
Sorry,
today?
Bosa, you can't talk to me. You're on defense.
All right, Nick Bosa's my leader.
Okay, you know what?
Body bag, Purdy.
I'm done. I'm done.
That is your...
Whoa, hold on. You mean to tell me?
No, Mike, what I am saying
tell me
is
one more
that
time.
when somebody is on your side of the ball and you're practicing with them, it's the same practice, but offense is over here, defense is over there. Yes, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he's not watching every offensive rep because he's doing his defensive reps.
I understand that totally. But you can hear or see the actions. And you know it, offenses and defenses clash. TJ Watt in that locker room has every right to go up to George Pickens.
Right. But if I can see, you know what? On those reps, you just kind of half-ass did it. TJ's not watching that because he's looking at the defense, trying to get the defense good.
George
That's what
Pickens.
I'm saying. CeeDee Lamb is actually running the same drills as him, so he's watching every step, every movement.
The takeaway from all of this, George Pickens is a penis.
Yes, that is the takeaway.
That's really, I think, what everybody takes away.
That is fact or fiction.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. According to Tiger beat writer Chris McCoskey, injured outfielder Parker Meadows was throwing from about 70 feet away today. He speculated that it was with medium intensity. We'll have an update tomorrow from the injury report. The Tigers begin a 3-game series with the Red Sox tonight at Comerica Park. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 6:40. Tarik Skubal hoping there's another rocking crowd there tonight. The lineup is in. Kerry Carpenter will lead off and play right field. Gleyber Torres hits second at second. Colt Keith will bat third at DH today. Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, Zach McKinstry in the middle. Dylan Dingler will catch again as he hits seventh. Trey Sweeney to follow at shortstop hitting eighth. And Javi Baez will round out the order today in center field. Jackson Jobe makes the start. Today marks the first time since 2019 the Pistons will not be in the draft lottery. Jazz, Washington, and Charlotte all have the best odds to land the number one pick at 14%. It begins at 7 tonight. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
If you're looking for the Shams and Giannis discussion, Odyssey.com rewind. But for right now, here's Rico, TV, a replay, and what it sparked.
All right, so the NFL Network replayed the Lions-Commanders game early Sunday morning. While some of you are getting ready for church at church or going brunch with your mother, I was watching it. Mike, after I watched that game, I realized it wasn't as bad as I thought. It was actually worse. The defense that Lions team went out there and played with was horrific. The fact that Jaden Daniels did whatever he wanted to do. Like they didn't punt the ball. They just went at will. They dictated the flow in Ford Field. The Lions were really in control after that first touchdown. And after that, they were all sizzle, no steaks. They scored off trick plays, not driving down the field doing it. Your defense was horrible. Yeah, you were missing some people on the defensive line. Hutch, McNeil, which led me to thinking, so why was Brad so obtuse in saying, well, we got Hutch, and that's all you really need, and I don't understand why people want to see more on the defensive line? Because I rewatched that game. You cannot go back into the season with that same line. And McNeil, we already said, probably not going to play for a while. I don't think Hutch is going to be available. He's going to be available, but I don't think he's going to be 100% Hutch when the season starts. You're going to playing a tougher schedule. You're going up against mobile quarterbacks. You're playing just better teams. And then all of a sudden, the news with Trey Hendrickson comes out today from Cincinnati. Absolutely, the Lions need to do whatever they have to do, Mike.
Well, what came out?
That basically that they haven't talked. I'm sorry, that Cincinnati and Trey haven't talked in a while. And Trey came out and said that they aren't talking to his people, and it's just kind of in limbo. Nothing has been resolved yet, and he doesn't know where he's going to be. He doesn't know what's his future with Cincinnati. My thing is, watching that game, I was just shocked. Like, man, some of the stuff I just forgot about the third and the fourth quarter and the interceptions and everything that went down in that game. But the defense was just, all right, 4th and 2, we're going to go for it. 4th and 3, all right, we're going to go for it. And we're going to do this. And they couldn't stop anything. The only thing that stopped the Commanders from scoring was the time ran out in the game. And they realized we had enough. We'll save some for the next week. Plain and simple. Watching that, I was blown away of just how they're not really attacking and going after the defensive line, whether it was the draft, whether it's through a trade, whether it's free agency. It's imperative. If this team wants to go that next step, they have to make a move. And with Trey Hendrickson, that may be the move. Because, according to CBS, the Lions are the number one team that could end up landing him and bringing him into the fold. I don't think it's re-signing Zadarius Smith, because if that was the case, I think the Lions would have done that a long time ago. He's out there for a reason. I can't get into Brad's head, but all I know is you cannot go into the season with what you had last year and just waiting for those pieces to come back, because, Mike, I don't even think those pieces would have been enough to stop the Commanders if they were healthy.
Okay. Well, people, what do you say? I mean, honestly, look, I'm done yelling and screaming about it. There's no point. They're not going to do it. I love where your head is at. I think you're 100% right. I still don't get how you don't just take a first-round pick and go get Trey Hendrickson, pay the guy, figure it out later. But I just don't have any faith they're doing it because they believe they're the smartest people in the galaxy.
I know, but I'm like, they get paid to sit there and break that game down. I just rewatched it on the humble because it was on, and then I'm watching like, okay, I don't think it was as bad as I thought. I was like, it was worse. I mean, they got desperate. You know, J-Mo, I forgot about the J-Mo pick. Like, really? This is what we do when we're down just 10 points? It might as well have been 50 points the way they were playing because they knew that defense wasn't stopping the Commanders at all. They had to score on every play. I think that's why Goff threw the picks and everybody, because they were all playing out of their element instead of that quiet confidence they had all year. They were playing a real team with a real quarterback, and that defense,
well,
horrible.
See, that's the problem is the people's focus this week isn't where it probably should be. Oh, it's schedule week. Hey, what games are we on national TV, and who do you want to play? Have you looked at the teams on the schedule, the amount of high-level quarterbacks you're facing, and then comp it to last year? Last year, you played about 4 high-level quarterbacks. This year, it's like 30. I don't think you're wrong.
No.
But I have no faith this football team and this brain trust would make that move. I just don't. Now, here's the other thing before people call up and get angry at you. It's not like people are breaking down the door to get Trey Hendrickson. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of movement there, league-wide.
It's very weird.
So maybe the rest of the league feels the way the Lions do. We like the player. We don't love him. We're willing to pay him, but we're not going to. He's not Max Crosby, or they don't think that he's Myles Garrett, etc. I don't know, man. Would I do? Of course I would.
Yeah. But if not, I would have drafted somebody instead of this. I know. Look, you took somebody in the 6th round. Good luck with that.
No, it's just okay. This is not me agreeing with it. They have said repeatedly, we're the smartest people ever. We don't put our pants on the same way. We believe we have everything we need in this room, and you people are stupid. That's the Lions' approach. Okay. Better win a playoff game. Better do something impactful.
No.
Because if you take a step back, there's going to be receipts of a different order. Because it's hard to say they did a lot this offseason. They didn't. They went in their own pantry and put gold stars on their favorite spices in the pantry. Yeah. They didn't do anything.
Yeah. And I challenge any Lions fan, and I know it may be painful for you, but just go back and watch some of that game.
Don't.
Because and then ask yourself the question, did this team do enough to improve the defense to get you prepared for this upcoming season? I say no. And I say in bold letters, just flat out, no, you didn't. I think if everybody was healthy, I still think Jaden Daniels would still just score at you at will. Your defense was just trying to outscore the Commanders. And once you start throwing the picks and they got control, that was it. It was ball game. So if you feel like this defense, they did enough to get you over the hump, let me know. 248-539-9797 because I don't think they did. And it just angered me. Because then I went back to, Brad, why do you have to have 2? We got one of the best in the game. It's like, okay, well, you can have 2. Because unlike quarterback, you can play 2 defensive ends at once.
You could play 4.
It's one of those positions you could put as many out there as you can. This ain't a quarterback. This ain't a kicker where you can only have 1. You could have brought in an extra guy, and now you are dictating the defense. Now you're dictating what's going to happen on your field instead of, well, we got to come up with schemes and trickery and all of that. I was just blown away because I had forgotten about so much of that game. And some of it, maybe you just put it out your mind, but it was like, wow, that really.
And again, here's what CBS writes. You can do what you want with it. CBS Sports Today. The #1 destination for Trey Hendrickson, the Detroit Lions. They addressed their O-line early in the NFL draft. They've added wideout depth. One area that went curiously overlooked, pass rusher. Despite their desperate need, with more than $40 million in cap space still available, they could be a prime landing spot for the proven talent. Guys, I appreciate everything Rico's saying. Please don't take it as dismissive. I'm not. I agree totally. It's like arguing about, is pizza good? There's no argument. I can't yell about it. It's simply good. It's factual. The idea that you're contending for a Super Bowl and you're leaving $40 million in cap space on the street to rot, no, it doesn't make sense. The idea that Hendrickson's available, I don't really care what he wants. I don't really care what it costs. Oh, well, Aiden, yeah. Well, is Aiden better with Trey Hendrickson here? Yeah. So I just do it. But I can't yell about it anymore. They're not doing it. They have this thing about long-term success that they're not going to do anything to shorten whatever their perceived window is. It's not right or wrong. I just don't think it's optimal. I don't think that's the optimal way to bring the Lombardi Trophy home when you've blown, make no mistake now, you've blown 2 premium opportunities. Up 17 in the NFC title game to San Francisco. Dead. Number 1 seed off a bye week. At home, rookie quarterback favored by 10. Dead. I'm not really interested in fictional and hypothetical runs at a Super Bowl 3, 4, 5 years from now. I got this year and next year. That cap space, figure it out later. But I just can't yell about it. They're not doing it. But do you agree with Rico? The Hendrickson news today, they're not even talking. You got cap space. CBS has you top of the charts. You know who's number 2? The Commanders. Number 3, the Packers. And number 4, the Bears. You do not want Hendrickson June 1st in one of those places.
You do not.
Especially Green Bay, who, like you, needs a pass rush.
And they spent all their capital in getting receivers, so their receivers are going to be cheap. And they have, I think, $31 million in cap space available.
So what do you want to do? Look, if you believe they did enough to be a Super Bowl team, that's fine. That doesn't mean you can't do more. Do you think the Lions, now that the dust is settled, should try to acquire this guy? It's really all it comes down to. There you go. 248-539-9797. All righty. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, and they do it all the time. And whether you're a builder or do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have what you need when you need it at the price you want it. Call Northville today, or better yet, stop by. See the showroom, take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber today, Michigan's Trex superstore, or you can go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we'll get to the people in a second. Rico's fever dream of rewatching the Commanders game, plus the news today about Trey Hendrickson. It just sparked a conversation. I'm not yelling about it. I don't have the energy to do it any longer. But I just don't know how you can say you're all in to win a Super Bowl when you're leaving $40 million in cap space out there. Oh, but what about 2026? I understand. The cap is not real. You'll figure it out. You really think you're paying Goff $70 million next year without a restructure? Come on, guys. And hell, Kirby's money doesn't even really hit until year 3. The point Rico's making, CBS puts an article out, the top 5 destinations, you're number 1. You got the cap space, you got the championship window, you have the ability to do it. Packers are on there, Cardinals are on there, Commanders are on there. You definitely don't want them in the NFC. We've had this conversation, but I leave it to you.
You don't. And I look at that defense, Mike, and you're going up against a much better caliber of quarterbacks this season.
Oh, but who do you want to play on Christmas Day? Talk about a conversation about nothing.
It's like it's pre-draft talk.
Nothing. David, what do you got?
Rico, you are 100% correct. This team refuses year after year to get a good defensive end opposite Hutch. This regime has never put an emphasis on it, and I don't understand why. They will go 9-8 this year with that schedule with no defensive end. That is Guy from Royal Oak.
Yeah, Guy from Royal Oak. I was right there with you. I was like, this guy was a rookie, and he wasn't fazed by the crowd. He wasn't fazed by all the extra stuff. He just came in here and got it done, put on that silly little skull cap, and just walked away with the victory.
If that defense was healthy, that game would have been totally different. Literally 5 rushers were injured for that game. Their best corner and their best interior lineman will be good.
Yeah, again, but you can play that game too. Washington lost their best offensive lineman during the game. Washington had injuries too. Look, do whatever revision history you want. Stick to the point. Trey Hendrickson is not currently talking to the Bengals and probably won't report for camp. You have $40 million in cap space doing nothing. How are you worse with Hendrickson? I thought so. So that's Rico's main point.
You're not.
That's all. Let's go to the people. We will go to Russell 97.1. Russ, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, Mike and Rico?
Hey.
I just wanted to weigh in on the Lions, man. I've been watching the Lions for quite some time, man, since I was like 12 years old. When I started watching the Lions, they had Jeff Comlo and Eric Hipple. But I'm saying that just to say that the Lions have become arrogant and they haven't won anything. That's just my thing about it. How can you have a winning culture about something and you haven't won anything? And then you know that you need a defensive end to pair with Hutchinson, and you don't go get one. Why would you not sign Zadarius Smith and sign a guy who can't stay healthy? That's all I want to talk about.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't understand what and Russell, it really, my point just watching that game was driven home, and I'm thinking about Brad, like, this should be top priority, and you didn't go out and do anything in the draft because I thought maybe you'll address it with one of your first 2 picks. No, you didn't. And it's not to say that I didn't like the picks. You know, the defensive tackle, good, but you still need somebody out on the edge.
And I believe Green was still sitting there, wasn't he?
He was. Now, for Green, I think Green was one of those guys. He was this year's version of that player that just keeps falling and falling, and nobody really knows why, and you'll never find out why. And you just got to hope that you were right and he doesn't blow up, and you're like, well, why did we pass on him? I don't know. Everybody else said pass on him.
Okay, but I don't believe that you can have a team full of choir boys. You have to have a few monsters on your squad. You know, just some guys that other opposing teams have to prepare for. And I only believe that's Aiden Hutchinson on defense. I'm not talking about the offensive side of the ball. But they have only one person on defense that, to me, is a monster, and that's Aiden Hutchinson. Now, Brian Branch is pretty good. Kirby Joseph is pretty good. But outside of that, I don't see anybody else dominating on that side of the ball.
Well, Aleem McNeil, except he's going to be dead for at least half the season. I mean, Aleem is underappreciated, Russell. He's a top 5, top 7 defensive tackle in this sport. He's a disruptor, and he is not going to be around to help you, I probably till past Halloween. So I agree with you. I agree with Rico. But I've laid down my sword months ago. This is who the Lions are. They're more concerned about playing dress up the week of the draft. Fine. Do whatever you like. You better go win.
And I'm with you, and I'm almost angry at myself because I had forgotten about it, and then I watched that game. I was like,
why would you do that to yourself?
Because I was like, oh, okay, you know what I want to see here? I'm like, oh, I forgot what happened. Oh, wow. Touchdown.
Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
Rico, I totally agree with you. The Lions are very rigid, and it is really bothersome because they haven't really done anything, in my opinion, to make themselves better this year. In fact, I'd argue they got worse. They lost Ben Johnson. They lost Aaron Glenn. Jared Goff, I think, will take a step back. The defense will be McNeil not back to, like you said, Mike, after Halloween. Hutchinson coming off an injury. The Bears got better. The Vikings got better. The Packers are always good. And I just don't understand why here in this town we are, like, so scared to, like, take the risk. I mean, is it safe to say, Mike, that Brad Holmes is just a very good GM, but he's not elite?
Well, yeah, because he hasn't won anything, but he is very good. No one would argue it. The difference, though, between very good and then people want to turn him into, the architect of the 1970s Steelers, like there's a departure there. I think he's done a very good job. But no, you don't have 4 rings to roll across the table.
Yeah, like if you listen to people here, you think we live in New England and we're in the height of the Patriots dynasty. But anyway, no, Mike, I think this is an 11-6 team. I think they win the North, but unless they go out and get Hendrickson, I just don't see how they, win a Super Bowl. And at the end of the day, Mike, I don't really care about being good for a long time.
No.
Because if it doesn't amount to a ring, who cares? Like, I'm also a huge Tigers fan. In the early 2010s when I was growing up, the Tigers, it was some of the best baseball I've ever watched. But at the end of the day, they didn't win a World Series, so it all ended up for nothing. But at least those teams, Dombrowski and Illich, tried to build a championship. I do not believe the Lions are using all their resources to win a Super Bowl like a team like the Ravens are doing, or like the Eagles.
Especially when you're leaving money on the table and you're not using it to improve your team.
No, but don't worry. That's calculating. We got to sign Laporta in 17 years. Look, man, I got nothing left for you. I'm leaving it to you and the people.
And
I'm here for you.
I should have been like you. And then I just got hooked, and it was like watching that bad movie.
Yeah,
know the ending.
I'm a root like hell for him. Is this the way I would do it if I had a rookie quarterback walk into my house and take a duty in my living room? No. I would have gone all hands on deck. This is never happening again. But that's just not who they are. And look, think about it. They've never been popular. Now everybody drinks their bathwater. There's a season ticket waiting list. Mm-hmm. They can say whatever they want. Everybody kisses their ass.
Yeah, there's video of Coach getting a beanbag in the back of a pickup truck.
All our players have podcasts, huh? Am I right? I mean, come on. So they're the hillbilly that hit the lottery. They don't know how to act.
I blame myself. I should have just turned the channel. But I just got so angry listening because all I could hear, we got one, like the interview he did with the morning show. Well, we already got somebody, so why do we need somebody else? Because you could play them both at the same time.
Okay, I'll leave that one alone. That upset me that day. That'll upset me forever.
Is it like this in other markets?
Yes, it is.
Now you feel my pain. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green.
Somebody fix the air conditioning.
That's not what they do, but you know what? Natural Way will come out and work on your lawn. Summer is here. Look outside.
It's gorgeous. Here. It's in the studio.
It's beautiful. And right now, you call 888-GET-GREEN, mention my name, Rico from 97.1. They will hook you up. When you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control as well. And with the warm weather, guys, also comes the weeds. Dandelions will rob your lawn of the water and nutrients it needs. You can stop the dandelions before they go to seed by calling Natural Way. They will come out and they will tailor-made a solution specifically for your lawn. You will have the guy come out there and work, and then you will have the beautiful lawn that all of your neighbors will sit there and be jealous of. Why? Because you listened to me. You called 888-GET-GREEN, and you got Natural Way to come out there and design a solution for you. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. We told you earlier that Parker Meadows was seen throwing from about 60 feet here today. Evan Woodbury noted that Wenzel Perez was on the field running, playing catch, and bunting as well. Here is Detroit battles Boston from Comerica Park tonight. Pregame at 6:40 right here on the ticket as Jackson Jobe looks to bounce back from a short last outing. Michigan hockey has landed a top recruit. Ontario Hockey League star Malcolm Spence headed to Ann Arbor. He scored 73 points this year in juniors for the Erie Otters. The NHL
College hockey recruiting? Really?
What do you have today that's happened?
Trey
Speculation?
Hendrickson,
That's speculation.
Giannis. It beats
All right,
college hockey recruiting.
Moving on. The NHL playoffs continue tonight. Kenny will be there. Capitals and Hurricanes today at
Up
7.
next, the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds have made a roster move.
The Golden Knights also battle the Oilers at 9:30. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 or at 97onetheticket.com if I come back.
You know, I'm sorry to do that, but there's just certain things that can't be in a sports update. College hockey recruiting would be one.
I wanted to hear it. Now
Slow
I
down.
know. The more you know, Mike.
Slow down. Giannis wants out of Milwaukee. Trey Hendrickson's not talking to Cincinnati. You got the NBA playoffs going on. You got the Tigers. College hockey?
Michigan is king.
Erie Otters legend. You know this.
Nothing to do with that, Rico. It has nothing to do with Michigan being king. Nothing.
Where's this kid going?
It has nothing to do with that. But, you know, go ahead and worry about Michigan. Go ahead.
I don't. I'll send you a text message.
David. Incorrigible. David, couple ticket texts. We'll go to the callers.
What is a realistic trade for Trey? He says he just educate me. Is it a 2026 first?
Sure.
2027 second? Will that work?
Sure. All of it. I don't know. Offer him a first-round pick. What leverage does Cincinnati have? The guy may retire.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
We all want Hendrickson except Brad. Let him cook. Shaking my head. Jason from Detroit. Someone else says, call me crazy. Brad doesn't want to win now. He wants to win in 27, the 7-year plan.
I'm never going to say that about Brad Holmes. That's not fair. But he has a different way. I don't know if there's an edict. I don't know if this is just what he wants to do. But I don't understand anyone saying they're all in to win a Super Bowl leaving that amount of cap space.
That's where he contradicts himself. Yeah, it's Super Bowl or bust, he said last year. But you're not acting that way. Your picks are not that way. You know, we could send Cincinnati a bunch of third-round picks, those Aaron Lynn picks.
You got to stop.
Okay.
This Tesla kid might be really good, man. Arkansas had Taylor Green at quarterback. He was booty. I'm just saying, I know you're all been out of shape about that Tesla thing.
That is not the person. It's what you gave up.
You said you didn't like the way he looked at you. Go over to Ivory, 97.1. Ivory, how you doing?
I can't with you.
All right. How you guys doing today?
Good, Ivory. What's on your mind?
Mainly on the Lions Trey Henderson topic, but a quick point on the Pistons.
Yeah.
Look, I've been since they, got here and then drafted Hutchinson, I've been screaming at them to do what they can to get another premier edge rusher on the other side. But you know what I've realized over the years of, and I'm not going to come on the airwaves and all of a sudden act like Brad Holmes, he's not a good GM and they're not a good team. No. But I've just come under the realization that they're like a slow cooker. It just seems like they just want to slow roll their young talent and develop them. I don't know, it just seems like this type of move, this type of thing. And, they have history. They, through Dan Campbell and, formerly Aaron Glenn, they know this guy, So it seems like they just won't want to make that type of move. I don't know. It just all depends, I think, on what it's going to cost. I think they're just all about getting their young guys, developing their young guys, and paying their young guys.
I think you're right. I think they're a crock pot.
That's just who they are.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean we have to like it. Right? Like you've said,
right.
We've talked about this, Ivory. You call all the time. It's not about what they're doing is illegal. It's just a difference of opinion. And I don't know that it lends itself to giving you the best chance at winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm all about. I don't disagree with it. I don't agree with it. I don't. I'm just saying that I'm all about opportunity. Like anything in life, opportunity doesn't care about your current situation. Either you could take advantage of me, or I'm going to move on. And if you have that situation where this opportunity comes, you don't want to worry about other teams. You want to develop through your own team. But like Rico said, like you got Washington, you got the Bears, you got if this opportunity is there, at least what I'm saying, at least make the call.
Ivory, you got Philly, you got the Ravens. Like you have quarterbacks out there. Joe Burrow.
Right. Right. So that's the way I feel about that. But real quick on the Pistons, look, I don't these players nowadays in the NBA, they just want to. Giannis necessarily kind of fits that. It seems like he's got a good head. Like far, he just wants to win. He's not all about the other drama stuff. But these players nowadays in the NBA, when they especially going into their primes, or older age, whatever, they want to go play in Miami. They want to go play in nice weather. They want to go in Miami,
Houston.
Los Angeles. If he says okay to come into Detroit, which I love, I'm just saying from their end. That would shock me.
Agreed.
But as far as the trade package, I'd do that all day because one, I was ready to move on from Duren anyway. Two, Ivy, that you were always going to have to give up him in any type of somebody who's going to want that. And Tobias trade filler and these first round picks, they're going to be down the line anyway. So I'm doing that deal in the heartbeat.
Yeah, you got it, Ivory. And again, it's the reporting today. He wants out of Milwaukee. You're on a list of teams that it makes sense. Do I think he'd approve a deal here? No. But let's live in the easy pass lane for a minute.
Yeah, and if he did, Mike, it would tell you what the league really thinks about Cade Cunningham. If he said, you know what, absolutely, he is a star in the making. Pair me with him.
Put Cade on Platinum Equity 1, fly him out there, have a little brunch on a Chicago patio, and figure it out. Or listen to the midday show where every caller calls in and tells you Giannis is a bum and he can't shoot. I don't know.
I'm just the deal that's the one that seems like, okay, that sounds like a caller said, okay, we'll give you these 4 players and draft picks for Giannis. And I'll be like, no, they're not going to take that. But if Milwaukee wants that, there's no way in the world I would say no. And I question anybody. Their sanity to saying, no, you don't want Giannis here.
We'll get back into it later. I know. If you want to hear that discussion, Odyssey.com rewind. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen, right in the heart of Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Before we get back to your calls on Rico's Lions thing, I said something to Rico here, and I want Kenny and David, I want you guys to tell me if I'm being unfair. So obviously the draft lottery is tonight, right? That's kind of the centerpiece of the Giannis rumors. But they were putting up the big board, right? And you see Cooper Flagg number 1, and you're like, okay. And then number 2 and number 3, it's Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey. And they got the stupid little Rutgers little Radio Shack R up there. And I just looked at Rico, and I can't use the words I use because it involves some cussing, but I'm like, if these two bums couldn't lead their team to the NCAA tournament where everybody gets in, everybody, I mean, SIU Edwardsville gets in, then, man, how good are you? I'm looking at the both of you. There are only 5 guys who start. I got the number 2 and 3 players in the NBA draft, and you couldn't drag Rutgers across the finish line? Is that fair or unfair on my part?
I see it as fair because I'm drafting you to be a difference maker. Whether that's a star on my starting lineup or coming off the bench, you still got to give me something to make an impact in this game.
Like, isn't that the first question in the interview?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, but it Hunter, when Jet, Hunter, and I forgot the other guy.
Caleb Houston.
And they was like, they didn't make the tournament. And it was like
3 first-round picks.
Well, Hunter just decided I'm going to stay in
He's
school.
on the Tommy Boy plan.
Right. But yeah, it was like, that was the same thing. Like, you got all this talent.
See, Michigan's on your mind again.
No, okay. You didn't read the email or the text message.
What is this bit you two are doing?
I have
I'm
no
just
idea.
messing with him right now.
What have I missed?
Nothing.
Just
By the way, there's a great picture here of Knipple taking a picture at the draft combine.
Bobby Nipples.
David, I told you can't go on those sites at work, all right, man?
Top 10 pick.
Knipples clamp.
But yes, if you can't be a difference maker at Rutgers, then I'm sorry. No, thank you.
Dude, can you creep in the play-in?
Now, in all fairness, I think one was injured. They didn't play together for most of the year.
Well, so look, I don't care. I have this is why the draft picks don't matter. Look at this tonight. Oh yeah, VJ Edgecombe. Oh boy.
If you don't have, normally in most drafts, a top 3 pick, you're right. You're drafting a project. You're drafting somebody who's going to be probably going back and forth on a.
That's the other conversation. So when we get back into the Giannis thing, no, think about this. I'm glad you brought this up. Ron Holland. Now, I couldn't have been more excited to get him. It is not an anti-Ron Holland thing. But how many years would you say Ron Holland's, how much more do I have to wait for Ron Holland prime? 3 years?
Probably.
4 years?
I was going to say 4.
Okay, so those 4 years line up perfectly with, Cade's deal's done. Got to re-sign him. That's going to be an all-NBA Supermax. So all these people who want to, let's just let it percolate. Percolate your coffee. If Giannis is available and he doesn't fart in your face or into the phone receiver when Detroit calls, you make a run.
Yeah, and it'll tell you really quickly how much the rest of the league values Cade Cunningham.
And if I'm Giannis, I would value him highly.
Yeah. And if that's the case, like, whoa, Detroit, well, no beach, but I can win. Okay, I'll go there.
He'll need to learn.
I've been in Milwaukee, so
he'll need to learn CPR if he wants to play with Luka. Guy's not even available in the fourth quarter. Like, who are these other guards? Luka, you okay? Now he passed out again. Here, hold on. I mean, who's Giannis going to link up with? Okay, if you want to go to Houston, go to Houston. It makes sense. Miami? Yeah, if you like the weather and overpriced food.
I was about to say, that's just going to the town. Yeah.
There aren't a lot of spots. The Pistons
and
have
Pat
what
Riley, yeah, and he hasn't played in a long time.
He took away LeBron's cookies. He did. All right, let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy? John? And John.
How you doing, fellas?
There's Johnny. What's going on, buddy?
I just want to talk about Brad Holmes. If you guys know Brad Holmes, he valued offense way more than he valued defense. He had a wide receiver with a torn ACL. He had Jordan Davis right there. He take the wide receiver. He do not value defense nearly as much. So I wouldn't even entertain that thought trade. him getting
Yeah,
Trey Henderson.
but John, you agree with me. Your job as a general manager is to get better every day. You know, these guys will be the first ones to get up at the lectern and lecture you about how they're working 24/7 and scouring the California Penal League and the Peruvian Professional League. If Trey Hendrickson ain't talking to his team and he's available and you got a boatload of cap space and you can't tell me you're not better, why is it insane to go, damn, pick up the phone?
And this guy is arrogant. He do not want another DM. He just don't.
There's an element to it. John, originally I stayed away from that, and Rico had that opinion, but Rico's right, and I was wrong. I'm late to the party. But when that whole thing came out, the whole idea about Aiden saying, we're not getting Myles Garrett, bruh. Can't have that many dudes on the D-line. And you had said, man, it felt like Aiden was counting his money. Mm-hmm. It does make you feel a certain way. Can't prove it.
It does feel that way.
It feels like it.
And it kind of feels like Brad just wants to show
you. But I'll tell you this.
I'm doing this, and I won, and I did not do what you guys wanted me to do.
But here's the problem. If you don't sign Aiden now, it could potentially cost you way more later. That's the issue. The last, and I hesitate to ever use the bargain word here, better sign him with one leg than to wait for him to come back, God willing, and he has a 16.5 sack season.
That's a real Sophie's choice right there, man.
I know it is. Yeah, but the pressure's a privilege.
I get what you're saying.
You know why? Kenny!
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
That's what the money's for.
That's what the money's for.
That's what the money's for. I'm sorry. There's only so many and you say the thing times that you can. We don't pay running backs. That's what the money's for. Let me go off the Rolodex here.
No, it's just that's why you get paid. That's why there's only 32 of these jobs. It's Trajan Langdon's deal as well. Your job is to figure out what players on this roster profile to be championship caliber. You don't sit there and go, well, golly gee, guess I'll wait and figure it all out.
I got it, but I mean, who do you think is hypothetically holding up the deal? The Lions or Aiden? Because if I'm Aiden, do you bet on yourself?
You're asking me pure speculation.
Just pure speculation. This is Mike Valenti's opinion.
Okay.
Nobody else's. This is just this is Mike and I having a private conversation.
Okay, just for bleeps and giggles?
Right.
And I have to pick a side.
Right.
Aiden.
Aiden's betting on himself?
Because if I repped him, I'd want him to make more than Myles Garrett. And if I'm the Lions, buddy, one of your legs is barely attached. I ain't paying you $40-something million a year. You can come back and show it.
But as you're saying, but that's the thing. Like maybe you take that chance, he blows up. Woo, glad we took the chance and bought him early. Michigan. All right.
What? Hold on. What is this bit between you two?
I'm just messing with him from the update. That's all. That's all.
Idea. Man, I got no idea.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll get a blitz in the mix. We got a lot more ground to cover. Michigan might be a part of it. I want to hearken.
Oh.
Hearken. That's Rico's word. It was one of the great regular segments that Jamie and Wojo would do. And they would always title it Something or Nothing. And it was perfect because Jamie and Wojo would just lob it out there, and it's up to y'all to decide. But I got a something or nothing for you in the 4 o'clock.
Okay.
97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Doors Services of Southeast Michigan. Bengals defensive lineman Trey Hendrickson offering an update on his contract talks with Cincinnati. Quote, the offers prior to the draft did not reflect the vision we shared and were promised last offseason. If I continue to play at a high level, coaches are aware of these past conversations. Rather than using collaboration to get us to a point to bring me home to the team, they, in all caps, are no longer communicating, end quote. CBS Sports lists Detroit as his top landing spot. According to ESPN, Milwaukee Bucks star Giannis is open to exploring other options besides Milwaukee for the first time in his career. The Bucks are expected to sit down with him at some point this offseason to discuss his future with the team. Former Piston Rip Hamilton spoke with CBS Sports. Cater Montero's locker is returned to Comerica Park. He's expected to start tomorrow. Here tonight's Jackson Job start right here on the ticket at 6:40. At the Corwell Health Updates Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David. Some form of football here, right? Great. Hit the music. Let's do this.
All right.
Oh, God.
Hey.
Go ahead.
NFL scheduling. It's getting ready to come out this week. We're going to find out games as the week goes along.
Oh, can't wait. I won't be able to sleep.
But NFL.com came out with a list of their top 10 most anticipated games for the year. I also came out with 3 honorable mentions, and one game is kind of iffy because we don't know where Aaron Rodgers is at. So let's start off with the honorable mention games. Philadelphia and Washington. Rematch of the NFC title game. Is that a game that you guys are anticipating?
Buddy, it's May 12th. I don't know what to tell you here. I don't get why people are so bricked up about a schedule that's 6 months away.
Well, you can make your plans now. You can book your flights.
Okay.
Yeah, that one I don't really not excited for yet.
Okay.
There'll be others.
I hate both of those teams, so I'm the wrong guy to ask.
David, I'm going to move one because your team did not get the quarterback that they want right now.
Correct.
So I'm going to put Green Bay and Pittsburgh in the honorable mention. Now, if Aaron Rodgers was there, that would be an anticipated game, yes?
Yeah, for franchise history, yes, that's great.
Great uniform game.
It sure is, but we have no quarterback. Mason Rudolph right now, so there's no excitement for me on that one.
Great uniform game?
It's. I like watching the Steelers. I don't know. It always feels like a bigger game when the Steelers are on.
Okay.
I like the jerseys. I don't mind their fans. They don't have anything else. Pittsburgh's a dump. So yeah, you just
a bunch of heels is what they
It's
have.
basically like civilized West Virginia. It's not. I like the Steelers. I do. I just don't like David.
The final honorable mention for me, I thought this should have been in the top 10, but I may be jaded. The Lions, Bears.
I'm in.
That's a top 10.
I'm in on
it's
that.
not a top 10 according to NFL.com.
No, I'll tell you, it's number 1 according to Jim Costa. I mean, he nearly popped through your speakers talking about, we're going to show Ben Johnson. He sounded like
Howard Dean.
No, like one of the wrestling promos where like Macho Man was all coked up. You don't know. I'm like, Jim, it's not that big a deal. It's May 12th.
I heard he said, give me Cleveland for Thanksgiving because I want an easy game that we can just win so the turkey tastes better.
I just,
That's not
Their
how it
whole
goes.
show is scheduled. I couldn't believe it.
Okay. At number 10, Seattle and the Pittsburgh Steelers. The DK Metcalf game.
Zero interest.
Lions and Bears are better than that one, so no.
Oh, no. I put the Lions and Bears.
Oh, okay.
Right. Now, there's one at number 8 that I was like, really? But I'll let you guys decide.
No one wants to see Sam Darnold's face on TV. I'm out on that.
The DK Metcalf.
No.
Playing his
That's a
old team?
0 out of 10.
No, I'm good.
At number 9.
Yeah.
It's the revenge game. It's Sam Darnold versus J.J. McCarthy.
No.
Minnesota, Seattle.
I'm going to say yes to that, not because of Sam Darnold's face, but because I think JJ is one of the more fascinating stories in the league. What week is that?
We don't know.
We don't know yet. They'll have it, but we
Hey,
don't
let's
know.
talk schedule.
Yeah.
No, we don't
who
know
do
yet.
you want to play on Thursday
So that's
night?
what- these are just games. You
I'd
don't know
watch
when.
that. No, I'd watch that. I would.
I'm good.
At number 8, this is one where I was like, I had to look the research, but Denver taking on Houston. Basically, they're saying it's a battle between DeMeco Ryans' defense versus Sean Payton's offense.
Nah. Sean Payton's face annoys me. Bo Nix annoys me. Yeah, it's all annoying. Nah, I'm out.
There'll be no Tank Dell.
I thought he was going to be back in 10 days.
So I'm going to say no on that one.
Okay.
Out.
At number 7, Baltimore, Kansas City.
Yes. Because Lamar will play great because it's the regular season, and it'll give me something to slander him on when they rematch in the playoffs and he bleeps himself. Yes, all in.
See, and that's why I'm going to say no, because we won't get the answer on Lamar Jackson during the game. Winner, we won't.
Those
It's the
answers
playoffs.
don't come until late January.
Right. So no.
But it's Baltimore KC.
Okay.
I'm in.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you really didn't need a reason for that.
Hey, a fun fact. There's a horse named after Lamar now. Big Truz. No, that's his nickname is Big Truz.
Okay, I was
waiting for something.
No one named a horse playoff loser. No, I'm
I was
serious.
like, where are we going with this?
Do you know Lamar is hosting a symposium on horse racing this weekend for the Preakness?
Is Leggett, Xavier
No,
Leggett?
Lamar.
No, because I saw he said he wanted to get into horse racing too. So
Get him into an English class first.
okay, what made it?
I've never heard it pronounced that way.
What made it so bad is they did the clip, the NFL put it out there, and it literally has subtitles in it.
It has to.
Yeah, from the Derby.
It's like 1970s Kung Fu, except different.
It was the Derby footage, and it was subtitles under there.
Yeah.
And I found myself like, wait, I'm actually reading this.
Rico thought he was back in a film class watching a Fellini movie.
At number 6, Chicago, Washington. They had the Hail Mary game last year. You got 2 young quarterbacks, and now you're adding Ben Johnson in the mix as well.
Yeah. It's Caleb. It's Jaden Daniels. Yes. All in.
Yeah, I want to see if Caleb can meet the level that Jaden had last year. So yes.
So there's a game that you actually like. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now we.
Well, I said Lions Bears earlier.
Well, you know what? Here's the other thing. I'm sorry this isn't going to be like other shows where they need wet wipes for everybody. Oh, my God, it's just so exciting. It's May 12th.
I got you. At number 5, Cincinnati and Buffalo.
Out.
No matter
I'm in
what,
on that one.
This is if you like offense.
I know.
This is the game you want to watch.
Watching the Bengals makes me sad. I love Joe Burrow. That team is just ruining him. They're running him into the ground.
He may be the coolest man in the world.
He is, and he should play in New York.
Like everything he does is just like, my goodness. He's like he's the new George Clooney. He's just cool, no matter what.
Too
no
bad
matter what he wears.
Too bad Nebraska told him he was a safety.
Mistakes were made.
Whoops.
At number 4,
Mm-hmm.
you guys want to take a guess?
No.
Kansas City and Philadelphia. Rematch
Yes.
of the Super Bowl.
100%.
Yes.
Super Bowl rematch, premium brands, good uniform game. Yes, I'm in.
At number 3, the LA Rams and Baltimore Ravens.
Yes.
They played the overtime game last year.
Yeah, and forgive me, wasn't it like 37, 34?
31.
Yeah, yes, because McVay, they had like 4 plays of 50 yards or more. Yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
I like watching Stafford the later years. And now that he's not a Lion, I don't have to hate him.
There's no rooting. Yeah, it's like, if he loses, no big deal.
He's just a tough SOB, and he's still playing really good football. I'm in.
All right. And you're in as well?
Yes.
At number 2, the game that never happened last year, Lions and Philadelphia.
Sure. Also, I can hear Costa talk about double-digit disco, and the team loses by 60.
Do you think he would do that?
100% he will. He doesn't learn from his mistakes. 100%.
You're right.
I'm not looking forward to that game.
Why?
because I don't want to hear all week from the fans.
It's a measuring
We're
stick
healthy.
game. Nah,
if this would have been
David,
it last year,
David, it's measuring stick.
Well, we don't know when
that.
the game's going to be, but it is. This is one of those games where you at? How's your defense looking?
I know that. I just don't want to hear from these fans.
Well, they should ban the tush push.
Well,
That's
they're right about that.
Football play. And at number 1, David, would you like to guess? Because I know what he's going to say.
What is
I
he
don't care.
guessing? There's 32 teams.
Just that game that they think is the best game, the most anticipated game.
Sure.
Steelers, Lions.
No. That's called if you can't sleep at night. Kansas City, Buffalo.
Yes.
Oh,
Always.
yeah.
Josh Allen will win it in the regular season and then get thrown off a cliff in the postseason. Can't wait.
The post-game press conference. No, it's going to be different. I know I won this game, but we're going to carry this over into the postseason.
We'll get no answers for the postseason again.
So,
but yes.
Is that game in Buffalo?
Oh,
we don't know yet.
But we do know.
We do know.
I'm kidding.
Hold on.
Hey, maybe it's a Peacock exclusive. Did you see that announcement, by the way?
Yes.
Now we got a game. What is it? Saturday, December 27th, and it's sure.
The game is in Buffalo.
Yep,
Yes.
I love
Buffalo.
It. Yep.
Good. Put that in December.
Orchard Park.
Love it. Anything else?
That's it.
Hey, where are the Giants on all these games? Oh, wait.
According to this list, the Lions had one anticipated game, and that was against Philly. That's why I said you got to put the Bears in there, just for the fact Ben Johnson coming back home.
Who do you want to play on Thanksgiving? 248.
Well, fortunately, they can't do back-to-back Thanksgiving Day games, so it won't be the Bears. That's your anticipated scheduling blitz, 97.1.
Cost to keep your home comfortable is rising just like everything else. If your furnace or AC isn't doing its job, get it done right by the team at Mastercraft. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mastercraft has Generac and Honeywell generators in stock and ready to go. And this month, you buy a generator, you get half off the installation of a furnace or AC, plus the extended 10-year parts warranty on that generator. So schedule your free in-home estimate today at mastercraftheating.com. Jason Tatum's balls. I want to do an homage here. I always liked this when the late, great Jamie Samuelson and Wojo would do this type of thing. It's called Something or Nothing. And I don't know. But the way they used to do this is they would put something out there, and you, the listener, would have the two choices. Is this something or nothing? And it's simple. So just hear me out, and it's something or nothing. Now, David, this does involve Michigan, so I'm sure you're going to say something mean to Rico. Very excited. Has anyone noticed the change in temperature since Michigan self-imposed that joke of a suspension on Moore? And you go, change in temperature? I'm not talking Mother Nature. I'm talking from the bought and paid for, Michigan bathwater drinkers. Now, first things first, if you're paid by the very thing you cover, you're not a journalist. You're a hype man. So let's just stop with that. Then you get into the people who are what I consider the Jerry Falwells of coverage. You just pander. You do whatever it takes, and it doesn't matter how bad the school takes you to town. You just want to keep the fan base on your side for clicks. And there are names attached to this. We can go down that road. What I'm saying is, unlikely sources, people who have told you from the start, there is nothing to see here. There are no penalties. Only people who care are Buckeyes and Spartans. All of a sudden now, these same people on a national level, well, I expect a vacating of wins. That was from noted Michigan bootlicker Josh Pate. Then the ultimate Dinder Mifflin, dull-ass Joel Klatt today. Oh, something big is coming. Wait, Joel, you spent the last 2 years telling us it was nothing. It was, in fact, a nothing burger. Then you've even got people from the inner sanctums of the Falwell level of coverage talking about, oh, this isn't good. Is it something or nothing here? Because the tone, look, even, and again, personal and professional, like even John Jansen has kind of backed off his what's your experience belt to ass routine. John's gotten very quiet. Now you're seeing other people say, I just don't know what's going to happen. Well, before they were busy on the Connor Stallions docuseries, yucking it up. Now it's, oh, golly gee, I don't know. Something or nothing? I'm asking.
I think it's something. I think it's something, Mike, and I think
insert David Mean comment first.
He's got time.
I'm asking something or nothing.
I think it's something, and I think the genesis was when Michigan came out and self-imposed 2 games for Sharon Moore. I think at that point, people realized this may be a little bit more than what we thought, because everybody was trying to just shrug it off as only Spartans and Buckeyes actually care about this. Nobody else does. It's just you two fan bases. If you guys would just shut up, it would go away. And now all of a sudden Michigan is saying, yeah, how about we give you a preemptive, he won't coach these 2 games. Can we go that route? We don't know what the NCAA is going to say, but the fact that you're willing.
Let me help you.
The fact that you're willing to come off of games says it is a lot more serious than you initially thought it was going to be. Now, what the penalty is going to be, I don't know, but you're right. All of a sudden, it was just
weird tone change.
Quiet.
Especially from people who are, look, here's the thing. This is the other problem through this whole thing. I've never sat here and acted like I know what's going to happen. I can't predict it. I've just always believed it would be more than what the cultists believe. The point is, like, the playbook was written at the start of this. Well, they can't take away our season. At the start of it, lone wolf, no competitive advantage. NCAA's evil. Well, Harbaugh's gone. Well, it's been so long, who cares? It's a playbook. And now you get within a month of the Committee on Infractions, June 6th and 7th, and all of a sudden it's turned into like when a construction truck backs up and the beeping. And you go, wait a second, these are the same people who said nothing was going to happen for so long, and now they're sitting there backpedaling. Mm-hmm. And how do I know it? Well, it's because we consume all this media. And look, I still don't believe there's a way Ward survives. I still don't believe Sharon Moore survives. I just don't know how Moore gets out of this without a show cause, which in essence ends your career. Now, anything beyond that, I have no idea. Are they going to vacate wins or not? No idea.
Well, see, my thing is, which way do they go? They go forward or do they go backwards? Do they take away wins and vacate them, or do they go forward and say, okay, well, you're going to have a postseason ban for a year or two? I don't think it'll be both, but I'm wondering which way the NCAA would go.
I just want to know if the tone changed. And if you're a hardcore college football fan, you know the names I'm mentioning. And you damn well know the names I'm not referring to because they don't deserve any oxygen. The point is, they're all bought and paid for at worst, or at best, they pander to a big-ass fan base because they're afraid of being honest. And almost everybody in the last week, man, it's Fred Flintstone backpedaling. And I don't know if it's something or nothing. So that's why I did the Jamie and Wojo question. 248-539-9797. David, do you want, first of all, mean comment for Rico? Or?
No mean comment. I think it's something, and I agree with your reasoning, Rico. I do believe that it changed from that because a lot of people were saying at the time, how dare you give them this? The NCAA is going to do nothing to you. You should have done 2 games. And then all of a sudden, there seemed to be a reason they did 2 games, and they're trying to get the 2 games. Yes, the tone changed because of that. Yeah. They start realizing, I think, ooh, Michigan, there's something here there. And there's something here.
And also to add to that, you've also heard from some Michigan fans, no matter what happens, you better go to court and you better fight this and you better not just roll over and show your belly and don't take the high ground. And
fight what, though?
The NCAA.
The NCAA's already said they have evidence on you.
Right. Take it to court.
What are you doing? Slap it on your amicus briefs? What are you going to sue them for?
No, if you take it, because here's the thing, you take it to court, I think it's only going to get worse.
Michigan admitted they cheated.
I understand. Here's the thing.
Why are we yelling? I don't even know what's happening.
Well, no, settle down. Settle down.
If you just here, I'm going to say something nice to David.
Okay.
David said, if you just took your punishment last
year, it'd probably be over.
You just ate your vegetables. You were coming off the national title game. You knew the season was going to be bad anyway. You didn't have a quarterback. And imagine how good a Michigan fan would have felt that your final game of the year, you went to Columbus and you beat Ohio State. You would have been feeling like, you know what? F the NCAA.
Correct.
We're great.
Something that was, I'm sorry, Mike.
No,
something that was unnecessary last year was the whole Sharon Moore should be fired conversation. Fans started doing it as the season is going on.
I defended him.
It wasn't even necessary if you just take the punishment. No one would have cared what he looked like. What the result were? Nothing, except for the Ohio State game. Then I'm like, okay, cool. Now we can start fresh in 2025.
David, do you agree with what I've said from the beginning? Look, there are guys who did less than Sharon who were given show causes.
Correct.
I just don't know how he gets out of it. I don't know how Ward gets out of it. So I just wanted to look beyond that. I have no idea. Do I think there should be a post? Now, what I should and what will, 2 completely different conversations. And I have stayed away from the should because you're arguing on virtue in essentially in like the sport of prostitution. There's no virtue in college. It's just general scumbaggery. So I just, is it something or nothing based on friendly Michigan media singing a different tune the past week?
Well, I would say
feels
this,
weird.
And and give credit to the texter that just texted us in, and that was another reason why things have changed and why people are changing their tune.
Let's hear it.
President Ono left, and people were wondering, well, why would he leave Michigan? There are some things and reasonings out there for why he's leaving Michigan, and part of it is what's going on right now. There's other investigations as well. So I mean, he didn't leave for no reason.
Listen, part of it is the school's probably facing all in total $1 billion lawsuit for the Weiss thing. You know, I've heard people don't think kindly on getting hacked. So I don't know, man. Look, I don't care. The whole place could burn down. I don't care. I told people I made a deal with them. Go win your games, do your thing. You're not going to like what happens afterwards. I'm not judging you for enjoying yourself. Take the pictures. Well, we're in the after part. I have no idea. But man, when It's almost like if you go to McDonald's and you're expecting their menu and you roll up and they're serving sushi. You go, wait, something's not right here. Mm-hmm. You know when these bathwater drinker medias are, and they're going, wait, Joel Klatt just said something. Here, hold on. Let me give you the quote. I could probably do a better service if I gave you the quote.
No. But Mike, I get what you're saying because I do think a lot of it came when all of a sudden Michigan stepped forward and said, we're going to go ahead and impose 2 games. NCAA, is that good enough?
No.
Because if you did nothing, why are you giving up 2 games?
Yeah, here, example. Josh Pate has literally been Jerry Falwell for Michigan, okay? I mean, Michigan could be making love to a significant other, and he'd be like, oh, go blue.
Keep going.
All right. So he's out here in the Twitter sphere. David, thank you for attaching this. Someone wrote, imagine if we lived in just world, what would the correct punishment be for Michigan? For several level 1s, massive fines, loss of scholarships, and a multi-year postseason ban. Huh? This dude's been out here telling people ain't nothing going to happen. Joel Klatt is the one who tried to tell you, minimal. Joel Klatt was basically a different version of a John Bot. Now Klatt's out there going, oh, man, something big's coming. And I'm like, wait, what? Other people who participated in that clown show documentary, he's and ha-has. Now it's, I don't know what's going to happen. It just feels weird. I'm asking.
Silence is deafening.
Okay, I'm asking.
No. I get it, but I think, yeah.
The Jamie and Wojo bit, and if you think it's nothing, that doesn't mean you're a bad person. I'm asking. David, anything mean for Rico, or can we move on? Okay. FanDuel, best place to find your favorite player props like Jason Tatum under everything tonight because he's a cupcake. Bet on all of that. Do whatever you want to do. It's FanDuel. More betting markets than anyone else. $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Rico's still looking for Jason Tatum's list of big playoff moments.
Tonight's the night.
FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tigers injured outfielder Wenzel Perez told the media he plans to begin a rehab with West Michigan on Thursday as long as he doesn't have any setbacks this week. Perez was previously working his way back in Lakeland. Today was seen bunting, throwing, and running. Red Sox third baseman Alex Bregman, who said earlier he was very close to signing with Detroit before Boston swooped in at the last second, weighed in and why he chose there. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. The NFL's regular season opener has been announced as the Eagles and Cowboys. Some were wondering if the Lions might match up with Philly to kick off their season. Not so, though. The Seattle Seahawks have signed former Spartan wide receiver Montori Foster as an undrafted free agent. Meanwhile, the Lions announced they've signed the following: tight end Luke Deal, wide receiver Mike Taylor, and D lineman Raekwon Williams. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Okay, David, we did a little something or nothing, the Jamie and Wojo thing. And I just asked the question. The ticket texts are flying. The Bregman thing is a non-story. He didn't diss Detroit. Somebody offered to pay him more than Aaron Judge, and he said yes. That's it. Full stop. But David, go ahead.
And he went to a better ballpark for what he does.
Exactly, but he can't say that to you.
I know.
Because then, you know what happens.
Right. You're not tough, and you want the easy way out.
Yeah, pretty much. David, go ahead.
Something. I do think Sharon Moore will be out before the season even starts. This texter says, someone says, this is really getting old as far as Michigan football goes. The NCAA needs to just give us our punishment so we can all move on, put this past us already, but it is something from Marlon.
Okay, and Marlon, all I want to say is this. I hate the NCAA. The NCAA is awful. But when you do everything to deflect and deny and obstruct, the NCAA comes to town, you no-show them, all the written correspondence, you don't reply, you've got a coach who destroyed evidence, you got another coach who told people not to talk. Like, it's a two-way street here, too. The other problem, and there's no smarm, we're all adults. You also wouldn't stop getting in trouble. You can't even keep your scandals straight. So there's been a lot. Now, do I think the NCAA runs an efficient process? No. But here's what I've never subscribed to. I love how it goes full circle to where now this is where Michigan media and some fans have arrived at. Well, it's been so long, things. Mm-hmm. That's not really how it works.
Why are we still punishing these kids?
Yeah, I don't know. Have you looked at the United States judicial system? A guy could be slanging crack and his trial doesn't start for 3 years.
Well, see, that's why I said, now, if the NCAA really wanted to make a statement, you could actually punish in real time that the kids who actually, and the people and the coaches who did the stuff wrong could have been punished and it could have been over with and you would have moved forward.
Yes. But again, the NCAA doesn't have a subpoena power. They don't have a true investigative department. But that's also how much you got to F up to actually get in real trouble. Look, when Tennessee was dead to rights for the whole paper bag money routine, Tennessee said, we're up on the cross. Here's everything. Do what you got to do. You did the opposite of that. And what you did was far worse. I've never argued that paying a player is somehow there's a victim there. No, it's a victimless crime in my world. They get the money, you get the player, win-win. What Michigan did was on field. That's something we just haven't seen.
And spare me the whole, well, everybody steals signs.
No, okay. I'm not
anything that you can get on TV, yes. But you were actually, there was a system of sending people to games to spy on them. You had somebody there in another team's gear and spy glasses that I thought was fake. And I'm like, this can't be real. And it was.
Who knew the night you got Costa on TV would be the night that was the second biggest story? Who knew?
Get him on TV. I simply upgraded him.
As we all innocently watched.
All right, I simply upgraded him and his lovely wife to better seats.
David.
Well, he can see Stallions. Yeah. It's nothing because the top players would have hit the portal already. That's what this texter believes.
Well, your recruiting is in the toilet.
Don't give them facts, Mike.
No.
You got the number one quarterback.
You got Larry Ellison to bribe him. Look at your 2026 recruiting. You're not inside the top 30. I mean, guys, I'm not making that up. Your coaches weren't even on the road because they were serving as a part of their suspension for Cheeseburger Gate. And players don't react in real time to stuff like this. Very few players and families are proactive. They're reactive. Plus, everyone in your life is reassuring you it's a nothing burger.
No big deal. It'll blow over. It won't affect you, son.
And in the end, if someone's paying you money to play, what do you care about a postseason ban? Or what do you care about some of these things? You don't, because all of the things we used to care about with college football, they don't matter anymore.
So you do a Quinn Ewers, you take the money from Ohio State, and then you leave and go someplace you want to go?
Pretty much. And that happens at every school. I don't know. I just don't, even if Michigan got some very serious penalties, I don't think it's going to be some mass exodus. Does the check clear? Now, if the checks don't clear, the players go bye-bye.
Right.
I don't know.
No, I mean, I think at that point it's, are you there for the money? Are you there to try to win a title? If you're there, or you just there because you wanted to go to Michigan. If the answer to that is two of the three, you stay.
You know why Underwood's there.
Right.
There wasn't a single good reason for him to go there other than an unbelievable life-changing amount of money for him and his family. Tip of the cap. Yeah. Be wise with it. Don't go buying some Rolls Royce. You're not that rich yet. Go ahead, David.
As a Buckeye fan, we got both for the Tattoo Gate. We vacated wins and had a postseason ban. This was way worse. They should get the same, if not more. That is from Steve.
And Steve, you're operating in should. So noted. I happen to agree with you, but I'm not living in should. What will? I just still find it very hard to believe the blast radius won't claim the AD, the head coach, and then, some penalties here on the actual program. Now, there's also a distinction that has to be made between individuals and program. I can't sort through that. I'm not sitting in the case file room.
Josh Payton, Joe Klatt, who were early defenders, have now turned completely around in the last few days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is definitely something.
They're changing outfits more than Robin Williams and Mrs. Doubtfire in that dinner scene.
Hello!
Hot jambalaya! I mean, they're just like, what happened? You were just sitting at the table having scotch.
Your face is melting.
Now you're poisoning Pierce Brosnan. It's a trip when you listen to it. You're like, whoa, it's the Nick Young meme. I was like, wait, what? All the question marks were floating around my head. I'm like,
Did you just say what You did? Oh, okay.
Rewind was necessary on a couple of these.
Someone says, it's nothing. There's going to be a backdoor deal, though, where Michigan gives the NCAA a blank check and says, fill it out.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't. And look, ultimately, it's all about your perspective. Like, if you're a Michigan fan, you probably got to be pretty unique to view it that you smeared your own name. If you're not a Michigan fan, it's clear your program will never be viewed the same. But in the end, that's all a personal, subjective matter. You know, it's. I don't ever expect justice in college sports. I never have. So it just.
No, unless you're a tiny little school and then they give you that.
Oh, then you're effed.
Right.
Oh, Georgia cheated? See you later, Roadrunners of UTSA. What happened? They got sent to the moon. They're not playing this fall.
Georgia Southern.
No more James Madison.
That's it. The Dukes are out. Game over. What'd they do? Well, they looked at us wrong. But no, that was all something or nothing. And I had to ask. I appreciate your guys' feedback. Let's get a little bit of football in the mix next. A little bit of Fact or Fiction. 5 o'clock. 2 sports, 2 superstars, 2 availabilities. Which one do you demand your teams go and get? Rico's already left the studio. He's had enough. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, all the time. They got the lowest prices. Whether you're a builder or do-it-yourselfer, Northville's got you covered. Call them today or stop by, see their showroom, take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com.
It is fact or fiction, and we're going to be all over the board today. Not just NFL, we're going to be all over the board. I'm going to start with Kenny Cott on this first one here. We're going to go to the NHL.
Kenny's a drunk, fact.
We're going to go to the NHL with this fact or fiction. Fact or fiction, Kenny. Thanks for throwing that bottle top at me. A Canadian team will be hoisting the Stanley Cup in June.
This I dedicate this answer to Jeffrey Rieger. No, they will. A Canadian team will not be winning the Stanley Cup.
I was really, the Leafs are going full Leaf right now.
They're doing the Leaf thing.
They're doing that Leaf thing again. They were up 2-0 on Florida. You had to split the pair. I'm getting nervous there now.
They did this. I think they've done this in consecutive years where they've gone up 2 games on a team and then just completely imploded. That's the Toronto Maple Leafs way.
Yeah, and not making the playoffs is the Wings way.
Sure is.
Yeah, I thought it would have been if they went 3-0 and then lost the next 4. That would be true Toronto.
Next, fact or fiction. Let's go to the NBA, and the lottery is tonight for the first overall selection. And fact or fiction, the 76ers will win the lottery tonight because it's what the NBA wants.
Fiction.
The 76ers have the 5th best odds.
It's fiction. The NBA would have a PR disaster. Their credibility would be out the window. It can't happen. It's got to be a stupid cartoon bumblebee or whatever that Wizards logo. Oh, it's the Washington Monument of basketball. That's their new one. It just, Rico, if it goes to Philly, I come on.
See, I don't think I think it's fiction, David, because if the league did what the league wanted for the the media markets and all, Zion would have never went to New Orleans. He would have went to New York.
And they won that lottery, and he looked
right.
like, wow.
So, right, that's what I'm saying. So
he looked like me when I walk in this office.
It's like you see San Antonio, like you see different places when you're like, really? What? Yes, the LeBron to Cleveland, that looked very scripted. But I'm going to say fiction.
Let's stay in the NBA for this one. This is a playoff one. The Cavs are never going to win a championship with Donovan Mitchell as their best player.
Fact. Honestly, the Cleveland argue this, fact or fiction. The Cleveland Cavaliers are just the 2015 Hawks.
Yes.
It's the same thing.
Fact, yeah.
I told you they're fake all year. Oh, but the injuries now. No, here's what it is. Hardos like Ty Jerome ain't leading you anywhere.
What he
That's
said.
so true. It's so true.
Oh, what a great story. Yeah, good. Enjoy your summer vacation.
Let's move over to college football. Another one for you, Kenny.
Fiction.
All right. Fact or fiction? Georgia will miss the college football playoffs.
Nah, expanded playoffs. You got to say that they're going to make it. It's an SEC team. They play this cupcake schedule. Everybody tells me they'll make the playoffs. I don't know how far they make it through with a new quarterback, but we'll see.
All right, here's your problem. Your problem is what you just said. This is not a quarterback of Georgia's caliber. This Gunnar Stockton thing, no. Like, he couldn't beat out Carson Beck. Carson Beck wasn't even very good last year. The only way Stockton got in a game is when Beck had his head ripped off. This is not the high-priced transfer that I thought Georgia would have gone out and gotten.
And you're right about that, but if you put talent around him, which Georgia notoriously can do, they sneak into a playoff just because it's expanded. If this was a 4-team playoff still, I would say absolutely not.
What about Mike Bobo? All right, let's keep it moving. We'll keep it moving. I'm telling you, I'd be a little nervous with the visor. If he doesn't make the playoff again this year, you better be careful.
Fact or fiction? Let's go to Major League Baseball here. There's a big story. The Red Sox are in town, and Rafael Devers refuses to play first base right now. But I say fact or fiction, he will play first base by the end of May.
I think it's possible, but I also don't have a huge problem when they don't talk to their best player about bringing in Alex Bregman. Then they ask him to play a position he's probably terrible at. Look, they need to call Big Papi. They need some legend coaching here. Hey, being a DH is cool. All the kids are doing it. I did it. It worked for me.
The wartime consigliere.
They do.
Okay.
They need the Dominican dandy to talk some sense into Mr. Devers.
No, they do because, right, if he goes there, he plays first, he looks awful, his stock falls, and now he's not worth what he once was.
Well, and now that, look, the team is desperate because Casas's knee exploded. That was their first baseman. I'm with David. I'll say fact by the end of May, he'll be over there.
Fact or fiction? Let's stay in Major League Baseball because they fired their manager over the weekend after a 21-0 loss. The Rockies will now win 35 games.
Huh? What?
I'm saying the manager change, and all of a sudden they get hot.
Oh, so
No.
So their bump will be winning 29 games for the rest of the year. You know what, Dave? I'm going to say fact just because it's hard to lose. That you're going to fall into some games that you win. So, yes. Can they win 29 games between today and the end of the year? Yes.
Yeah, but on the power ranking of boob owners, the Monfort brothers are Dolly Parton. I mean, the only one worse might be this Bob Nutting in Pittsburgh. Or those two are, I mean, Manfort, awful. That's what it means in Portuguese.
Orioles aren't the best ownership either, but I hear
well,
what you're saying.
At least they're new.
That's
now,
true.
their off-season was a train wreck, and they're paying for it now.
Right, but it wasn't the manager's fault why they only had 6 wins.
I agree with that.
But somebody had to fall on the sword.
Fact or fiction? Now that we have a retirement in New Orleans over the weekend from Derek Carr, the Saints are actually the better fit for Aaron Rodgers than the Steelers.
Fiction. I got nothing else. The Saints you can't fix the Saints. The Steelers, I could find a way through. The best place is still Minnesota, which is Rico's fever dream.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
And you know what? If I'm the Saints, David, I'm going to say fiction. I don't want to go after Aaron Rodgers. You just may want to bottom out and just start fresh and not attach yourself because I don't think Pittsburgh wants him. You should just run away and just, you know what? We're not going to rescind the offer from him. He's not good. I don't think he's motivated to play in the NFL anymore.
And then finally in the NFL, fact or fiction, the Cowboys are going to severely regret ever trading for George Pickens.
Fact. Guy's an absolute psychopath. I would want no part of him in my locker room. None.
See, I'm going to say fiction because he doesn't have to be that guy. You got CeeDee Lamb there. I think CD is enough of a leader, but like, hey, there's going to be enough balls thrown your way, but I'm the man here, not you. Stay in your lane, and life will be good for you here in Dallas.
Sure, that'd be easy to tell George Pickens to stay in his lane because he's done that plenty of times.
You know what? But sometimes, David, in Pittsburgh, no offense, you really didn't have that person that can just step up and tell you, hey, this is how we need to get things.
Oh, so TJ Watt couldn't step up and be a leader and tell him that? You think
different side of the ball.
He's TJ Watt.
Okay. I'm just saying it's still
the franchise guy there.
He's a gold jacket Hall of Famer. George Pickens is a penis.
He is, Mike. But
Cam Hayward,
when practices go, you're on this side, we're on this side practicing. So you need somebody who's constantly in your ear, who's on your side of the ball saying, that's not how we do this. That's not how we do this.
Maybe that's why San Francisco don't win championships. If that's your leadership structure, that's effed.
What is your problem
Sorry,
today?
Bosa, you can't talk to me. You're on defense.
All right, Nick Bosa is my leader.
Okay, you know what?
Body bag, Purdy.
I'm done. I'm done.
That is your...
Whoa, hold on. You mean to tell me?
No, Mike, what I am saying
tell me
is that when somebody is on your side of the ball and you're practicing with them, it's the same practice, but offense is over here, defense is over there. Yes, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he's not watching every offensive rep because he's doing his defensive
I understand
reps.
that totally. But you can hear or see the actions. And you know it, offenses and defenses clash. TJ Watt in that locker room has every right to go up to George Pickens.
Right.
And
but if I can see, you know what? On those reps, you just kind of half-ass did it. TJ's not watching that because he's looking at the defense, trying to get the defense good. That's what I'm saying. CeeDee Lamb is actually running the same drills as him, so he's watching every step, every movement.
The takeaway from all of this, George Pickens is a penis.
Yes, that is the takeaway.
That's really, I think, what everybody takes away.
That is fact or fiction.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Bengals defensive lineman Trey Hendrickson offered an update on his contract talks with Cincinnati today. Quote, "The offers prior to the draft did not reflect the vision we shared and were promised last offseason. If I continue to play at a high level, coaches are aware of these past conversations," end quote. CBS Sports lists Detroit as his top potential landing spot if the team in fact trades him. The Tigers are back on the field this evening against the Red Sox. Tanner Houck heads to the mound for Boston. That's Red Sox writer Pete Abraham. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. The NBA playoffs continue tonight. The Celtics take on the Knicks at 7:30, while the Warriors host the Timberwolves at 10. According to Shams, Cavaliers star Donovan Mitchell had an MRI today. It revealed he's reactivated an ankle injury and is expected to be a game-time decision in Game 5 tomorrow. Current Michigan State Spartan Ashton McCullough has received an exemption to compete in the Rocket Classic this year. They surprised him with the news at graduation in front of his friends and family over the weekend. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, great to have you with us. Major day of hypotheticals. So we're going to put you to a choice because what we don't really like in this day part is do-nothing city, where none of our teams really do anything. Now, sure, you draft, develop, and sign. But when's the last team that took a major swing in this town? Well, two potential major swings are out there. Now, the day started with the news from Chicago, where the NBA draft lottery is going to be taking place, and all 30 NBA teams are there. Giannis wants out of Milwaukee. That is by no means groundbreaking. I'm a complete idiot. I've been saying that for 3 months. But Giannis, so now Giannis is going to shake his ass for everybody, and the Pistons have been listed as a destination. Do I believe Giannis would want to be here? No. But let's live in a world for a second, because ESPN had a very long form piece, Rico. I'm talking like 5,000 words, tiering all the teams. The Pistons are close to the top because, A, in order to be high in the tiers, you have to win. Okay, they made the playoffs.
Right.
Played a very credible series against the Knicks. 2, you need draft picks. Very few teams own all their draft picks. Pistons do now, point forward. Plus, they got 800 seconds. 3rd, you need young assets. You have those, whether it's Ivy, Duren, Holland, Asur. Bobby Clinton, if you want to throw him in the mix too, fine. If we live in a world where you have what it takes to get him, and you can pair him with Cade, you have 2 of the top 10 players in the league.
Yep.
Moving forward for the next 5 years. At that point, you got to figure it out. And you put pieces around them. Is that duo good enough to get you to the finals? Yes, I think it is. That's one. The other big news today, Trey Hendrickson exited the cave he lives in and has come out and said, ain't nothing going on. You're not going to see me with the team. We're not even talking about a contract. Essentially, they lied to me. The coaches know they lied to me. And, it's bleeped. Enrico rewatched for no reason other than he's a masochist, the Lions and Commanders game on Sunday morning. And then this news comes out. And who's the number one destination for Trey Hendrickson? Your Detroit Lions, according to CBS Sports, because you have $40 million in cap space. Oh, but what about 2026 effective space? You'll figure it out. Here's the question, and I tried to do this as quickly as possible. You must make one of these moves. Which is it? You must. You cannot live in do-nothing city. Which one of these do you do? Now, again, the trade package for Giannis. I have what has been put out there as a suggestive. I can give it to you. The Hendrickson thing is more murky. Let's just call it a first-round pick. Does that work? Just for ease of use.
2026 first-round pick.
Ease of use.
Okay.
Now
we're in the fast-paced lane or whatever.
Easy pass.
Okay, yeah.
Or sun pass in Florida. The Pistons' offer would be the following. Duren, Ivy, Holland, Tobias, 3 first-round picks. And before you bleep your pants, remember, Duren and Ivy are both extension eligible, and there's no world you're signing both. So in essence, you'd only be keeping one at best before you bleep yourself.
And you get to keep Beefs too. Don't bury the lead.
I would actually put him in the deal just out of spite. But no, which one do you demand a team do? 248-539-9797. You get first crack.
I would demand that the Pistons make the deal. You go
over Hendrickson?
Yes.
Stunning.
And right. Look, I want that edge rusher, but I also know, Mike, and you can change a team. One player in the NBA can change everything about a team. Heck, I mean, the Warriors look toasted, and then Butler comes in, and all of a sudden they look pretty good until Steph got injured. You bring Giannis with Cade for the next 4 or 5 years, you're at the top of the East. You're dictating things. So, yeah, and Giannis has won a title in 2021 with a bunch of tryhards. So you adding Cade, that's an upgrade to what the Bucks roster was, just off principle, just with Cade being there. So, yes, I would, because it's less moving pieces with the NBA.
All right. And again, is Giannis my first move? Probably not. I understand people who say we don't want to go all in yet. We're not ready. My argument is the East and the power shift that's happening. For one, Cleveland's not real. They're just not. The Knicks are going to make changes this offseason. It's going to happen. I still believe Tibbs will be gone, and I still believe one of Mikal Bridges or Cat will be moved. I do. The Celtics have to make a trade. They're staring down a $300 million tax bill. You're seeing Milwaukee blow it up. Philadelphia, as long as you've got Paul George in his podcast, I'm not sure you're going to win anything. The Pistons I think it's Pistons and Magic are primed to be the next. For the Lions.
No Indiana?
I'll never buy into a team that wants to play race to 140. Okay. I'm never going to buy into it. Plus, if they win, I got to listen to you about Halliburton into the afterlife. I can't do it. I know.
It's not like a certain guy wasn't in Detroit this weekend.
The Lions thing to me is an easier move. It's just easier. Meaning, first round pick, money they have, add a war daddy on defense. We know what the schedule looks like. We know you lost both coordinators. Aleem's out until at least Halloween. And Aiden, look, even if Aiden's awesome, what's wrong having something else? I'm not yelling about it because I've given up. I do not care about effing contract extensions in 2027 when I've blown a 17-point lead in the NFC title game, and I got dump trucked by a rookie at home off a bye as the 1 seed.
Relatively easy for him.
I know. Well, injuries. I know, guys, but that's football. If I add Trey Hendrickson, I am truly all in. And no, Goff is not going to make $70 million next year. You're going to figure it out. That's what teams do. Oh, God, what if we have to say goodbye to Laporta in 27? I don't care. I want Trey Hendrickson. I would actually force the Hendrickson move. I would. I think both are quality moves. But the demand is you get to pick one. So, guys, what do you want to do? 248-539-9797. David.
I would do Hendrickson because I think the Lions are closer to a championship than the Detroit Pistons. While getting Giannis, a top 10, top 5 player in the NBA currently, that puts you probably top 3 in the East, but there's still a lot of question marks with how you put players around those two and how you how it fits and how you get through the playoffs with that.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Do you think Cade and how well he's thought of in the league, and Giannis and how well he's thought of in the league, pairing those two together, doesn't that open the floodgates to people wanting to be here?
And
Yes, it does.
that's what I was going to say.
Yes, it does.
Just that is now all of a sudden you'll get that one guy who, you know what? I'm about to retire. I want one last go at it.
Oh, Karl
But
Malone
here-
in a wheelchair.
But here's the thing. I think there are more question marks on who that could be versus the question marks that the Lions would have if they get Hendrickson. They would be top 2 in the NFC. They've already won 15 games. They've already made it to the NFC Championship game. That defense would be that much better along with what they have on offense. I think there would be less question marks for them to get there than would be the Pistons.
No, see, I disagree. I think that the Pistons would have that. Even if they just kept the squad that they had and you added Giannis to it, I think you would have a winning squad. But, David, I think immediately, the NBA is a bunch of, they're a bunch of transient people like, oh, wait, you're there? This is now the new hot town. Everybody floods to this town. Everybody goes to that town.
Yep.
So,
but understand, I have no faith either of these is happening. I can't change the way the Lions do things. That's why you haven't heard me yelling about it in 3 months. It is what it is. If Hendrickson's out there, what are you saving the cap space for? Oh, Aiden's extension? You figure it out. If you want to see what a bad cap looks like, go look at Atlanta or New Orleans. Hell, go look at the Giants cap space. You're in a great spot. Why, if you're all in for a Super Bowl, are you leaving $40 million on the table? I just don't. That doesn't. Oh, well, we got to sign who? Aiden's got one leg, and there's another year left, and there's the franchise tag. Not everybody gets to be happy all the time. Oh, what do we do with Brian Branch? I don't know. I'll figure it out when I got the Lombardi Trophy and we're cruising down Woodward.
Fair.
That's just to me, that's how teams approach things. And then there's the Lions. They're worried about season tickets in 2028. So which would you rather have? I think they're both interesting. I don't think either's happening, but let's have some fun for a minute. Because both, and we can bump back with the Sham Sharanya sound, it's all there. I've got the quotes from Hendrickson. What do you want to do with it, guys? 248-539-9797. If you like pizza, this is for you. Hungry Howie's has got a great deal. Kenny, you could load up for the Wings playoff game. Very, very simple. You go to hungryhowies.com, you sign up for the emails, you spend $10, you get a free medium 2-topping pizza. Got it? Simple. No catch, no clauses, no copious legal like one of Rico's reads. It's very simple. Booming. You get the pizza. You spend $10. You sign up for emails. You get a free 2-topping medium pizza. Booming. There you go. It's Hungry Howie's. It's a limited time only. So get it done only at hungryhowies.com. Solid trumpet music behind that, by the way. But that was Shams Charania, the report. So the Giannis deal, you're listed as one of the teams. Again, I'm with you guys on this. I don't think he wants to play here. I think it'll be L.A., Houston, Miami. If he wants to win, you could pair yourself. Name another player that he'd be able to pair with. Oh, in L.A., better learn CPR with Luka because he'll be passed out in the fourth quarter of any important game. You go to Houston. Who you playing with? It ain't to go play with Jalen Green, who'd be a part of the trade. Şengün? Okay, maybe, but, come on. Miami? What, Tyler Hero? You could play with Cade. I would argue there is no better pairing for Giannis's 5-6 years of prime than the ascending potential top 10 player, Cade Cunningham.
And see, that's why I don't think it's ridiculous, because if you take away, L.A. and all those nice warm places, the league, I think that the players, game recognizes game. They see K for what he is. And, yeah, if you're Giannis and I want to win a title, and let's be frank, you just came from Milwaukee. So pretty much any place is going to be an upgrade to you. So I could easily see him coming to Detroit if that's something that he wants to do. I don't think it's that far-fetched. I don't think it's like, oh, well, you have no chance.
I think it's far-fetched because we're in Detroit, and this is do-nothing city. None of these teams want to take a swing. None of them.
See, I'm going to give Trajan – I need to see what he's going to do because he said to talk, but I don't know. The other one – no, Mike, you're right. The other ones have a history now that you can kind of see where they are. For him, maybe he's just playing, his cards close to the vest, and he makes a move.
I just can't wait for the show we do when it's
I know.
WBBT, baby. Beasley 4 at 76. Ooh, Timmy Hardaway Jr.'s back. And I just, my head's going to explode. I know.
He's made moves, and he flipped his team around. He went out and got a coach. He's gotten players. The team started winning. I give him he knows what he's doing.
You're showing him grace.
Let's see if he can do that next step.
Danny's out in Utica. He's up next. What's up, Danny?
Fellas, what's going on?
Hey. How are you?
I'm doing well. Listen, I agree with you, Mike, on this. And after hearing all the reasons, it's 100% got to be Trey Hendrickson. I'm all in for saying one thing what David just said. We're closer to a championship with Trey. Although, Giannis would be very monumental, and he would for sure switch the franchise around. And I know it's easier to win a championship with one player in the NBA, but we've been suffering long enough as Lions fans where if that's going to bring us closer and also bridge the gap of two brand new coordinators coming in where the talent can override coaching decisions, I'm all in for that. But my bigger question that I have for you guys, and I was talking to Kenny about it, which was, I am so furious with every GM in this town. I feel as if I have a conspiracy theory that they all have a group text when they get onboarded of saying, hey, we're all going to be in a group text with the other major sports franchises in this town, and we have a rule of no big splashes ever whatsoever.
Yeah, don't make me look bad by doing something cool.
Exactly. And it's always getting a role player is the big signing for any franchise. And I was asking Kenny, outside of, I think he probably got it, Prince Fielder, outside of him, when was the last time any of our four major sports made a big-time signing that
Tigers
was impactful?
tried. I will give the Tigers credit in that they tried, and guess what? I'm not mad because I didn't like the deal to Bregman, and someone was crazy enough to pay Bregman more than Aaron Judge makes. So you just go with it. But, Danny, you're right. Think about it. The Tigers, it's all about waiting for the kids. The Red Wings, it's wait till we're all dead, apparently. The Lions, we love our own people. And now the Pistons, to be fair, and Rico's right, we got to see what Trajan Langdon is about. But you're right in that it's been ages since we took a swing in this town.
I couldn't agree with you more. And that's, obviously we all know that baseball and hockey is all about raising a great farm system. And I'm just so sick and tired of that excuse of waiting for the kids. And, I'm sick and tired of waiting for flowers to bloom. And then when you got the two major sports that can make impacts with trade and the draft picks can make a bigger move. If Brad Holmes is not going to move up to get that monumental player, if he's not going to trade draft capital to get some monumental player, then all of this is for nothing. And Trajan, I'm going to give him grace as well. But again, like you guys are saying, spare me basically the entire team except for Cade. I don't care. Nobody is off limits. Everyone is tradable for me. If you want to get Giannis, great. But me, it's I'm stern on give me Trey Hendrickson. That's the key. That's the linchpin. We couldn't get Crosby. We couldn't get Myles Garrett. I knew that those were all wishing the clouds, but this is a perfect, doable situation. He wants out. He wants to be here. I just would love for some reporter to ask Brad Holmes, why not? Spare me the answer of it's going to cost this or cost that. There's really no answer you can give us as fans that is legitimate that will debunk us from saying that.
Well, Brad,
I think he already did.
Well, look, Brad, when he did the morning show, I mean, Danny, we all looked at each other like, is this guy for real? He basically turned it into, oh, geez, how come? No, I don't understand why I'm always asked about the pass rush. And, nobody really has two big edge rushers, and you have Aiden. Why are you mad you don't have another one? It was a very bizarre morning.
Man, it was 8:30 in the morning, and you saw, man, it was like good Brad and bad Brad were just on his shoulders, and he chose violence.
The whole idea is if you acquired Trey Hendrickson, I can't prove this. I just know how I would feel. I think you'd be the favorite to win the Super Bowl. If that move's available and I'm sitting on $40 million in cap space, you know what I don't care about? Aiden's extension. You know what I don't care about? Sam Laporta's extension. I'll get to those things.
And you know what? If you have Trey, you know what you're not worried about? Your two new coordinators, because you got a defense out there.
Yes. And again, CBS Sports, it's probably worth a hill of beans. You're the number one landing spot for Trey Hendrickson. I don't know. I didn't make it up. You have the cap space. You have the window. You have the need. This idea that somehow we're a bunch of Beekmans because we want more pass rushers, no, that's just anyone who watches football knows it. And no, I don't think it has to be a superstar. But when you refused to do anything in free agency and you refused to do anything in the draft, then you do land on limited spots. Well, Hendrickson's available. I don't know.
And Green was there in the third round. You could have had him.
Oh, listen. I hate the one thing you're killing this guy about the Tesla pick.
No, it wasn't the Tesla pick, Mike. It's one of those, like, some people had Green going in the first round. If you could have got him in the third round, that's an extreme bargain for a position of
Just
need.
be careful when you center on one player in the draft, because you know this as well as anybody. That value board of yours or mine or Kenny's mom, it does not apply to these teams.
Understand, but he was I think he was the last of the group of the edge rushers that were coming out in the draft. He was still sitting there. It was a position of need. It's not the Tesla. I don't have any will, but it's not a position of need. Like, he's going to come in and be your fifth receiver. Congratulations.
Maybe he's awesome. I don't know. Elite Raz? Okay. I don't know. Dave, somebody save me. David, ticket text, and I'll get to the callers in a moment. Go ahead.
Mike Rico, I was a season ticket holder for both, and we love them both, but I want the championship we don't have. So go get Hendrickson. That is from Jock.
Does Hendrickson give you, over a 2-year span, a better chance at a championship than Giannis in a 4-year span? I still say yes. That's how much I think of what Brad Holmes has built.
You know what? If you still had Aaron and Ben, I would have totally agree with you. I don't know what these new coordinators are going to be.
They're both idiots. Sign Lions fans. We lost nothing.
Okay.
Their brains were left here in Detroit. Sign Lions fans.
But I am seeing what this new regime with the Pistons are doing. And yet, if you gave me a 4-year window, absolutely. Because I think at that point, you're looking at the either number 1 or number 2 seed in the East.
They can both get it done.
Yeah.
I agree. They
but
both
if I had
could
to
get
pick
it done.
one,
yeah.
If I had to pick one, I would go with the Pistons.
I wish I could understand. And it's, I've just seen so many teams manipulate the cap and figure it out. And it's like, what are we doing? I mean, I already paid Kirby Joseph early. Did they have to? No. You could have put the transition tag on the guy. All right, Kirby, you think you're worth $8 billion? Go ahead, search your deal out. We get first right of refusal.
Yeah.
They didn't have to do that now. They could have waited a year.
Well, no, but they're all about rewarding their players, and we want to show you that.
I'm sorry, what is this, Dave and Buster's? Did you win the ring toss
game?
game?
But you were here with us when we were bad.
I don't care. I do not care about feelings.
Okay.
I'm not mad at you. It's an asinine way to run a franchise.
It's what they do. I got you.
All I know is we didn't win a playoff game last year. I got a chance to put somebody opposite Aiden, and between the two of them, mortal lock. I mean this.
Why he's
no hyperbole. Mortal lock. 30 sacks between the two players.
We already have one. Do you think people in other cities are worried about an edge rusher?
You know what? It's my only response. By the way, take that Tatum Superman commercial off TV.
But he is. If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models,
he's food stamp Superman. Get the hell out of here.
There's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and the sales staff want to be a Chevy dealer, whether you want a sleek sedan, tough truck, spacious SUV, heck, even if you want a drop top, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys. The selection is best right now. No more waiting for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in the Chevy that will fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the May Rico deal, a 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for $299 a month for 24 months. Walk in Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll get to the callers. We still got a blitz to take care of, and then the big finish. We get you to Tiger Baseball. Sox are in town. I must have missed something. I don't know if half the team died, but I heard the morning show doing a Tiger concerns topic. Friday, they were talking World Series. God forbid they lose a singular series.
It was a pitching concern.
Yeah, no. Man, people are not going to be able to survive if they can't handle the team losing 2 out of 3.
162 games.
Just chill.
Everybody kept saying, they're going to go on a losing streak. That means you have to lose games to go on the streak. I know. Captain Obvious.
I'm going to give you my Tiger concerns coming up. Yeah.
But it's always like it's the same. Like, it's a 7-game series. Well, I think we'll win in 7 games. That means you think your team's going to lose 3 games. You don't panic.
I deserve the right to be angry about the Celtics if that was directed at me.
No, it wasn't. It's just I always hear people like, oh, well, I think a team will win in 6. Well, that means you don't freak out when they lose 2 because you said they're going to win in 6.
Unless you blow back-to-back 20-point leads at home and have your best player play like a complete goofball.
But you bounce back. Why, Mike? Hit the drop.
Oh.
That's what the money's for.
Wrong. Dang it. No, it was because Jason Tatum continues to get carried by lesser players.
We don't pay running backs.
There it is. That's the hat trick of Snap Your Fingers audio. David, go ahead.
Are people dumb? I'm not even an NBA fan, but Giannis will put us into the championship caliber without a doubt. You go get Giannis. Someone says Giannis.
But it's not a dumb thing. It's an either or. I would take both. But gun to my head, I'm taking Giannis. Go ahead.
Oh, why did you just say that? Now I'm going to get more texts saying they want both. Pick one.
You have to pick one, people.
Giannis makes Detroit the favorite in the East, in my opinion. Yes, you go get him.
Like, for instance, if we live in a world where, once again, Giannis doesn't hang up the phone on you, you have what it takes to get him. You do. Does acquiring Giannis put the Pistons in this conversation of duos? Okay? Tatum and Brown, LeBron and Luka, Jokic and Murray. I can't put Embiid and Maxey there. I can't put Lillard and Giannis because it wouldn't exist anymore. And we have rules. Balding superstars can't win. Durant, Booker.
You can put Durant.
My point is Giannis and Cade is right there with the best of the best.
See, and the beauty of it is with that trade that we put out there, you still have some other gym class heroes, as you say. You're not just sending off 9 players, leaving you to fill it out with a bunch of G Leaguers.
If I could get rid of Stu and Fontecchio's $25 million combined in salary, I'd do it. Sorry, when you don't dress in a playoff series, I can't pay you $10 million a year. And then Stu is $15 a year. And hurt or not, I'm not paying a backup center $15 million. No, he's not a starter in this league. Save the phone call. Yes, David.
I think you're just going to have to eat that one. Not you, but the Pistons.
I was like, I didn't sign him.
They're going to have to eat that one. Nobody's going to help
I like him
there.
as a backup, but not for $15 million a year.
Trey all day. I would give this year's first round pick Williams and next year's first round pick. I think that works. I do the Hendrickson trade over Giannis. Here's why. The Pistons have a young group and can potentially add another star elsewhere.
But the thing is, stars aren't available all the time. So when one is there and one is willing to move, you have to take that opportunity. If you're waiting for years, those years could turn to decades.
I thought of this, and I'm sorry. I'm probably a minute late. But I think this is the comp for the duo. And I think you'd be right on par with this. It would be 1 or 1A in all of basketball. Cade and Giannis, De'Aaron Fox and Wemby. That would be the top 2 duos in the league.
Except for Giannis is there. Wemby is still getting there.
Right, but
no. I like what you're thinking, though.
But of the next, because again, the Jokic-Murray thing, that doesn't have long.
And where do we put Cooper Flagg when he goes there?
Well, if he's in Charlotte, forget it.
No, when he's in San Antonio.
Then we're done. Just cancel
when they win that lottery tonight?
Yeah, cancel the league at that point.
David, I fully expect him. As a matter of fact, Popovich will be the one drawing the card. Here you go.
Andy, 97.1. What's up, Andy?
Hey, Mike and Rico, thanks for having me.
Yes, sir.
I think Danny has the heartbeat of Detroit sports going on here. Like, he knows exactly how we feel. We don't ever do anything, and it's got to be Trey Hendrickson. I want both to happen, but I'm also kind of afraid that both Giannis and Cade aren't great shooters, so I think it actually might take like a year or two to actually figure out a good roster for them to work together. It's right here, right now for the Lions. Like, we all saw the game against Washington. If we had two great pass rushers, we could have shut them down. That's the step. That's what we got to do. It's Hendrickson all day.
Yeah, and listen, you're obviously, if there's a hole in Giannis's game, I mean, it would be the three-point shooting. But this is a player that, from an efficiency standpoint, Andy, he scores in the paint at a higher efficiency than Shaquille O'Neal in his prime. And for Cade, he's got to make one more step up. He got himself to about 36%, 35.5% from three, Andy. If he can get to 37, 38%, you're there. And you're right. You're going to have to seed it with shooters around. But I'm not letting it stop me, because in a late game situation, I can take Cade off ball. I can run two-man game. I can isolate Giannis and let him attack. Andy, you have two destroyers out there. And playoff basketball, I don't want to upset anybody. It's okay to be unethical with how you score. You'd live at the free throw line.
Sure, yeah. And listen, it would be a ton of fun. Don't get me wrong, but I think the Detroit fan would have a little bit more fun with the Super Bowl. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you got it, Andy. And again,
because it's something you never got.
Hendrickson, to me, makes you the favorite. I really feel that way. But again, they have plans. So I'm sure they'll dazzle us with another early extension for one of their own. Hell, pay Gibbs. I mean, you've only got 3 years left with him. Why not pay him some more? I mean, we just got to get that done.
Terrion Arnold.
Let's make Sam Laporta the highest paid tight end in the galaxy. Why? I have no idea.
Let's sign Arnold for extension.
Yeah, he's due money in 4 years. I don't get it.
Rakestraw, we believe in you. As a matter of fact, 4-year extension.
Already. And again, for all the people, I know. Well, it doesn't guarantee a Super Bowl. I know that. And look, we'll root like hell for the team regardless this fall. I hope they're right. But would you feel better or worse going into the season with $40 million in cap space for no reason, or with Trey Hendrickson? It's we're not curing cancer here.
Trey Henderson, who's due to make $15 million this year?
Well, you'd have to lace him with a $30 million deal. But again, the cap is not real.
And you still got 15 extra.
I know.
Okay? It's not like you're going broke. You know what? And this is the frustration I had watching that Lions-Washington game, because I kept replaying in my mind the interview that the morning show had with Brad. That's why I was upset.
You already have, Aiden. Why are you angry?
Do you think other cities feel this way? Like, there's only a handful of guys, and you're not trying to get better. You already have that guy.
My team's dog bleep, so I don't get a say in this. But just let me show you how I view things. The Giants have Dexter Lawrence and Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns. I implored them to take Abdul Carter at 3 in the draft. If I read a report today saying the Giants wanted Trey Hendrickson, you know what I'd say? Goulet.
You take it.
I'm in. Why? Because you can't have enough of these warheads.
And for those who's like, well, you found out in the playoff game, you can't have enough. If you have injuries, which happens, you got backups. You got contingency plans on top of contingency plans.
All right, weather's got us ready to get out and moving this summer. Now's the time to hit the road in style with a deal from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You need a truck, they got you. Silverado LT, $294 a month, $1,495 down. Cruise into summer with a 25 Blazer EV LT all-wheel drive, $227 a month, only $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. You can find your ride fast at MoranExpress.com or stop in on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
All right.
Oh, God.
Hey.
Go ahead.
NFL scheduling. It's getting ready to come out this week. We're going to find out games as the week goes along.
Oh, can't wait. I won't be able to sleep.
But NFL.com came out with a list of their top 10 most anticipated games for the year. I also came out with 3 honorable mentions, and one game is kind of iffy because we don't know where Aaron Rodgers is at. So let's start off with the honorable mention games. Philadelphia and Washington. Rematch of the NFC title game. Is that a game that you guys are anticipating?
Buddy, it's May 12th. I don't know what to tell you here. I don't get why people are so bricked up about a schedule that's 6 months away.
Well, you can make your plans now. You can book your flights.
Okay.
Yeah, that one I don't really not excited for yet.
Okay.
There'll be others.
I hate both of those teams, so I'm the wrong guy to ask.
David, I'm going to move one because your team did not get the quarterback that they want right now.
Correct.
So I'm going to put Green Bay and Pittsburgh in the honorable mention. Now, if Aaron Rodgers was there, that would be an anticipated game, yes?
Yeah, for franchise history, yes, that's great.
Great uniform game.
It sure is, but we have no quarterback. Mason Rudolph right now, so there's no excitement for me on that one.
Great uniform game.
It's. I like watching the Steelers. I don't know. It always feels like a bigger game when the Steelers are on.
Okay.
I like the jerseys. I don't mind their fans. They don't have anything else. Pittsburgh's a dump. So yeah, you just
a bunch of heels is what they have.
It's basically like civilized West Virginia. It's not. I like the Steelers. I do. I just don't like David.
The final honorable mention for me, I thought this should have been in the top 10, but I may be jaded. The Lions, Bears.
I'm in.
That's a top 10.
I'm in on
it's
that.
It's not a top 10 according to NFL.com.
No, I'll tell you, it's number 1 according to Jim Costa. I mean, he nearly popped through your speakers talking about, we're going to show Ben Johnson. He sounded like
Howard Dean.
No, like one of the wrestling promos where Macho Man was all coked up. You don't know. I'm like, Jim, it's not that big a deal. It's May 12th.
I heard he said, give me Cleveland for Thanksgiving because I want an easy game that we can just win so the turkey tastes better. That's not
Their
how it
whole
goes.
show is scheduled. I couldn't believe it.
Okay. At number 10, Seattle and the Pittsburgh Steelers. The DK Metcalf game.
Zero interest.
Lions and Bears are better than that one, so no.
Oh, no. I put the Lions and Bears.
Okay.
Right. Now, there's one at number 8 that I was like, really? But I'll let you guys decide.
No one wants to see Sam Darnold's face on TV. I'm out on that.
The DK Metcalf?
No. Zero. That's a 0 out of 10.
No, I'm good.
At number 9.
Yeah.
It's the revenge game. It's Sam Darnold versus J.J. McCarthy.
No.
Minnesota, Seattle.
I'm going to say yes to that, not because of Sam Darnold's face, but because I think J.J. is one of the more fascinating stories in the league. What week is that?
We don't know.
We don't know yet. They'll have it, but
Hey,
we
let's
don't know.
talk schedule.
Yeah.
No,
who do you want to play on Thursday
So that's
night?
what, these are just games you
I'd
don't know
watch
when.
that. No, I'd watch that.
Okay.
I would.
I'm good.
At number 8, this is one where I was like, I had to look the research, but Denver taking on Houston. Basically, they're saying it's a battle between DeMeco Ryans' defense versus Sean Payton's offense.
Nah. Sean Payton's face annoys me. Bo Nix annoys me. Yeah, it's all annoying. Nah, I'm out.
There'll be no Tank Dell.
I thought he was going to be back in 10 days.
So I'm going to say no on that one.
Okay.
Out.
At number 7, Baltimore, Kansas City.
Yes. Because Lamar will play great because it's the regular season, and it'll give me something to slander him on when they rematch in the playoffs and he bleeps himself. Yes, all in.
See, and that's why I'm going to say no, because we won't get the answer on Lamar Jackson during the game. Winner, we won't.
Those
It's the
answers
playoffs.
don't come until late January.
Right. So no.
But it's Baltimore KC.
Okay.
I'm in.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you really didn't need a reason for that.
Hey, a fun fact. There's a horse named after Lamar now. Big Truz. No, that's his nickname is Big Truz.
Okay, I was
waiting for something.
No one named a horse playoff loser. No, I'm
I was
serious.
like, where are we going with this?
Do you know Lamar is hosting a symposium on horse racing this weekend for the Preakness?
Is Leggett, Xavier
No,
Leggett?
Lamar.
No, because he said he wanted to get into horse racing too. So
get him into an English class first.
Okay. What made it?
I've never heard it pronounced that way.
What made it so bad is they did the clip, the NFL put it out there, and it literally has subtitles in it.
It has to.
Yeah, from the Derby.
It's like 1970s Kung Fu, except different.
It was the Derby footage, and it was subtitles under there. And I found myself like, wait, I'm actually reading this.
Rico thought he was back in a film class watching a Fellini movie.
At number 6, Chicago, Washington. They had the Hail Mary game last year. You got 2 young quarterbacks, and now you're adding Ben Johnson in the mix as well.
Yeah. It's Caleb. It's Jaden Daniels. Yes. All in.
Yeah, I want to see if Caleb can meet the level that Jaden had last year. So, yes.
So there's a game that you actually like. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now
I said Lions-Bears earlier.
Well, you know what? Here's the other thing. I'm sorry this isn't going to be like other shows where they need wet wipes for everybody. Oh, my God, it's just so exciting. It's May 12th.
I got you. At number 5, Cincinnati and Buffalo.
Out.
No matter
I'm in
what,
on that one.
This is if you like offense,
I know.
This is the game you want to watch.
Watching the Bengals makes me sad. I love Joe Burrow. That team is just ruining him. They're running him into the ground.
He may be the coolest man in the world.
He is, and he should play in New York.
Like everything he does is just like, my goodness. He's like he's the new George Clooney. He's just cool, no matter what.
No
matter what he wears.
Too bad Nebraska told him he was a safety.
Mistakes were made.
Whoops.
At number 4,
you
guys want to take a guess?
No.
Kansas City and Philadelphia. Rematch of the Super Bowl.
100%.
Yes.
Super Bowl rematch, premium brands, good uniform game. Yes, I'm in.
At number 3, the LA Rams and Baltimore Ravens.
Yes.
They played the overtime game last year.
Yeah, and forgive me, wasn't it like 37,
31?
Yeah, yes, because McVay, they had like 4 plays of 50 yards or more. Yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
I like watching Stafford the later years. And now that he's not a Lion, I don't have to hate him.
There's no rooting. Yeah, it's like, if he loses, no big deal.
He's just a tough SOB, and he's still playing really good football. I'm in.
All right. And you're in as well?
Yes.
At number 2, the game that never happened last year, Lions and Philadelphia.
Sure. Also, I can hear Costa talk about double-digit disco, and the team loses by 60.
Do you think he would do that?
100% he will. He doesn't learn from his mistakes. 100%.
You're right.
I'm not looking forward to that game.
Why?
Because I don't want to hear all week from the fans.
It's a measuring
We're
stick
healthy.
game. Nah,
if this would have been
David,
it last year,
David, it's measuring stick.
Well, we don't know when
that.
the game's going to be, but it is. This is one of those games where you at? How's your defense looking?
I know that. I just don't want to hear from these fans. Sorry.
Well, they should ban the tush push.
Well,
They're right about
that.
Football play. And at number 1, David, would you like to guess? Because I know
No.
what he's going to say.
What is
I
he
don't care.
guessing? There's 32 teams.
Just that game that they think is the best game, the most anticipated game.
Sure.
Steelers, Lions.
No. That's called if you can't sleep at night. Kansas City, Buffalo.
Yes.
Oh,
Always.
yeah.
Josh Allen will win it in the regular season and then get thrown off a cliff in the postseason. Can't wait.
The post-game press conference. No, it's going to be different. I know I won this game, but we're going to carry this over into the postseason.
We'll get no answers for the postseason again.
So,
but yes.
Is that game in Buffalo?
We
We don't know yet.
But we do know.
We do know.
I'm kidding.
Hold on.
Hey, maybe it's a Peacock exclusive. Did you see that announcement, by the way?
Yes.
Now we got a game. What is it? Saturday, December 27th, and sure.
The game is in Buffalo.
Yep,
Yes.
I love
Buffalo.
it.
Yep.
Good. Put that in December.
Orchard Park.
Love it. Anything else?
That's it.
Hey, where are the Giants on all these games? Oh, wait.
According to this list, the Lions had one anticipated game, and that was against Philly. That's why I said you got to put the Bears in there, just for the fact Ben Johnson coming back home.
Who do you want to play on Thanksgiving? 248.
Well, fortunately, they can't do back-to-back Thanksgiving Day games, so it won't be the Bears.
Thanksgiving.
That's your anticipated scheduling blitz, 97.1.
All right, 6 o'clock. Let's get you to Tiger baseball. Sox are in town. Jason Tatum still stinks. Let's get to it.
Superman.
That commercial's an embarrassment. David?
All right, here we go. The big finish, guys. We just did a schedule blitz here in the 3 most anticipated games: Kansas City, Buffalo, Lions, Eagles, Rams, Ravens. I think we all agree there that every game there, right there, top 3, we want to see.
I agree, but here's my question to you guys.
Yes, sir.
Is schedule release the most overhyped thing in the NFL offseason?
No. The mock drafts are, because they're never wrong. At least I know
they're never
with
right.
schedule release, I can now plan games. I can now plan a vacation or a trip and say, oh, you know what? This team is here. I can go there. I'm going to be in that city. The draft, the mock draft, nobody gets it right.
I can't plan to go anywhere. I'm here. So where am I planning to go?
David, you're a Steelers fan. Why would you go is the more appropriate question.
I will only go to this year's game in Detroit. That's it.
Right, but David, when the Steelers were playing in Indianapolis, you could drive there and get back.
Okay, well,
I mean, heck, you could just get your sermon is, hey, Jesus loves you. Amen. I'm leaving. And you leave.
I could. You're right. I could, but that's just, never going to happen. Let's get to some other
that
things.
Sounds like it's something
Something else going on.
Right. No, not at all.
You sure your big finish didn't produce something else?
No, not at all. No, nothing else. Just,
Kid number 5, downloading.
Let's get to the draft lottery. It is tonight.
Anyone but Philly.
Well, I believe Philly's going to get it. So
I want Cooper Flagg to go to Utah. That way Laurie Marketing can get traded. Please.
We also got into this regarding the draft lottery that you saw the Rutgers logo.
Yeah.
1, 2, and yet they did nothing this season.
It's just hard for me to accept to take the draft seriously. Here's 2 guys that couldn't drag Rutgers across the finish line to be like an 11 seed. And whether it's fair or not, I just kind of feel like they should have emblazoned both of them with a big red L. I don't know. It just doesn't make me think much of Harper and Bailey.
No, it tells me that they only went to college because they had to go to college. That
We're not here to play school?
Right, because you're correct, Mike. I remember preseason Big Ten, people are like, oh, they may win the Big Ten. Look, watch out for Rutgers and
CBI.
What are you watching out for?
We got into a little fact or fiction today as well. And I asked a question, fact or fiction, that a Canadian team will be hoisting the Stanley Cup in June. And Kenny says, that is fiction. It will not happen this year.
Yeah, nope, don't see it happening. As much as I would love, and I do, by the way, I am rooting for Connor McDavid to eventually win one. Like, don't get it twisted. I think he's the best player in the world, and he has been for a long time.
Why can't he just demand out and come here?
I agree. God. I was also rooting for Ovi to win one before he won his cup. So maybe I'm the weirdo.
No, you're not a weirdo, and the Leafs are leafing. So you're up 2-0 in that series. You got to split in Florida. You have to get one. Leafs be leafing. I'm a little worried over there, too, so Kenny's probably right.
Yeah, it's probably not going to happen this year.
Hey, look, it's the Tatum Superman commercial again. Bum.
They just play that over and over
again. Superman had lots of moments. Let's check the Tatum files.
He's so clutch.
Well, speaking of moments, Michigan had a moment. They had a moment of winning a championship, and well, things are changing, and people are changing their tune, including one Josh Pate, covers college football for CBS, asked a question on Twitter, and he answered, well, there's going to be several, because there were several level 1 violations, there's going to be massive fines, loss of scholarships, and a multi-year postseason ban. Changing their tune there.
It's just weird after they suspended more for, choose your own 2 games. All the bought and paid for media are singing a different tune. Is it something or nothing? We left it to you guys. I'm not smart enough to tell you. I just thought it was hilarious.
Another group that is changing their tune is clearly the morning show, because now they're going crazy over the Tigers losing one series over the weekend.
Friday, can they win 110 games? Today, panic and Tiger.
I mean, yes, they went from scoring 24 runs in 2 games against Colorado. Yeah, it's Colorado. They also just fired their manager. It's not a problem with pitching.
It's not a problem with the team either. Can we just chill?
Not a problem with the team either.
Yeah, but it was a jam-packed ballpark. They were supposed to win. It was Skubal bobblehead where Kenny was standing in line for 3 hours.
You did?
Yeah, he was standing in line for 3 hours.
Kenny.
I did not stand in line. We actually were at we were eating at a local establishment, waiting for the line to die down so we could just.
By eating, you mean drinking?
Oh, that too.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man.
I mean,
it was your birthday at the ballpark. They could have fed you intravenously.
Alcohol might
be a problem. Whatever. Enjoy it. Red Sox, Tigers, 2 of the best logos in the game, 2 of the best hats in the league.